S2E01, the Y2K revival. Lucas burst into the living room, laptop already open. Okay, everyone needs to see this. Some TikTok trend is romanticizing the early 2000s like it was some kind of utopia. Low-rise jeans, flip phones, all of it. That's not surprising, Maya said, settling onto the couch. Nostalgia is selective. People strip out the historical context and just keep the aesthetic. Nobody's posting about dial-up internet rage. Marcus shrugged, already calculating. Doesn't matter if it's accurate. Nostalgia sells. Brands are riding this wave because the historical period itself has commercial value now. But that's exactly the problem, Chloe cut in, arms crossed. You can't just cherry-pick a historical account and ignore everything that actually happened. Y2K had real issues, way more sexist ad campaigns, way less awareness about mental health. Ethan, predictably, wanted data. I'd need an actual historical reality check before agreeing with either of you. What specifically was worse? Plenty, Maya said. The body standards alone were brutal. People forget the historical circumstances that shaped those trends. It wasn't some innocent, fun decade. It was historically specific pressure dressed up as style. So you're saying the trend is basically historical cosplay without the homework, Lucas said, grinning. Exactly, Maya replied. They borrow the historical roots of a vibe without ever digging into the historical background that produced it. Robert, walking through with a toolbox, chimed in unprompted. Back in my day, we just called it the 90s, and nobody needed a TED Talk to enjoy it. Dad, nobody asked, Chloe said, but she was laughing. I'm just saying, Robert continued, every generation thinks they invented nostalgia. Newsflash, we did it first. The room erupted into protest, but nobody could really argue him wrong. S2E02, the proposal problem. Marcus spread his laptop across the kitchen table like he was launching a hostile takeover. Okay, I need help. My professor said my initial research is unfocused. I don't even know what that means. Ethan skimmed the screen first, frowning. Your introductory chapter doesn't even state what you're studying. It just vibes. It's a hook, Ethan. Not everything needs a thesis statement in sentence 1. It does if you want a grade above AC, Ethan replied flatly. Maya leaned over, scrolling. Honestly, your introductory section jumps around. What's your actual key issue here? Are you studying consumer trust or pricing psychology? Pick one. Why not both? Because, Maya said, if you try to cover every key theme in existence, you end up saying nothing about any of them. Lucas chimed in, scanning the doc on his phone. From a media standpoint, your introductory text doesn't grab attention either. Nobody wants to read 3 paragraphs before getting to the point. Marcus groaned, dragging both hands down his face. Fine. What's my key topic supposed to be then? Consumer trust, Maya and Ethan said simultaneously, then glanced at each other, mildly disturbed by the sync. Great. Glad we agree on something, Marcus muttered. So, what's my initial stage supposed to look like? Start small, Maya said. Treat it like an initial phase, just define your initial position, then build from there. And maybe, Ethan added, don't treat marketing as a key area of focus if your whole paper is about psychology. Pick a lane. Marcus stared at his screen, defeated. Why did I think a business degree would be easier than this? Because you're an optimist, Maya said. It's very on brand. S2E03, Coffee Wars. Lucas slid into the booth, phone already out. Did you guys see? That big coffee chain is opening 2 blocks from Joe's. 2 blocks. Honestly, good, Marcus said, sipping his iced coffee like a man unbothered by tragedy. Competition is healthy. It'll probably boost the local economy if more foot traffic comes through. Or, Chloe shot back, it'll wipe out the one place that actually represents our local culture. Joe's isn't just coffee, it's basically a community hangout. Maya nodded slowly. She's right. Places like Joe's reflect the local community's identity. You can't just replace that with a corporate logo and expect the same vibe. Vibes don't pay rent, Marcus said. If the local circumstances support a bigger business model, that's just economics. Ethan, scrolling through actual data on his phone, interjected. Statistically, Small businesses in similar immediate environments usually lose around 20% revenue within the first year of a major chain opening nearby. That's not vibes, that's a pattern. See, even Ethan's against you, Chloe said triumphantly. I'm not against anything, Ethan replied. I'm just citing facts. Lucas leaned back. From a media standpoint, this is bigger than just coffee. It's part of an international context. These chains expand the same way everywhere, like cultural copy-paste. Don't be dramatic, Marcus said. I'm not. Even the local government approved this without consulting residents. That's an institutional context problem, not just a coffee problem. Robert walked by with groceries, overhearing the chaos. Just don't tell your mother. She's been loyal to Joe's since before any of you could talk. Everyone groaned in unison because he wasn't wrong. S2E04. Registration Day Chaos. Lucas threw his phone onto the couch like it had personally betrayed him. The registration system crashed again. 3 semesters in a row now. 3. Ethan, predictably unbothered, was already pulling up the school's IT report. Let's actually identify factors before everyone starts panicking. Is it server load or something deeper? Deeper, Marcus said immediately. This is a classic case of bad institutional arrangement. Universities never invest in tech until it's already broken. That's an oversimplification, Maya said. You have to identify features of the actual system first. Is it a UX issue? A scheduling conflict? People assume it's incompetence, but it could just be poor design. It's both, Chloe said flatly. I watched my friend try to register from her phone and the page froze mid-click. That's not an internal structure problem, that's just bad coding. Ethan nodded slowly. She's not wrong. If the institutional framework doesn't account for peak traffic, the internal structure of the website will buckle regardless of intent. Okay, but how do we even fix something this broken? Lucas asked, exasperated. You need an integrated system, Ethan said. One that connects course data, student accounts, and server capacity without 10 different platforms fighting each other. Maya leaned forward. Honestly, the school needs a more holistic approach overall, not just patching tech, but identifying an issue at the policy level too. Why are so many students forced into the same narrow registration window? Because efficiency, Marcus said. Efficiency that clearly doesn't work, Chloe snapped. Robert, walking by with his toolbox as always, chimed in. Sounds like what your school needs is a proper integrated approach and maybe a competent IT department. Back in my day, we used actual paper forms. Worked every time. Dad, please identify a way to stop comparing everything to paper forms. He just shrugged, completely unbothered, already walking away. Just saying. A logical approach doesn't always require Wi-Fi. S2E05, what even is love though? Lucas scrolled through his phone, smirking. Okay, this video's got 8 million views. Some guy says Gen Z doesn't know how to actually be in a relationship anymore. Thoughts? Depends what he means by relationship, Maya said, instantly intrigued. What does he think the key component of a healthy relationship even is? Communication, probably, Lucas said. That's what everyone says. Sure, but that's reductive, Maya replied. Communication is one key element, not the whole picture. Emotional regulation is honestly a bigger main characteristic of long-term compatibility. Marcus, naturally, saw it differently. I'd argue the main component is just effort allocation. Relationships fail because people don't invest time efficiently. It's basically resource management. Did you just turn love into a business model? Chloe asked, horrified. I'm just saying, every individual component of a relationship, time, energy, attention, has a cost. People ignore that. Ethan, scrolling through some unrelated psychology study on his phone, added, statistically, trust is often cited as the most consistent key feature across long-term relationship research. Not effort. Trust. Okay, but trust isn't built without effort, Marcus argued. Sure, but they're still separate variables, Ethan said. You can't combine every individual element into one category just because they're related. Chloe rolled her eyes. This is exactly the problem with that video. People act like there's one main feature that defines an entire relationship, when honestly it's all just vibes mixed with effort and luck. That's surprisingly accurate, Maya admitted. I have my moments. Robert, walking by with a mug of coffee, paused just long enough to add, the real key characteristic of a good relationship? Loading the dishwasher correctly. Ask your mother. Everyone groaned, but nobody disagreed. S2E06. Correlation isn't destiny. Lucas dropped his phone on the table. Okay, this article is blowing up. It says social media is basically destroying human connection. People are panicking in the comments. Maya picked it up, scanning fast. It's interesting, but it oversimplifies human behavior. You can't reduce something this complex to one villain. Sure you can, Chloe said. Anyone with eyes can see how screens have changed human interaction. We don't even talk at dinner anymore. We just stare at our phones. That's anecdotal, Ethan said immediately. The article claims social media use is highly correlated with loneliness, but correlation isn't causation. Just because two things move together doesn't mean one causes the other. Okay, Professor, Marcus said, smirking, then what's actually happening? It's complicated, Maya said. Individual behavior varies wildly. Some people thrive on social platforms, others spiral. You have to account for individual differences, personality, support systems, even individual needs for connection. Right, Ethan added. There's likely a linear relationship between excessive use and certain negative outcomes, but it's not universal. Individual variation matters more than headlines suggest. Lucas leaned back. From a media lens, this kind of story spreads because it taps into anxiety about human society changing too fast. Fear sells clicks. Sure, Maya said, but there's truth buried in there too. Loneliness genuinely seems increasingly linked to isolation patterns, even if the mechanism isn't fully understood. As a species, Ethan said, almost philosophically, the human species evolved around face-to-face bonding. Replacing that with notifications was never going to be seamless. Wow, didn't expect Ethan to get deep, Chloe said. I contain layers, Ethan replied, deadpan. Robert, overhearing from the kitchen, added, every individual experience is different. Your mother still calls her sister every single day. Some habits never die. Everyone nodded for once, fully aligned. S2E07, the documentary debate. Lucas had the TV paused mid-scene. Okay, this new Netflix documentary about the Boston Tea Party is getting roasted online. Historians are saying it's basically fan fiction. Of course it is, Chloe said, flopping onto the couch. It's entertainment, not a textbook. Sure, but it claims to be a serious historical analysis, Maya said, raising an eyebrow. If you're going to market something as factual, you can't just invent dialogue and call it artistic license. Ethan, predictably skeptical, pulled out his laptop. Let me see what historical evidence they actually cited. A minute later, he frowned. Yeah, half their claims aren't backed by anything close to real historical data. Maybe they just did a loose historical interpretation, Marcus offered. Documentaries always take creative liberties. That's basically the business model. There's a difference between interpretation and fabrication, Maya said. A responsible historical study acknowledges uncertainty. This documentary presents guesses as established fact. Chloe shrugged. Most people don't even read the historical record themselves. They just trust whatever's dramatized on screen. Exactly the problem, Lucas said. Media shapes public historical knowledge way more than actual archives do. If the doc is wrong, that becomes the public version of truth. That's terrifying when you think about it, Maya admitted. Historical writing is supposed to be rigorous, not vibes-based storytelling with dramatic music. Marcus smirked. Dramatic music sells subscriptions, though. Everything sells subscriptions to you, Chloe muttered. Robert, walking through with a mug of coffee, paused at the doorway. Back in my day, we just read books. Boring, but accurate. Nobody asked, Dad, Lucas said, smiling anyway. I'm just saying, Robert replied, completely unbothered. Even bad historical knowledge beats good special effects. S2E08, the coffee study. Marcus burst in holding his phone like he'd discovered gold. Guys, coffee adds 10 years to your life. It's science. I'm basically immortal now. Ethan didn't even look up. Send me the actual study, not the headline. Headlines are basically information sharing in its purest form, Lucas argued. Why does it matter if the source is legit? Because headlines skip the entire information gathering process, Ethan said, already typing. Real research involves actual information processing, not vibes. After a minute of scrolling, Ethan sighed. Yeah, this is garbage. There's little evidence here. The sample size is like 40 people. 40's not bad, Marcus said defensively. For a claim this big? That's little research, not a real study, Ethan replied. And there's little information about how they controlled for other health factors. Maya leaned in, genuinely curious. What was the independent variable even? Just coffee intake. Apparently, Ethan said. But the individual variable they completely ignored is lifestyle. People who drink coffee daily might just have more structured routines overall. So basically, Chloe said, this whole article skipped proper information retrieval and just vibes checked some numbers. Exactly, Ethan said. If you actually interpret data correctly, the key findings show correlation, not causation. Marcus groaned. So you're saying I can't even cling to false hope? You can cling to whatever you want, Maya said, smiling. Just don't expect a logical argument to support coffee equals immortality. There's no way to lead to the conclusion that coffee alone changes lifespan that dramatically, Ethan added. That's not a logical conclusion, that's wishful thinking with extra caffeine. Robert, walking by, shrugged. I've had 4 cups today, and I'm still alive. Case closed. Everyone groaned, but nobody could argue with results. S2E09, the acceptance letter. Chloe burst into the kitchen waving an envelope. I got in. Early decision, baby. Cheers erupted, but Maya, ever the analyst, jumped straight to the bigger picture. Okay, but let's be real, that school is highly selective. Like, single-digit acceptance rate selective. Exactly why this is huge, Linda said, beaming with pride. Ethan, predictably skeptical of celebration without data, chimed in. Statistically, though, the whole admissions process is highly dependent on factors that have nothing to do with merit. Legacy status, donations, location quotas. Don't ruin this for her, Lucas warned. I'm not ruining anything, I'm being accurate, Ethan said. It's a highly complex system. People assume it's purely about grades, but it's way messier than that. It's also highly competitive, Marcus added. Which honestly makes it a great brand on a resume. Selective schools are basically a status investment. Cool, very romantic way to look at my education, Marcus, Chloe said, rolling her eyes. Maya leaned in. Look, this whole topic is highly controversial for a reason. The system rewards certain backgrounds more than others. It's a highly problematic structure if we're being honest. But it produces highly educated, highly effective professionals, Robert argued. Say what you want, the outcome speaks for itself. Sure, when it works, Maya said. But access to that outcome is highly relevant to family income, which makes the whole merit narrative highly sensitive to challenge. Okay, can my acceptance just be allowed to be happy for 5 minutes? Chloe asked, exasperated. Ethan shrugged. It's still highly likely you earned it. The system's flawed, not your effort. That finally got a smile out of her. See? Was that so hard? Extremely, Ethan said, deadpan, making everyone laugh. S2E10, the investor call. Marcus slammed his laptop shut, practically vibrating. A VC firm wants to talk. An actual highly successful firm. This could be it. Don't get ahead of yourself, Ethan said. What's the actual offer? They said our growth metrics are highly significant for an app this early, Marcus said, scrolling through the email. Apparently we're a key player in a niche market they're watching. Maya raised an eyebrow. Okay, but what's the key factor they're actually interested in? Money doesn't show up for vibes. Probably retention, Ethan said. If our user engagement system is highly structured the way I built it, that's attractive to investors looking for stability. It's also highly variable depending on the week, Chloe pointed out, scrolling through analytics over Marcus's shoulder. You guys had a huge dip last month. That's a key aspect we're still fixing, Marcus admitted. But the key concept behind the app, connecting clubs to event scheduling, is solid. Sure, but is it highly unlikely they invest without seeing consistent growth? Maya asked. Possibly, Ethan said. Investors want highly skilled teams who can execute a key objective without constant hand-holding. We're literally the definition of constant hand-holding, Chloe said, smirking. Marcus ignored that. Look, our key role in this space is being early. Nobody else is doing exactly this. You're not wrong, Maya said. Early movers are highly valued, even if the system isn't perfect yet. Ethan nodded. If they treat your user base as a key source of long-term data, that's actually promising. Robert, walking by with a screwdriver in hand, added his unsolicited wisdom. Sounds like you need a key principle to guide this. Don't sell what you can't deliver. Thanks, Dad. Very highly sophisticated business advice. I contain multitudes, Robert said, walking off proudly. S2E11, is it even art? Lucas pulled up a trending debate on his screen. Okay, this is everywhere right now. People are arguing whether AI-generated art has any real value, or if it's just theft with extra steps. That's the main argument, basically, Maya said, intrigued. Does creativity require human intention, or just output that looks impressive? From a business standpoint, Marcus said, the main factor here is efficiency. If AI can produce something usable in seconds, why does the process matter? Because process is an integral part of meaning, Maya argued. Art historically reflects human experience. Strip that away, and you lose the intrinsic value of the piece. Ethan, naturally skeptical of vague philosophical claims, jumped in. Define intrinsic value, though. If people feel something looking at AI art, does origin actually matter? It matters to the artists losing income, Chloe snapped. That's a main category of people getting steamrolled by this trend, and nobody's talking about it. She's right, Lucas admitted. Human artists are losing their leading role in creative industries, and that's a real likely impact, not just theoretical. The likely outcome, Ethan said, is that both will coexist. AI won't replace originality, just mass production work. Maya nodded slowly. I think people are increasingly aware that art isn't just decoration, it's identity. That's the part AI can't replicate. I'm keenly aware that nobody asked, but I draw, Robert said, walking by with a sketchpad nobody knew he owned. Badly, but with feeling. Everyone stared at him. What? I contain depth, he said, walking off proudly, leaving the room in stunned silence. S2E12, Scooter Wars. Marcus stormed in, phone in hand. The city wants to introduce legislation banning e-scooters downtown. This is insane. Half my business class uses them to get to class. There's been a pretty obvious increased risk lately, though, Maya said. 3 accidents near campus last month alone. Sure, but is banning them really the right legal action? Lucas asked. Feels like an overreaction. Ethan, scrolling through actual city data, interjected. Statistically, injuries have shown an increased number correlating directly with scooter usage. It's not random panic, it's a pattern. Okay, but banning them outright will cause increased pressure on public transit, Marcus argued. Bus routes are already overloaded. This is going to backfire. From a media standpoint, Lucas added, this story is going to increase awareness about urban safety regardless of which side wins. People are already arguing about it everywhere online. Chloe, scrolling through her own feed, smirked. Yeah, my whole TikTok is just increased interest in scooter chaos videos right now. Genuinely unhinged content. Glad tragedy is entertaining for you, Ethan said dryly. I'm just stating facts. Maya leaned forward. Look, the city has legislative power here, but they need actual legislative measures that improve safety without killing accessibility. Like mandatory speed limits in busy areas. That could lead to improved performance in safety stats without fully banning them, Ethan agreed. There's been an increased level of injuries specifically in high-traffic zones, not everywhere. Plus, Marcus said, scooter companies have seen increased demand post-pandemic. Banning them creates increased competition for limited transit options. Robert, walking by with his toolbox, shrugged. Back in my day, we just walked. Wild concept, I know. Nobody asked, Dad, Chloe said, laughing despite herself. Just saying, Robert replied, completely unbothered, fewer broken wrists that way. S2E13, the AI conversation. Lucas set his laptop down. Okay, hot topic. Everyone's saying AI chatbots are becoming increasingly popular, like genuinely replacing search engines for some people. That tracks, Maya said. There's an increasing tendency to treat AI like a personal advisor instead of just a tool. People are forming actual habits around it. Which honestly makes sense, Ethan said. These models have gotten increasingly sophisticated in just a couple years. The architecture alone is wild. Sure, but is that a good thing? Chloe asked. There's an increasing proportion of my classmates using it to basically think for them. Like, fully outsourcing essays. That's a fair concern, Maya admitted. There's been increasing emphasis on critical thinking skills specifically because of that shift in classrooms. Marcus, ever practical, shrugged. From a business angle, there's increasing demand for AI integration everywhere. Companies that ignore it are going to fall behind. But there's also increasing pressure on workers who feel replaceable, Maya said. That anxiety is real, not just dramatic. Ethan nodded. The systems themselves are becoming increasingly complex too. It's not magic, it's math, but the math keeps evolving. Which makes regulation increasingly difficult, Lucas added. Lawmakers can barely keep up with social media, let alone AI models updating constantly. Honestly, Chloe said, there's just increasing awareness that we don't fully understand the consequences yet. Everyone's experimenting in real time. That's the scary part, Maya said. The world is becoming increasingly common ground for AI-assisted decisions, even medical ones. And it's only going to grow, Ethan said. There's clearly an increasing trend toward automation across every industry. Robert, walking by, finally chimed in. Sounds like you all need an increasingly important skill, knowing when to just turn the thing off. Nobody had a comeback for that one. S2E14, cease and desist. Marcus dropped his phone on the table, pale. I just got an email from a lawyer. My old client says I breached our contract and is threatening legal proceedings. Okay, breathe, Maya said, surprisingly calm for someone hearing the word lawyer at breakfast. What's the actual legal issue here? Walk me through it. I delivered the project 2 days late. That's it. 2 days isn't automatically a legal obligation violation, Maya said. Depends on what the contract says. Did it specify exact deadlines with penalties? I mean, vaguely? Ethan groaned. Vague is doing a lot of work in that sentence. He pulled up the contract Marcus forwarded. There's no clear legal basis for damages here. No penalty clause, no specific deadline language. So, what's my legal position actually look like? Marcus asked, nervous. Pretty solid, honestly, Maya said. You don't have a strong legal framework working against you. Without explicit terms, courts generally favor reasonable interpretation. Reasonable being the key word, Chloe added, smirking. Were you reasonable, though? I was busy. Doesn't matter for now, Maya said. What matters is whether this even qualifies as a real legal requirement violation, or if they're just bluffing to scare you. Robert, surprisingly engaged for once, chimed in. Sounds like basic contract law. Document everything. That's half the battle in any legal system. Should I get an actual lawyer, though? Marcus asked. If they push for actual legal protection through formal channels, yes, Maya said. But right now, you still have a legal right to respond and clarify your side first. And honestly, Ethan added, your current legal status is just accused, not guilty. Big difference. Marcus exhaled, visibly relieved. Okay, I can work with accused. Welcome to adulthood, Maya said, patting his shoulder. Always read the legal rule section before signing anything next time. S2E15, do you even need college? Chloe slid her phone across the table. Okay, this article is saying college is basically obsolete. People are getting tech jobs from YouTube tutorials now. That depends entirely on the learning objective, Maya said immediately. If you just want a skill, sure. If you want depth, that's different. Depth is overrated when you're job hunting, Marcus said. Companies care about output, not how pretty your learning process looked on paper. Ethan, predictably analytical, pulled up actual data. Statistically, though, learning outcome measurements still favor structured programs for complex fields. Self-taught coding works for some, but not universally. Sure, but not everyone thrives in a traditional learning environment, Chloe argued. Some people have real learning difficulties in classroom settings and do way better with hands-on, flexible learning. That's fair, Maya admitted. Not every learning strategy fits every brain. But that doesn't mean college itself is useless. It just means access to learning resources needs to be more flexible. Exactly, Lucas said. Even outside school, there's this whole shift toward lifelong learning now. People don't stop after graduation anymore, they keep upskilling constantly. Which honestly proves my point, Chloe said. If learning never stops, why does one specific learning activity, sitting in a lecture hall, get treated like the only valid path? Ethan nodded slowly. True. Pursuing a higher degree of education doesn't automatically guarantee better outcomes anymore, not the way it used to. It still helps with credibility, though, Marcus said. Some industries basically demand it. Robert, walking by with his toolbox, chimed in. I did 1 semester of intensive study before switching to hands-on training. Worked out fine for me. See? Anecdotal evidence, Ethan muttered. Anecdotal evidence that pays the mortgage, Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E16, the climate debate. Lucas had his laptop open at dinner, which Linda immediately disapproved of but allowed anyway. Okay, this article says wealthy industrialized nations caused most of the climate crisis, but poorer countries suffer the consequences first. That's historically accurate, Maya said. Every major industrial development since the 1800s came from a small group of countries. The environmental cost just wasn't priced in back then. Sure, but punishing modern industrial production in those same countries now tanks economies that depend on it, Marcus argued. You can't just flip a switch on industrial capitalism overnight. Nobody's saying overnight, Chloe snapped. But there's clearly a need for some kind of international agreement that actually holds big polluters accountable instead of just, like, vibes and press conferences. Ethan nodded. There's already an international community trying to coordinate this through climate summits, but enforcement is basically non-existent. Every international treaty so far has been more symbolic than binding. That's the problem with relying on an international organization without real authority, Maya said. Cooperation only works if there's accountability attached. Which is hard, Lucas admitted, since every independent state guards its own sovereignty fiercely. Nobody wants outside rules dictating their economy. Especially under a liberal democracy, Marcus added. Politicians get punished for restricting growth, even when it's necessary long-term. Maya leaned back. Still, an international body with actual enforcement power might be the only realistic path forward. Otherwise, it's just another international conference producing paperwork nobody follows. Ethan pulled up something on his phone. There's literally a new study in an international journal this week proposing binding carbon limits tied to GDP. Of course there is, Chloe muttered. Too bad nobody reads those except Ethan. Robert, finishing his dinner, shrugged. Every industrial country loves blaming someone else. Real shocker. The table went quiet, mostly because he wasn't wrong. S2E17, the burnout survey. Lucas held up his phone. This survey just dropped. Apparently, a large majority of Gen Z reports feeling burned out before they even turn 25. Shocking, Chloe said flatly. Truly groundbreaking research. Don't dismiss it yet, Maya said. There's a large proportion of young people juggling school, jobs, and social pressure simultaneously. That's a real pattern, not just whining. Ethan, scrolling through the actual methodology, frowned. I want to know the sample size before accepting this. There's a huge amount of survey data floating around online that's basically garbage. Always the skeptic, Marcus said, smirking. But fine, let's say it's accurate. From a business standpoint, companies should care. A large percentage of new hires burning out fast means higher turnover costs. See, business brain strikes again, Chloe said, rolling her eyes. It's not heartless, it's strategic, Marcus shot back. If a large portion of your workforce quits within a year, that's an actual financial problem, not just a vibes problem. Maya nodded slowly. There's also a large range of causes contributing to this. Social media comparison, financial anxiety, unstable job markets. It's not one single trigger. Honestly, Lucas added, there's basically an infinite number of think pieces blaming this on phones specifically. Feels reductive. It probably is partly true though, Maya said. But blaming one factor ignores large quantities of other research showing economic instability plays a massive role too. Ethan nodded, satisfied. If we actually examined every variable instead of cherry-picking headlines, the conclusion would look very different. Robert, walking by with his toolbox, shrugged. Back in my day, we just called it being tired and went to bed early. Groundbreaking insight, Dad, Chloe said, laughing despite herself. I contain wisdom, Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E18, made in where exactly? Robert grumbled over the grocery receipt. Everything costs double what it used to. Our living standard is supposedly the best in the world, and yet I can't afford decent coffee anymore. That's because a large portion of what we buy is imported goods, Marcus said, peeking at the receipt. Tariffs, shipping costs, currency stuff, prices spike fast when supply chains get messy. Sure, but compared to other countries, our living conditions are still pretty solid, Lucas argued. We've got stable housing, decent healthcare access for most people, internet access practically everywhere. Practically everywhere is generous, Chloe said. Rural areas still struggle with basic internet access. Don't act like it's universal just because your dorm has fiber Wi-Fi. Maya nodded. She's right. Living standard as a concept hides a lot of inequality. Averages make things look better than they actually are for specific groups. Ethan, scrolling through actual trade data, added, a huge chunk of our economy depends on imported products too. Electronics, clothing, even basic groceries. If trade slows down, prices jumped immediately. Which is exactly why Dad's coffee got expensive, Maya said, smirking. Don't drag my coffee into your economics lecture, Robert muttered. Honestly though, Lucas said, as a species, humans are basically the only living organism that builds entire economies around convenience instead of necessity. We could survive without imported snacks. We just don't want to. Bold of you to philosophize while eating imported chocolate, Chloe said, pointing at his snack wrapper. Lucas froze mid-bite. This conversation is over. Everyone laughed, including Robert, who still looked personally betrayed by the price of coffee. S2E19, Dead Authors, Live Debate. Maya sat surrounded by books, looking personally attacked by her own assignment. I have to analyze how this author's later work completely shifted from his earlier stuff. Like, night and day different. Why does that even matter? Chloe asked, scrolling on her phone. Nobody in my generation reads this guy unless it's forced. Because his literary tradition influenced basically every writer after him, Maya said. You can trace direct lines from his style to authors people actually do read today. Sure, but his literary text is like 400 pages of describing a tree, Chloe said. I read the summary. I survived. Maya sighed. That's exactly the problem with how literature gets taught. People skip the later writings, which are honestly way more relevant, and just get stuck on the boring early stuff. Wait, his stuff actually got better? Chloe asked, genuinely surprised. Drastically. His later period reflects something that's been studied for a long duration, basically how trauma reshapes someone's entire worldview and writing style. Lucas, walking by, leaned in. That sounds like something psychology would actually study too, not just English class. It has been, Maya said. There's a longitudinal study tracking how authors' emotional states correlate with stylistic shifts over decades. It's wild. Okay, that's actually kind of cool, Chloe admitted, reluctantly impressed. See? Not everything long established in academia is boring, Maya said, smiling. Sometimes it's just badly introduced. I still maintain the tree description was excessive. Fair, Maya laughed. Even legends have rough drafts. S2E20, gentrification on Main Street. Lucas pointed out the window. Did you guys see? That whole block by campus got renovated. New coffee shop, new apartments, the works. Yeah, and rent tripled, Chloe said flatly. Funny how that works. Marcus shrugged. From a business view, that's just market correction. The area had low-quality housing and low status as a neighborhood. Now it's profitable. Profitable for who? Maya asked sharply. The families who lived there for decades had low income to begin with. Now they're priced out completely. Ethan, pulling up actual city data, nodded slowly. There's actually a measurable pattern here. Areas with low percentage of homeownership tend to gentrify fastest, since renters have low priority in housing protections. That tracks, Maya said. It also explains the low turnover we used to see in that neighborhood. People stayed because rent was stable, not because they had options elsewhere. Stable doesn't mean good though, Marcus argued. That area had genuinely low-intensity development for years. No investment, no improvements. Convenient that improvement always means displacing the people already there, Chloe snapped. Ethan continued, ignoring the tension. Statistically, there's low probability that long-term residents return once prices spike that fast. It's basically permanent displacement. This is exactly why that area had such a low profile publicly, Lucas added. Nobody covered it in the news until rich people started moving in. Even employment shifted, Ethan said. Local businesses there had low unemployment among residents specifically because jobs matched community needs. New businesses don't hire the same way. Maya sighed. It's a whole cycle. Low frequency of investment, then sudden overinvestment, and the lower-class residents get erased from their own neighborhood story. Robert, walking by, muttered, sounds like every city ever. Just with better coffee now. Nobody laughed, but nobody disagreed either. S2E21, whose fault is it anyway? The group project grade came back lower than expected, and the group chat was on fire. Lucas groaned, dropping his phone. Okay, I know I submitted my part late. But honestly, the deadline was unrealistic for everyone. That's a nice way to avoid individual responsibility, Ethan said, not looking up from his laptop. You had 2 weeks. The rest of us turned our parts in on time. Easy for you to say, you don't have 3 other classes piling on at once. Neither do I, technically, Maya said gently. But that's not really the point. This isn't about comparing workloads, it's about whether you made an individual choice to deprioritize it. I didn't choose to procrastinate, it just happened. That's still a choice, Maya said. Just not a conscious one. Procrastination is basically a delayed individual response to stress, not some random accident. Marcus, ever pragmatic, shrugged. In business, nobody cares about intent. Every individual case of missed deadlines still tanks the whole team's outcome, fair or not. Harsh, but accurate, Chloe added, smirking from the couch. I'm not saying it's not my fault, Lucas said, frustrated. I'm just saying the system pressures everyone differently. Not all of our individual interests and schedules line up the same way. Sure, Ethan said, but that doesn't excuse skipping accountability. Even something as small as one individual item on a checklist matters when grades depend on group output. Lucas sighed, finally deflating. Okay, fair. I'll own it next time. That's literally all anyone wanted to hear, Maya said, smiling. Robert, overhearing from the kitchen, called out, sounds like growth, son. Took you long enough. Thanks, Dad. Very supportive. I contain multitudes, Robert replied, completely unbothered. S2E22, whose land is it? Lucas scrolled through his feed, frowning. Okay, this is getting heated online. There's a new resort project getting built, and apparently it's largely confined to land that indigenous people have lived on for generations. And of course nobody asked them first, Chloe said, already annoyed. Shocking. To be fair, Marcus said carefully, the company claims the land sale was legal. From a business angle, if paperwork checks out, that's just how property law works. Legal doesn't mean ethical, Maya said sharply. Historically, indigenous population displacement has almost always been largely based on technicalities that ignored existing communities entirely. Ethan, scrolling through actual case documents, nodded slowly. There's a pattern here too. This kind of land dispute is largely determined by whichever side has better legal representation, not necessarily who has stronger historical claims. That's exactly why individual rights get steamrolled in cases like this, Maya added. Corporations have lawyers. Communities often don't. It's not immediately obvious how deep this goes either, Lucas said. The article mentioned a previous land deal immediately preceding this one that already caused similar backlash. So this isn't even new, Chloe said. It's a pattern. Right, Maya said. And honestly, the consequences are immediately apparent once you actually read past the headline. Water rights, sacred sites, displacement, it's not abstract. Marcus, surprisingly quiet for once, finally spoke. Okay, fine. Even from a purely practical standpoint, this kind of backlash immediately following a project launch usually tanks public trust long-term. Bad PR alone should worry investors. Wow, Chloe said, smirking. Did Marcus just discover ethics through capitalism? I discovered risk management, Marcus corrected. Don't get used to it. Robert, walking by, muttered, sounds like the land deal needs a better lawyer and a moral compass. Preferably both. Nobody disagreed. S2E23, what is this show even about? Lucas had his laptop open, clearly procrastinating on his actual assignment. Okay, for class I have to break down the main theme of this show everyone's obsessed with. Problem is, the internet can't agree on what it even means. That tracks, Chloe said. Half of TikTok thinks it's a redemption story, the other half thinks it's just trauma porn with good lighting. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Maya said. But if we're being precise, the main issue the writers seem focused on is generational trauma, not just personal failure. Sure, but the show's main focus visually is way more about power dynamics, Lucas argued. Every scene is framed around who has control. Ethan, scrolling through actual critical reviews, nodded slowly. There's actually a major theme repeated across interviews with the creators: manipulation as inherited behavior. That seems intentional, not accidental. Which makes sense, Maya said. Psychologically, the show's main function is showing how dysfunction replicates across generations, even when characters consciously try to avoid repeating it. Marcus, predictably, saw it differently. From a business angle, the major focus is just engagement. Controversial characters generate more discussion, which means more views. That's reductive, Maya snapped. You're ignoring the major area the writing actually explores, which is accountability. And that's exactly what's largely ignored online, Chloe added. Everyone fights about ships and villains, but barely discusses the major concern the writers clearly care about most. True, Lucas admitted. Social media is largely responsible for flattening complex shows into simplified discourse. Specifically, Maya continued, the particular aspect people skip is how every character mirrors someone else's mistakes. That's the whole point. Honestly, Ethan said, that's the particular feature that makes the writing genuinely strong. It's not subtle once you actually look. Wow, Chloe said. Group therapy via television analysis. Love this for us. Robert, walking by, added, sounds exhausting. I just watch for explosions. Valid particular focus, Dad, Lucas said, laughing. S2E24, the self-proclaimed genius. Chloe had her phone propped up at dinner, ignoring Linda's usual disapproval. Okay, this guy's podcast is blowing up. He's calling himself an opinion leader for college reform. Says the next generation doesn't need traditional degrees at all. Bold claim for someone with zero teaching experience, Maya said, skeptical immediately. To be fair, Lucas said, his new initiative does have some interesting ideas. Project-based learning instead of lectures, mentorship instead of grading. Sure, but is that actually a new perspective, or just repackaged stuff people have argued for decades? Ethan asked. I'd want to read the original context of where these ideas even came from before crowning him a visionary. That's fair, Maya admitted. A lot of disruptive ideas just borrow from older academic theory and slap a trendy label on it. Marcus, scrolling through the guy's numbers, whistled. Whatever it is, it's working. He's gained way more followers than expected for this particular area of education content. Of course you'd care about follower count, Chloe muttered. It's relevant. If this becomes a real ongoing debate in education circles, that's influence, whether you like the guy or not. Maya leaned back. I just worry this kind of conversation skips the opening chapter of any real reform, actual infrastructure and funding, and jumps straight to flashy soundbites. Same with the opening section of his manifesto, Ethan said, scrolling. He spends 3 paragraphs hyping himself before saying anything concrete. Look, regardless of ego, Lucas said, this feels like the next phase of how people think about education. Slow, but real. Maybe, Maya said. Education reform is an ongoing process, not a single guy's TED Talk. It usually takes a full next decade before real systemic shifts happen. Ethan nodded. If anything, this guy might shift the original position of mainstream debate, even if his specific platform fades. Robert, finishing his food, shrugged. Sounds like every generation gets one guy yelling about school being broken. We had ours too. Wow, deep, Dad. I contain layers, he replied, completely unfazed. S2E25, the world's most stressful survey. Ethan stared at Marcus's spreadsheet like it had personally insulted him. This isn't how you perform a study. You can't just ask 20 people a vague question and call it research. It's fast, it's data. What's the problem? Marcus said, already defensive. The methodological problem is obvious, Ethan replied. Your sample size is too small, and your questions are leading. That's not analysis, that's confirmation bias with extra steps. Okay, Professor, what's your big fix then? We need an actual methodological approach, Ethan said. Start with a clear organizing principle. What exactly are we measuring and why? Maya, walking by with snacks, paused to referee. He's right, Marcus. Without structure, your organizational structure for this whole project falls apart before you even collect data. Great, now everyone's against me. Not against you, Ethan said. Just trying to prevent another methodological issue like last time. Remember the marketing survey that accidentally proved nothing? Marcus winced. That was one bad week. It was a structural failure, Ethan said flatly. The major component missing was consistency. Every question needs to perform a function, not just exist for vibes. Fine, Marcus groaned. What's the actual main component we're even building this around? User behavior patterns, Ethan said. Specifically, how often students switch study apps. That's measurable, that's clean. Maya nodded approvingly. See, when you two stop fighting, you actually perform a task efficiently. Barely, Marcus muttered, already typing new questions. Robert, passing by with his toolbox, offered unsolicited wisdom. Sounds like engineering, honestly. Bad structure, bad results. Works the same with houses. Thanks, Dad. Very reassuring metaphor. I try, Robert said, walking off proudly. S2E26, phones versus grades. Lucas dropped his phone on the table, mildly offended. Okay. This article says there's a negative correlation between phone usage and GPA. Like, the more you scroll, the worse you do. That tracks honestly, Chloe said. My whole feed is just dopamine traps disguised as memes. Sure, but is screen time the major cause, or just one major factor among many? Maya asked. Stress, sleep, home environment, those matter too. Ethan, predictably, wanted specifics. If it's truly negatively correlated with academic performance, there should be consistent data across multiple studies, not just one viral article. There's an obvious reason people assume phones are the villain, though, Lucas said. It's the easiest thing to blame. Nobody wants to admit their study habits are just bad. That's an obvious point, but not necessarily the full picture, Maya said. The major reason some students struggle might be unrelated entirely, like working part-time jobs. Marcus chimed in, scrolling his own analytics app. Statistically, though, there's a marked contrast between students who limit notifications and those who don't. My productivity app data alone shows it. That's still just your personal experience, Ethan said. An obvious example of correlation doesn't prove causation. Fine, but the obvious difference in focus is hard to ignore, Marcus argued. I'm markedly more productive without constant pings. You're markedly different when distracted, sure, Maya said, smirking. That's individual behavior, not universal proof. Chloe shrugged. Either way, the major difference between me studying with my phone away versus next to me is brutal. I become a completely different student. Robert, overhearing from the kitchen, added, sounds like discipline, not technology. We didn't have phones and still procrastinated just fine. Comforting historical context, Dad, Lucas said, laughing. I contain wisdom, Robert replied, unfazed as always. S2E27, Data Crisis at Midnight. Ethan stared at his screen, visibly spiraling. This can't be right. My mean score for this dataset is completely off from what I expected. Define off, Maya said, sitting down beside him with concern. Like, statistically off. I think I have missing data somewhere and it's skewing everything. He scrolled frantically. I need to obtain a result that actually makes sense before tomorrow. Marcus leaned over his shoulder. Did you check if your numerical value entries are even formatted correctly? One misplaced decimal ruins everything. I checked twice, Ethan muttered, panic rising. Lucas, mostly just here for snacks, offered unhelpful optimism. Maybe the numerical data is just vibing differently today. Data doesn't vibe, Lucas. Maya tried a calmer approach. Okay, what does the original data look like before you started cleaning it? Sometimes the raw file has the missing pieces. Ethan pulled up an older file. Oh no. There's a whole column I never imported. There it is, Marcus said, relieved. Crisis solved. Not solved, Ethan said. Now I have to recalculate everything to obtain information that's actually reliable. Welcome to research, Maya said, smiling. Numerous studies fail the first time before producing anything usable. This is normal. It doesn't feel normal. It feels like suffering. Maya patted his shoulder. At least you're using objective criteria instead of guessing. That already puts you ahead of half the class. True, Ethan admitted. If I want this paper to offer insight into actual behavior patterns, I can't fake objective reality with broken numbers. Exactly. Even official statistics get revised constantly. You're allowed a rough draft moment. Robert, walking by with late-night cereal, added, sounds like every project I've ever done at work. Half tech support, half therapy. Ethan exhaled. Comforting. Somehow. I try, Robert said, walking off with his bowl like a man who'd seen it all. S2E28, grading my little sister. Chloe slid her essay across the table, looking unusually nervous. Okay, be honest. Is this any good for an intro psych paper? Maya skimmed it slowly. It's solid, but you're not making a clear distinction between what you observed and what you're assuming happened. What do you mean? I literally described the behavior. Sure, but here, Maya pointed, you make an observation that the kid in the study looked anxious. That's fine. But 2 sentences later, you make an assumption that he was anxious because of his parents' divorce. That's a leap, not evidence. Chloe frowned. Isn't that just obvious context, though? Context isn't proof, Maya said gently. If you want to make an assessment that holds up academically, you need data connecting the two, not just intuition. Okay, fair, Chloe admitted. So, what's the actual main principle I'm supposed to follow here? Separate fact from interpretation, Maya said. That's basically the organizing principle behind all good research. Describe first, analyze second, and never blend the two without flagging it. That feels oddly philosophical for a high school assignment. Welcome to actual academia, Maya said, smiling. It only gets messy from here. Chloe groaned, grabbing her laptop to fix the paragraph. Why did I think writing about feelings would be easier than math? Because feelings lie convincingly, Maya said. Numbers at least pretend to be honest. Robert, walking by, chimed in unprompted. Sounds like every argument your mother and I have ever had. Observation, assumption, chaos. Don't drag Mom into my homework, Dad. Too late, he said, already walking away, laughing to himself. S2E29, The Ranking Wars. Lucas had a new article pulled up. Okay, this university ranking list just dropped, and people are losing their minds in the comments. Rankings are mostly garbage, Chloe said immediately. They're just highly desirable brand names dressed up as data. Harsh, but you're not entirely wrong, Maya admitted. A lot of these schools got ranked highly developed infrastructure scores just for having a fancy gym. Ethan, scrolling the methodology section, frowned. The main element they weighted most was alumni donations. That's not academic quality, that's fundraising success. Of course it is, Marcus said, unfazed. Money talks. A school with highly influential alumni network is genuinely valuable for networking, regardless of classroom quality. That's such a business brain take, Chloe said, rolling her eyes. It's accurate though, Marcus shot back. If a professor's research is highly critical in their field, that matters more for grad students than undergrads anyway. Sure, but rankings barely identify a problem with that distinction, Maya said. They lump everything into one score like it's universal. Ethan nodded. They also rarely identify an area where a school might excel narrowly, like one specific program, instead of just an overall vague number. This whole topic is highly charged every single year, Lucas said. People treat their school ranking like a personality trait. Honestly, the main area people obsess over is prestige, not actual learning outcomes, Maya said. Some of it's deserved though, Ethan added. If a school's research output is highly influential, that genuinely shapes entire fields for decades. Robert, walking by, shrugged. Back in my day, we just picked the school closest to home. Saved a fortune. Groundbreaking strategy, Dad, Chloe said, laughing. I contain wisdom, he replied, walking off proudly. S2E30, the factory contract. Marcus burst into the dorm room, practically glowing. We landed it. A local manufacturing company wants to use our app to track their workflow. Ethan raised an eyebrow. A factory? That's a huge pivot from college event scheduling. Doesn't matter, it's revenue, Marcus said. If we can show their industrial production improves using our tracking system, that's a case study we can sell to bigger clients. What exactly are they hoping it'll do? Maya asked. Mainly, they want output to increase dramatically within the first quarter, Marcus said. Less downtime, faster shift handoffs. Ethan nodded slowly. If your system actually works, there's a real increased likelihood of repeat clients in similar industries. Manufacturing companies talk to each other. Exactly, Marcus said. Even small gains in increased productivity look impressive on paper, especially with hourly workers. But what's the actual mechanism? Ethan asked, ever skeptical. Just slapping a dashboard on existing problems won't magically fix inefficiency. It's about visibility, Marcus explained. Once managers see real-time data, there's usually an increased awareness of bottlenecks they didn't even know existed. Maya nodded. That tracks psychologically too. People work differently once they know they're being measured. It's basically the observer effect, applied to factory floors. Which means, Ethan added, there's an increased importance placed on accountability the moment data becomes visible. People stop guessing and start optimizing. So basically, Chloe said, scrolling through Marcus's pitch deck over his shoulder, you accidentally invented workplace peer pressure, but make it corporate. I prefer data-driven motivation, Marcus said, unbothered. Robert, overhearing from the kitchen, chimed in. Sounds like every job I've ever had. Nothing improves until someone's watching. Comforting cynicism, Dad, Lucas said, laughing. I contain decades of experience, Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E31, Sociology Final. Maya was buried in notes for her sociology final, looking personally victimized by her own course load. Okay, I need to write about how modern industrial society shapes identity, and I'm completely blanking. Isn't that just people work jobs and then have feelings about it? Chloe asked, only half joking. More or less, Maya admitted, but the professor wants depth. Specifically how self-worth became intimately connected to career success in ways it wasn't a century ago. Ethan looked up from his own work. That tracks with what I've read too. As economies shift, there's an increasing complexity to how people define themselves. It's not just farmer or blacksmith anymore. Right, Maya said. Identity used to be simpler, tied to community roles. Now it's tangled up with branding, productivity, social media presence. Lucas, scrolling his phone nearby, chimed in. Speaking of which, there's been an increasing interest lately in quiet quitting content online. People are pushing back against tying their whole identity to work. That's actually a perfect example, Maya said, perking up. It shows people recognizing how intimately connected to burnout that identity model really is. Marcus, naturally skeptical of anti-hustle sentiment, shrugged. Or it just shows people wanting an excuse to do less. Or, Maya countered, it shows growing awareness that there's increasing importance placed on mental health compared to 10 years ago. That's not laziness, that's evolution. Counterpoint, Marcus said, evolution doesn't pay rent. Neither does burnout, Maya shot back, smirking. Ethan nodded slowly. Honestly, this whole topic could be its own thesis. The way industrial society restructured time itself, work hours, leisure, identity, it's bigger than one essay. Cool, so I'm doomed, Maya said, dropping her head onto her notebook. Robert, walking by, offered his usual unsolicited wisdom. Sounds like every generation reinvents the same midlife crisis, just earlier each time. Thanks, Dad. Very motivating. I try, he said, walking off with his coffee, completely unbothered. S2E32. Picking a topic shouldn't be this hard. Lucas stared at a blank document, looking personally betrayed by his own major. I have to pick a research topic for my final paper, and everything I think of feels either too broad or too boring. What's the recurrent theme in your notes so far? Maya asked, glancing over his shoulder. Media influence on self-image, I guess? But that's basically every paper ever written. Then narrow it, Ethan said. Pick a specific area instead of the whole universe of media studies. Like what? Like how filtered images on social platforms relate to body image specifically, Maya suggested. That's a specific aspect of a much bigger topic. Okay, but is that too specific issue-coded? Like, will it feel small? No, Maya said. Small and focus beats broad and shallow every time. Professors want a specific focus, not a TED Talk. Marcus chimed in. If you want it to feel more relevant, tie it to a related issue, like how filters affect purchasing behavior. Gives it a business angle too. That feels like a stretch, Lucas said. Maybe, Marcus admitted, but even a loosely related topic can make your argument stronger if you frame it right. Ethan nodded. Just make sure your specific purpose is clear from the start. Don't bury your thesis. Chloe, scrolling on her phone nearby, smirked. Honestly, just write about how everyone's secretly insecure online. Groundbreaking research, truly. That's basically the entire field of psychology, Chloe, Maya said, laughing. Lucas exhaled, finally typing something. Okay. Filtered images and body image. Specific enough? Perfect, Maya said. Now you actually have a paper, not a personality crisis. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every project I've ever started. Big idea, no plan, panic, then somehow it works out. Comforting, Dad. I try, he said, walking off proudly. S2E33. Same country, different reality. Chloe scrolled through her phone, frowning. Okay, this article is wild. Apparently kids in rural areas still have way worse internet access than people realize. My friend from summer camp literally can't do video calls reliably. That tracks with a recent study I read, Maya said. Educational outcomes show clear regional differences, and a lot of it traces back to infrastructure, not effort or intelligence. Sure, but isn't that improving? Lucas asked. I feel like every year there's some new initiative promising better access. Promises aren't outcomes, Ethan said, pulling up actual numbers. According to recent research, broadband expansion in rural communities is happening way slower than urban areas. The gap isn't closing as fast as headlines suggest. Marcus, ever practical, chimed in. From a business standpoint, companies just don't see profit in expanding service to low-density areas. That's basic regional development economics, unfortunately. That's such a cold way to put it, Chloe snapped. It's accurate, not cold, Marcus replied. Infrastructure costs the same whether 10 people benefit or 10,000. Companies chase scale. Maya nodded slowly. There's also regional variation in how schools allocate technology funding. Some rural districts genuinely try, but they're working with a fraction of urban budgets. Honestly, this is way bigger than just internet speed, Lucas said. It's basically deciding who gets a real shot at certain opportunities and who doesn't. Ethan added, there's even recent evidence suggesting remote learning gaps during the pandemic widened these disparities further, not narrowed them like people hoped. Chloe sighed, setting her phone down. Cool, so my friend's stuck fighting for the same opportunities with worse tools. Awesome system. Robert, walking by, shrugged. Sounds like infrastructure planning, same as roads or power lines. Just less visible until it's your kid affected. For once, nobody had a joke to follow that up with. S2E34, the sleep study. Maya spread her notes across the table. Okay, for this project, we need to identify the relevant factors affecting student sleep quality. Stress, caffeine, screen time, the usual suspects. Ethan nodded, already building a spreadsheet. Screen time before bed seems like the most obvious related factor, but I want to see if there's an actual reciprocal relationship between sleep and anxiety, not just one causing the other. That's a smart distinction, Maya said. A lot of people assume anxiety causes bad sleep, but exhaustion can absolutely worsen anxiety too. It's circular. Exactly, Ethan said. Before we publish anything, we need a proper risk assessment on our methodology. If our sample skews towards STEM majors, the data gets biased fast. Fair point. We should diversify majors in the survey group. After collecting initial responses, Ethan frowned at his screen. Okay, this is interesting. The data shows a tendency toward worse sleep right before exams, obviously, but it also shows variation depending on major. Business students reported way more disrupted sleep than art students. Could be workload, could be perceived pressure, Maya said. We'd need a schematic representation of these patterns to actually visualize it clearly for the report. Already working on the chart, Ethan said. One salient feature in this data is how caffeine intake stays remarkably similar across majors, but stress levels don't. That's the real salient characteristic worth highlighting. That's huge, Maya said. It suggests stress, not caffeine, is doing most of the damage. Statistically, sleep duration tends to remain constant for night owls regardless of class schedule, Ethan added. But for early risers, it remains unstable the week before finals. So basically, Maya summarized, different chronotypes react roughly equal in baseline stress, but their coping mechanisms create different sleep patterns. Pretty much, Ethan said. Though honestly, some of this remains unclear until we get a bigger sample size. Lucas, walking by with snacks, peeked at the screen. Translation: You guys discovered everyone's tired and stressed. Groundbreaking. Science is patient, Maya said, smiling. Science is also exhausting, Ethan muttered, rubbing his eyes. Robert, passing through, added, sounds like you two need the risk assessment for your own sleep schedules first. Nobody disagreed. S2E35, copy or coincidence? Lucas had two trailers pulled up side by side. Okay, people are losing it online. These two new shows have a similar approach to storytelling that feels way too close to be accidental. Let me guess, both have a chosen one protagonist and a secret council, Chloe said, unimpressed. Groundbreaking. It's deeper than that, Lucas said. They use a similar pattern in how they reveal backstory, same pacing, same plot twists basically in the same episode. Maya leaned in. That could just be similar properties of the genre, though. A lot of fantasy storytelling follows established structures. It's not necessarily theft. Sure, but there's a sharp contrast between coincidence and this, Lucas argued. Some shots are remarkably similar, almost frame for frame. Ethan, scanning actual release dates, chimed in. If Shobi started production slightly higher in budget, but slightly different in timeline, that doesn't automatically prove copying. Development overlaps happen constantly in entertainment. Counterpoint, Chloe said, two networks can absolutely steal from each other's leaked scripts. It's happened before. That's a similar issue to past industry scandals, Maya admitted. But you need a sharp distinction between inspiration and plagiarism before throwing accusations around. Marcus, predictably business-minded, shrugged. Either way, controversy creates buzz. Same similar effect as any debate, more views, more think pieces, more revenue. Cynical, but accurate, Maya said. Look, Ethan added, if both shows had a similar result in audience reaction, positive or negative, that's more telling than the plot overlap itself. This feels like a similar situation to that animated movie lawsuit a few years back, Lucas said. Remember how messy that got? Don't even start, Chloe groaned. I refuse to relive that similar argument online again. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every cop show ever. One guy, one badge, endless explosions. Nobody sues over that. Everyone paused, briefly impressed by his unexpected pop culture knowledge. I contain layers, Robert said, walking off proudly. S2E36, the pitch deck. Marcus rehearsed his presentation in front of the group, looking unusually nervous. Okay, tell me honestly, does this sound convincing? Opening a small coffee shop near campus involves relatively low startup costs compared to a full restaurant. Solid opener, Maya said. But what's your actual data backing that up? Glad you asked. Marcus pulled up a slide. Foot traffic in that area is relatively high, especially during exam season, and competition is relatively rare within a 2-block radius. Ethan, scanning the numbers, raised an eyebrow. Your relatively recent market research only covers 6 months. That's a relatively few data points for a long-term business plan. It's a starting point, Marcus said defensively. Sure, but rent in that neighborhood has been relatively stable for years, Ethan continued, which actually works in your favor. Relatively constant costs make forecasting easier. See, thank you, Marcus said. Some support, finally. Chloe, scrolling through his deck, smirked. Your equipment costs section says relatively simple, but commercial espresso machines aren't cheap. They're relatively minor compared to total overhead, Marcus argued. Rent dominates the budget, not equipment. Maya nodded slowly. Honestly, your risk level seems relatively straightforward if your projections hold. Coffee shops have relatively common failure points, but yours seem accounted for. Which ones? Marcus asked, suddenly nervous again. Mostly underestimating staffing costs, Maya said. That's where margins get relatively little breathing room fast. Ethan nodded. Right. Profit margins in this industry are notoriously thin. Marcus exhaled. Okay. So overall, promising, Maya said. Just don't get overconfident because rent looks relatively low right now. Markets shift. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every small business ever. Promising start, terrifying middle, decent ending if you survive. Comforting, Dad. I contain decades of caffeine-fueled wisdom, Robert said, walking off proudly. S2E37, submission deadline. Maya stared at the journal submission portal like it might attack her. Okay, they want research findings summarized in under 300 words. How do we condense 3 months of work into that? Ethan was already restructuring the document. First, let's make sure our research methodology section is airtight. If reviewers question our scientific method, the whole paper gets rejected immediately. Fair, Maya said. We should also double-check that all our relevant data is properly cited, especially anything from secondary sources. Already on it, Ethan said. I flagged every secondary data point separately from our original survey responses, so nobody confuses the two. Lucas, scrolling past out of curiosity, peeked at the screen. Why does it matter where the data came from? Because reliable information depends on transparency, Maya explained. If we treat secondhand stats the same as our own collected numbers, that's basically academic dishonesty. Oh, that tracks. Ethan continued, we also need stronger research evidence supporting our hypothesis. Right now, Section 3 feels thin. I can pull a few more studies, Maya said. There's solid scientific evidence linking our variables already. We just need to report findings more clearly instead of burying them in jargon. Should we include our raw numbers too? Lucas asked. We'll record data in the appendix, Ethan said, but the main paper should report data in digestible summaries, not spreadsheets. Maya nodded. And for research purposes, We need to clarify our sample size limitations up front. Reviewers always check that first. Basically, full transparency, Ethan said. If our scientific investigation has flaws, better we admit them than have reviewers find them first. Agreed, Maya said. At least our scientific theory behind the hypothesis is solid, even if execution wasn't perfect. Chloe, walking by, smirked. Translation: You guys are stressed about being intellectually honest. Groundbreaking. Always, Maya said, exhausted but smiling. Robert, passing through, added, Sounds like every report I've ever submitted at work. Half data, half prayer. Ethan sighed. Accurate. S2E38, the revision request. Maya read the email twice, unsure whether to celebrate or panic. Okay, good news. They accepted our paper. Bad news. They want us to review a study that contradicts our findings before resubmitting. That's normal, Ethan said, already pulling up databases. Reviewers want to see we engaged with the scholarly literature, not just our own narrow argument. Sure, but which study though? Maya asked. There's a ton of scholarly research on this topic already. Ethan scrolled for a minute. Found it. This is apparently considered a seminal work in the field, like, everyone cites it as the starting point for this whole debate. Wonderful, Maya muttered. We're picking a fight with a classic. Not a fight, Ethan said. More like a conversation. That's literally how scientific discourse works, building on or challenging older ideas. Lucas, walking by, peeked at the screen. Wait, people actually argue with old research papers like that? Constantly, Maya said. Some of this seminal study material is decades old, but it still shapes how researchers approach the topic today. That seems kind of intense for homework. It's not homework anymore, Ethan said. Once this gets published in an actual scholarly journal, the scientific community can cite it, critique it, build on it. It's permanent. Maya exhaled. No pressure or anything. None at all, Ethan said flatly, clearly lying. Chloe, scrolling past, smirked. So basically you're entering main character energy in academia now. Terrifying way to put it, but accurate, Maya admitted. Ethan nodded. As long as our scholarly work holds up under scrutiny, we're fine. That's the whole point of peer review. Robert, walking by, added, Sounds like getting your work checked by your strictest teacher, except the teacher is the entire planet. Thanks, Dad. Very calming. I specialize in calm, Robert said, walking off completely unbothered. S2E39, one last round of edits. Maya read the final reviewer comments aloud. They want us to clarify whether there's a significant correlation between screen time and sleep disruption, not just mention it vaguely. Ethan pulled up the dataset again. Easy fix. Our numbers already show stress is significantly correlated with poor sleep. We just need to state the actual statistic instead of implying it. Should we cite that recent survey we found earlier too? The one with a national sample? Definitely, Ethan said. It backs up our smaller sample with broader source material, which strengthens credibility. Maya nodded, scrolling through their notes. Good thing we kept track of relevant information separately from the noise. Half our early data was honestly useless. That's why I insisted on reliable data collection from day one, Ethan said, slightly smug. Don't gloat. I'm not gloating, I'm vindicated. Maya rolled her eyes, continuing. Okay, looking at the overall pattern, sleep duration shows a trend of decreasing during midterms, which makes sense. But weirdly, weekend sleep remains stable regardless of stress levels. That's actually consistent across our different majors too, Ethan said. The similar characteristics between business and psych students surprised me, honestly. I expected more variation. Same, Maya admitted. I figured workload differences would shift the numbers more, but baseline anxiety remains unchanged across both groups. Their coping mechanisms are roughly equivalent too, Ethan added. Different habits, same underlying stress response. Lucas, walking by with snacks, peeked at their screen. So after all this, what's the big takeaway? Basically, Maya said, everyone's tired, stressed, and coping in slightly different but ultimately predictable ways. Groundbreaking, Lucas said, deadpan. Science is patient, Maya replied, smiling tiredly. Robert, passing through, added, sounds like you two just described every college student in history. Took some fancy graphs to confirm it though. Ethan sighed, finally hitting submit. Worth it. S2E40, the year-end report. Marcus stood in front of his makeshift whiteboard, practically vibrating with energy. Okay, official numbers are in. We've seen significant growth since the pivot to the manufacturing client. Define significant, Ethan said, already skeptical. A significant increase in active users, like 40%. Marcus clicked to the next slide. There's also been a significant improvement in retention rates. Maya leaned in. What caused the shift, though? Was it one significant factor or several significant developments combining together? Mostly the dashboard redesign, Marcus said. But honestly, customer support response time played a significant role too. Ethan nodded slowly. Statistically, there's a significant relationship between faster support replies and reduced churn. That tracks with broader industry data. There's also been a significant reduction in complaints, Marcus added, which honestly surprised me. What about cost? Chloe asked, scrolling through the numbers. Rising cost of running servers must be eating into profit. It is, Marcus admitted. There's a rising cost issue we need to address next quarter, but margins still improved overall. Even with that, Ethan said, the significant contribution of the manufacturing partnership outweighs the expense increase so far. Maya tilted her head. From a psychological angle, I think there's also a significant shift in how users perceive the brand now. Feels more legitimate since the factory deal. That's a relative status boost, basically, Lucas added. Bigger clients make smaller startups look credible by association. Exactly, Marcus said. Compare the relative merits of working with a college audience versus actual businesses, and this direction just makes more sense long term. Ethan frowned slightly. There's still a significant variation in performance week to week, though. I wouldn't call it stable yet. Fair, Marcus admitted. But overall, this feels like proof of concept finally working. It does seem plausible that this scales further, Maya said. Assuming you don't break anything emotionally support-wise like last time. One time, Marcus groaned. It happened one time. Robert, walking by, added, sounds promising. Just don't let success make you reckless. Seen that story before. For once, Marcus actually listened. S2E41, is it just a cold? Linda had been coughing for 3 days straight, and Robert was visibly anxious. I think this is becoming a serious challenge. You should see a doctor. It's just a cold, Robert. I don't need a whole consultation. There could be serious consequences if it's something more, Maya said gently, glancing up from her psychology homework. Untreated infections can escalate fast. She's not wrong, Lucas added. Didn't that article say there's been a significant increase in flu cases this season? There has, Ethan confirmed, scrolling local health data. A significant number of reported cases citywide, actually. It's not just paranoia. Linda sighed. Fine, but it doesn't seem appropriate to panic over a cough. Nobody's panicking, Robert said. I just don't want this to significantly affect your work week. You have back-to-back shifts coming up. He has a point, Maya said. Rest now could prevent a significant reduction in your energy levels later. Chloe, scrolling her phone, chimed in. This article says symptoms like yours represent a significant portion of early-stage infections that people ignore until it's worse. Great, very comforting, Chloe. I'm just saying it doesn't seem unlikely that pushing through could backfire. Ethan nodded. Statistically, rest reduces recovery time. There's even a significant interaction between sleep quality and immune response in most studies. Okay, enough science, Linda said, half laughing. I'll rest tomorrow. Happy? Marginally, Robert said. Maya smiled. Honestly, this whole debate represents a significant feature of your relationship. He worries, you deny it's a big deal, repeat forever. Accurate, Lucas said, smirking. Linda groaned, finally giving in. Fine. 1 day of rest. That's it. Robert nodded proudly. Significantly higher chance of survival already. Dramatic, Linda muttered, but she smiled anyway. S2E42, family meeting. Linda called everyone to the living room, arms crossed. We need to resolve a conflict before it becomes a permanent thing. You two have been at each other's throats all week. She started it, Lucas muttered. I finished it, there's a difference, Chloe shot back. Enough, Robert said. Let's respond appropriately instead of escalating. What actually happened? Maya, ever the mediator, leaned in. Honestly, most sibling conflicts require consideration of both perspectives before assigning blame. What's the real issue underneath this? Lucas sighed. She borrowed my laptop without asking and spilled juice near the keyboard. It was barely near it, Chloe argued. And I was trying to seek help finishing my essay since mine crashed. You could have asked first, Lucas said. You could have not overreacted, Chloe replied. Maya raised a hand. Okay, let's try to resolve a dispute constructively instead of repeating accusations. What would prevent this next time? Robert nodded. We should set a goal as a family. Less yelling, more communicating. Maybe even set a target, Ethan added, half joking. Like 0 shared device disasters per month. This isn't a spreadsheet, Ethan, Chloe said, smirking despite herself. Everything benefits from structure, Ethan replied, unbothered. Maya continued, honestly, conflicts like this usually reduce stress long-term once expectations are clear. Right now there's ambiguity about boundaries. Fine, Lucas said. New rule, ask before borrowing anything electronic. Deal, Chloe said. Also, maybe reduce emissions of dramatic sighing every time I walk into a room. That's not a rule, that's a personality trait, Lucas said, laughing despite himself. Linda smiled, relieved tension was finally breaking. Good. This should reduce the likelihood of round 2 happening by dinner. Maya nodded. And, honestly, learning to seek information calmly instead of assuming the worst would require knowledge of each other's actual intentions, not just reactions. Very therapist of you, Lucas said. It requires resources, Maya said, smiling, mainly patience and snacks. Robert chuckled. I can provide snacks. Patience, you're on your own. S2E43, organizing the summit. Lucas spread his notes across the table. Okay. The committee wants us to set the agenda for our panel at the climate summit. We have 90 minutes total. First things first, Maya said, we need to set an objective. What's the actual outcome we want from this panel? Awareness? Action? Donations? All of the above, ideally, Marcus said. But realistically, we should set the parameters narrow enough to stay focused. Trying to cover everything guarantees we cover nothing well. Ethan nodded. Statistically, panels that shift emphasis too many times lose audience attention fast. Pick one core message and build around it. Fine, Lucas said. Let's focus on local impact instead of abstract global stuff. People connect more with what's near them. Smart, Maya agreed. We should also share information beforehand, maybe a short explainer video so people arrive informed instead of confused. Chloe, scrolling through actual studies, chimed in. There's a significant amount of data showing local-focused campaigns perform better than broad global messaging anyway. This isn't just a vibe, it's proven. See, even Chloe's helping for once, Marcus said. Don't get used to it. Ethan continued, we should also show evidence during the panel, not just talk in vague terms. Actual graphs, not just feelings. Real data has a significant impact on credibility, Maya added. People trust panels more when speakers rely heavily on verified sources instead of just passion. True, Lucas said. Passion alone doesn't convince skeptics. Marcus leaned back. Honestly, even small actions matter. Remember how that city signed a treaty on emissions reduction last year after public pressure built up? That started with panels just like this. That's the goal, Maya said. Even modest panels raise awareness, and awareness eventually pressures policy. Robert, walking by with his toolbox, added, sounds important. Just don't forget snacks. Nobody listens to climate policy on an empty stomach. Everyone laughed, but nobody disagreed. S2E44, Faith in the Classroom. Lucas had a news article pulled up. Okay, this school is getting sued for banning religious symbols in class. People are furious on both sides. That's tricky, Maya said. On one hand, schools want neutrality. On the other, religious freedom is constitutionally protected. Depends on the symbol though, Chloe said. If it's quiet and personal, why does it matter? It's not like wearing a necklace disrupts class. Ethan, scrolling through the case details, nodded. Legally, courts usually side with students unless there's a religious practice that actively interferes with school function, like loud prayer during lectures. This isn't that, Lucas said. It's just jewelry representing religious identity. Feels like an overreach. Maya leaned in. It probably ties back to fear of favoring one religious group over another. Schools panic about appearing biased. Still feels excessive, Chloe said. Banning expression isn't neutrality, it's erasure. That's a strong point, Maya admitted. Genuine religious belief isn't something people just turn off for 6 hours a day. Marcus, scrolling his phone, added, from a liability standpoint, schools probably fear lawsuits more than actual disruption. It's risk management, not faith management. Sure, but religious faith isn't a liability issue. It's personal, Maya argued. Treating it like a legal risk dehumanizes the whole thing. Ethan nodded. Historically, this kind of debate fuels entire religious movements advocating for protections in public institutions. This isn't new, it's recurring. Robert, walking by, chimed in. Sounds like common sense legislation needs an upgrade. Earrings aren't a national crisis. Surprisingly reasonable, Dad, Chloe said, smiling. I have moments, Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E45, going solar. Robert spread brochures across the table, looking unusually excited. I'm seriously considering solar power for the house. Energy bills are getting ridiculous. Finally embracing renewable energy, Dad, Chloe said, smirking. Welcome to the future. Don't get smug, Robert said. I'm doing the math first. He tapped a brochure. A full solar panel installation isn't cheap, but it pays off over time. Marcus, ever business-minded, leaned in. Honestly, the service sector around solar installation has grown massively. There's real demand for skilled worker positions in this industry right now. That tracks, Ethan said. Companies are scrambling to hire technicians faster than training programs can produce them. Could be a solid career path, Lucas said. Better job security than half the stuff people study for. Maya nodded. There's also a socioeconomic angle here. Socioeconomic status often determines who can even afford this transition. Not everyone can drop thousands up front, even with long-term savings. True, Robert admitted. It's frustrating that sustainable choices are often gatekept by cost. Exactly why scarce resources like funding programs matter, Maya said. Subsidies help, but they're not universal. Ethan, scrolling solar efficiency data, added, honestly, comparing this to actual solar energy output models, your roof angle should work well for Boston's climate. Glad my house passes the science test, Robert said, amused. Chloe, scrolling her phone, added randomly, also, fun fact, our solar system literally powers this entire conversation. The sun is just out here carrying civilization. Deep, but accurate, Lucas said, laughing. Robert nodded. Even senior management at my company is pushing sustainability initiatives now. Feels like the right direction overall. Maya smiled. It's nice seeing secondary education programs finally teaching this stuff too. My old high school added a renewable energy unit last year. Progress, Robert said, satisfied. Slow, but real. S2E46, Maya's thesis defense prep. Maya paced the living room, rehearsing for her upcoming presentation. Okay, my thesis argues that identity today is less about social background and more shaped by curated online personas. That's a bold claim, Ethan said. What's your actual evidence? I've been observing social behavior patterns in different friend groups, Maya said. How people present themselves shifts dramatically depending on social context, online versus in person. Isn't that just normal social adaptation, though? Lucas asked. People act differently with different crowds. That's not new. True, but the social dimension of digital identity adds layers that didn't exist before, Maya argued. It's not just adapting, it's performing constantly. Chloe nodded. Honestly, half of Gen Z treats identity like a social construct they can edit in real time. Bio changes, aesthetic shifts, it's wild. Exactly my point, Maya said. And that creates real social consequences. Anxiety, comparison, instability. Marcus, skeptical as always, chimed in. Isn't this just overthinking normal social activity? People socialize, that's it. It's deeper than hanging out, Maya said. I'm studying how social attitudes toward authenticity have shifted. People claim to want realness, but reward curated perfection. Ethan, ever logical, pushed further. What about social equality factors? Does access to technology skew your sample? Good catch, Maya admitted. Social circumstances absolutely affect who can participate in certain online spaces. Economic access shapes digital identity too. This feels less like psychology and more like full social conflict analysis, Lucas joked. Honestly, it's both, Maya said. Identity formation always involves some social aspect of conflict, fitting in versus standing out. Robert, walking by, added his usual unsolicited wisdom. Sounds like every high school dance ever, just with worse lighting and more cameras. Surprisingly accurate, Dad, Maya said, laughing. Marcus shrugged. Honestly, even social democracy debates argue about identity and access constantly. This isn't isolated to teenagers. Maya nodded slowly. True. The broader social environment shapes everyone, not just Gen Z. I should probably mention that. Ethan smiled faintly. Just make sure every claim has actual social contact data behind it, not just vibes and TikTok screenshots. Wow, brutal but fair. S2E47, mock defense. Ethan sat with arms crossed, playing the role of strict reviewer. Defend your thesis. Why does social exclusion matter in your argument about digital identity? Maya straightened up, ready. Because online spaces create new forms of social isolation, even while appearing hyper-connected. People can be excluded from entire social circles based on algorithm visibility alone. Interesting, Maya admitted internally, smiling. Next question. Lucas, enjoying his fake panelist role, jumped in. What about social mobility? Does identity performance online actually change someone's real-world opportunities? Absolutely, Maya said. Influencer culture has created unconventional paths for social mobility, but it's unevenly distributed. Access and luck still play massive roles. Chloe, smirking, added her own oddly sharp question. Isn't this whole thing just describing a new social phenomenon without offering an actual answer? Touché, Maya said, laughing. Fine. My broader argument is that platforms function as a social institution now, shaping behavior similarly to schools or religion historically. Marcus leaned forward. Bold claim. What's the social function of that institution then? Validation, mostly, Maya said. It regulates behavior through likes and visibility, almost like informal social policy enforced by algorithms instead of governments. Ethan nodded slowly, genuinely impressed despite his pretend skeptic role. What about social norm shifts? Anything measurable? Definitely, Maya said. Norms around privacy have changed completely. What used to be social isolation-worthy oversharing is now expected social interaction. And the larger implications? Lucas asked. The social implications are huge, Maya said. We're seeing shifts in social integration, how people form community, and even broader social movement organizing happening entirely online now. What about inequality? Maya as Judge Ethan pushed further. Does this worsen social inequality? In some ways, yes, Maya admitted. Social factors like access to high-speed internet directly shape who benefits versus who's left behind. Chloe smirked. Honestly, this whole presentation is basically describing a complex social organization disguised as casual scrolling. That's literally my thesis statement, Chloe. Robert, walking by mid-rehearsal, added, sounds like sociology finally caught up to TikTok. About time. Everyone laughed, breaking character entirely. Maya exhaled, relieved. Okay, I think I'm actually ready. S2E48. The ethics clause. Marcus stared at the investor's email, baffled. They want proof we're a socially responsible company before finalizing funding. What does that even mean for an app? It means they want to know your social impact, not just profit, Maya said. What's your actual social significance beyond making money? We help students schedule events, Marcus said. Is that supposed to save the world? Not save it, Ethan said, but show some social responsibility in how you operate. Labor practices, data privacy, that kind of thing. Marcus groaned. So now I need a whole social theory behind a scheduling app? Kind of, Lucas said. Investors increasingly care about social trend alignment. Ethical branding sells better than ever. Chloe smirked. Translation: be a good person, but market it. Exactly, Marcus admitted. Cynical, but accurate. Maya leaned in. Think bigger, though. Does your platform support social welfare in any way? Maybe partnering with student mental health resources? That's actually smart, Marcus said, surprised. Could fit naturally into our notification system. Ethan nodded. That also strengthens your social structure within the company. Internally, are your hiring practices fair? Diverse. We're 3 guys and Maya consulting occasionally, Marcus admitted. Working on it, Maya said dryly. That needs social transformation. Fast, Chloe said, laughing. Marcus sighed. Fine. What's actually socially acceptable here? I don't want to fake activism. Authenticity matters, Maya said. Performative responsibility isn't socially desirable anymore. People see through it instantly. So real change, not just branding, Lucas summarized. Exactly, Maya said. Even small social relationship improvements, like community partnerships, show genuine effort. Ethan added, consider this a shift in social status for your company too. Ethical startups get taken more seriously long-term. Marcus exhaled. Okay, I can work with that. Better social setting for growth overall. Robert, walking by, chimed in. Sounds like basic decency rebranded as a business strategy. Welcome to capitalism. Nobody disagreed. S2E49, the town with one stoplight. Maya pulled out her field notebook as they drove into town. Okay, this is officially the most sparsely populated area we've visited for this project. Population 800, give or take. Feels like time stopped here, Lucas said, looking around at the empty main street. That's actually the point, Maya said. I'm studying how a single source of economic activity, this old textile mill, shaped the entire town's identity for over a century. Ethan, scanning local records on his phone, nodded. Makes sense. Once that closed, population growth became an incredibly slow process. Barely any change in decades. Reminds me of those before and after town photos, Chloe said. Same buildings, simplified version of what used to be a busy place. Marcus, ever business-minded, frowned at the empty storefronts. From an economic view, you need a single individual with serious investment vision to revive this place. One person, one idea, could shift everything. Or a renewed interest from outsiders, Maya said. Some small towns get rediscovered for cheap housing or tourism. This place doesn't exactly scream tourist attraction, Lucas said, laughing. Give it time, Maya said. Even a small fraction of new residents could shift the local economy meaningfully. Ethan pulled up census data. Actually, there's a small percentage increase in young families moving here recently. Tiny but real. That's promising, Maya said. Could represent the start of something, even if it's currently just a small minority. Chloe scrolled through an old local newspaper archive online. There's literally a revised edition of the town's history book from last year. Someone cared enough to update it. That's actually sweet, Maya admitted. Marcus, still scanning the empty street, shrugged. Still feels risky. You'd need serious capital for even a short period of revitalization to show results. Not every place needs to scale fast, Maya said. Sometimes a short-duration experiment, like a single new cafe, proves whether bigger investment makes sense. Ethan nodded. True. As a single variable, foot traffic alone could indicate future viability. This is officially the most academic field trip ever, Lucas said, smiling. Maya grinned. That's basically my whole personality. Robert, who'd insisted on tagging along for the drive, added, reminds me of where I grew up. Small portion of people, but everyone actually knew each other. Romantic, Dad, Chloe said, but also slightly creepy. I prefer cozy, Robert replied, unbothered. Underscore 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 W S2E50. One line of code. Lucas stared at Ethan's screen, confused. Wait, the whole app crashed because of one line? That seems dramatic. That's exactly the point, Ethan said. Sometimes a single element in the system causes a chain reaction. This isn't dramatic, it's just how code works. Still feels excessive. It's not, Ethan said. There's actually a significant difference between a minor bug and one that breaks core functionality. This one happened to touch the login system, so it mattered. Maya, half listening while doing homework nearby, glanced up. That's basically how psychology works too. One small trigger can have a significant effect on someone's entire mood for the day. See, even feelings have bugs, Lucas said, amused. Ethan continued, scrolling through logs. I had to isolate the issue, treating each function as a private entity almost, testing them separately until I found the broken piece. Like a digital crime scene, Lucas said. Basically, Ethan said. Once isolated, it became clear this one variable had significant influence over multiple other processes. Fixing it required restructuring more than expected. Maya nodded slowly. Honestly, that mirrors therapy sometimes. One unresolved issue can hold significant degree of control over someone's reactions without them realizing it. Deep, but accurate, Lucas said. Ethan smirked. Glad my code crisis doubles as a metaphor for emotional growth. Everything does if you squint, Maya said. Lucas, watching the final fix compile successfully, asked, so what was the actual significant part of the problem? Like, the root cause. A misplaced decimal, Ethan said flatly. Down to 2 significant figures, technically. Lucas blinked. That's it? A decimal point broke the whole app. Welcome to programming, Ethan said, completely unbothered. Tiny mistakes, massive consequences. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like marriage advice, honestly. Small things matter more than people think. Everyone paused, mildly disturbed by how accurate that was. S2E51, built or born? Chloe flopped onto the couch, mid-existential crisis. Okay, genuine question. Is my whole personality just socially constructed, or do I actually have an authentic self underneath all the trends? Maya, never one to dodge a deep question, sat up immediately. Both, honestly. Your social identity forms through influence, sure, but that doesn't make it fake. Feels fake when half my opinions came from TikTok. That's not new though, Maya said. Social expectations have always shaped identity, just through different channels before. Magazines, church groups, neighborhood norms, whatever existed at the time. Still feels different now, Chloe argued. It's faster. More pressure. Fair, Maya admitted. But identity was never some pure, isolated thing untouched by outside influence. That's a myth. Lucas, listening from the kitchen, chimed in. Isn't this basically why people push for social reform anyway? Because identity and opportunity get shaped by systems, not just personal choice. Exactly, Maya said. Reform movements often target the exact expectations limiting people's authentic expression in the first place. Chloe groaned. Great, so I'm a walking sociology essay. Pretty much, Maya said, smiling. But that's not depressing, it's just human. Ethan, scrolling his phone nearby, added a logical wrench. Statistically, though, you can't reduce identity formation to a single issue like social media alone. It's layered, family, economics, culture, media, all interacting. Thank you, Ethan. Very comforting breakdown of my entire existence. I aim to clarify, not comfort, Ethan said, deadpan. Maya laughed. Honestly, that's the whole point. Nobody's identity comes from one source. It's messy, contradictory, and still real. Chloe exhaled, oddly relieved. Okay, I can live with messy. Robert, walking by with laundry, added, sounds like every teenager ever, just with better Wi-Fi now. Comforting, Dad. I specialize in comfort, he said, walking off proudly. S2E52, one currency to rule them all? Marcus dropped his economics homework on the table, looking personally offended by it. Okay, my professor wants a debate position. Should the world move toward a single currency? Like, one global currency instead of dozens? That sounds chaotic, Lucas said immediately. It's not impossible though, Ethan said, scrolling research. The euro already proved a small proportion of countries can share currency successfully, at least partially. Partially being the key word, Maya added. Some Eurozone countries still struggle because they can't independently devalue their currency during crises. Marcus nodded slowly. Right, that's the risk. If something economically tanks one region, you can't isolate the damage. There's also a rich source of historical examples showing currency unions failing when political alignment isn't strong enough, Ethan said. Shared currency requires shared trust, basically. So emotionally, it's like a relationship, Maya said, smirking. Don't make this about feelings, Marcus groaned. Everything's about feelings eventually, Maya replied. Chloe, scrolling her phone, chimed in. Wouldn't a single currency significantly increase trade efficiency though? No more exchange rate headaches. True, Marcus admitted. It would significantly reduce transaction costs for businesses operating internationally. That's a real upside. Ethan nodded. Still, you'd need small quantities of flexibility built in regionally, or weaker economies get crushed by stronger ones dictating monetary policy. This feels less like a debate and more like a math problem with feelings attached, Lucas said. That's economics in general, Marcus muttered, finally typing his argument. Okay, I'll argue cautious support. Currency unification works for a small proportion of aligned economies, not globally yet. Solid stance, Maya said. Realistic, not idealistic. Robert, walking by, added, sounds complicated. We can't even agree on tipping percentages at restaurants. Good luck unifying currencies. Everyone laughed, but nobody could argue with that logic. S2E53, the methodology meltdown. Maya stared at the draft, exhausted. Okay, the reviewer says our statistical analysis needs more depth. Right now it just lists numbers without context. Ethan nodded, already adjusting. Fair. I'll run a stronger statistical test instead of just descriptive stats. We need actual statistical significance, not just trends that look convincing. What's our current standard method for measuring that? Maya asked. Standard deviation and p-values, Ethan said. But honestly, I think we need a more systematic approach to interviewing participants too, not just survey forms. Maya nodded. Good call. Our current survey data feels surface level. A thematic analysis of the open-ended responses might reveal patterns numbers alone can't capture. That's basically textual analysis with extra steps, Ethan said. Same idea, different label, Maya replied, smiling. Academia loves renaming things. Lucas, scrolling past, leaned in. Wait, isn't this just common sense with fancy words? Welcome to grad school dreams, Maya said, laughing. Ethan continued, for the theoretical framework, I think we should lean more into established theoretical models instead of building something completely original. Reviewers trust traditional research structures more. Agreed, Maya said. We can still offer a fresh theoretical perspective, just grounded in existing theoretical concepts instead of reinventing everything. Smart, Ethan said. That gives our argument a stronger theoretical basis, without overcomplicating things. Maya flipped to the next section. For the subsequent chapter, we need sufficient detail explaining our limitations. Right now it feels rushed. I'll expand it, Ethan said. We also need supporting evidence for Claim 3. Right now it's just an assertion without strong evidence behind it. There's actually substantial evidence in that secondary dataset we found earlier, Maya said. Should be enough to support an argument without overreaching. Ethan nodded, typing fast. Once this subsequent analysis is done, we'll finally have a valid argument start to finish. Robert, walking by with coffee, added, sounds like you two reinvented stress as a hobby. Academic excellence requires suffering, Maya said, only half joking. S2E54, defending the thesis. Marcus stood at the front of his study group rehearsal, sweating through a mock presentation. Okay, for my market research, I decided to use a methodology based on customer interviews instead of just surveys. Ethan, playing professor again, leaned back. Why that approach? Did you use a theory to justify it, or just personal preference? Behavioral economics, Marcus said quickly. I figured if I used the concept of loss aversion, I could explain why customers hesitate at checkout. Solid start, Maya said, nodding. But did you use a definition consistent with existing literature, or did you make one up? I borrowed Kahneman's definition, Marcus said, slightly defensive. Good, Ethan said. Now, for your actual data, what procedure did you follow to collect it? I followed a structured procedure, 10 interviews, same 5 questions each time. And to analyze it? Maya asked. I plan to use an analysis comparing emotional language versus rational language across responses, Marcus said. Ethan tilted his head. That requires you to use statistics at some point, right? Coding emotional language isn't purely qualitative. I'll quantify frequency, Marcus said. Basically, count emotional keywords. That works, Maya said. Just make sure you use an approach that's replicable. If someone else ran your study, they should get similar categories. Fair, Marcus admitted. I didn't think about replication that deeply. Chloe, watching from the couch, smirked. This sounds exhausting for a project about why people buy stuff. Everything's exhausting once academia touches it, Marcus muttered. Lucas, scrolling his phone, added, honestly, sounds like you built an entire psychological case study just to justify online shopping habits. Welcome to business school, Marcus said, completely drained. Robert, walking by, chimed in. Sounds simple. People buy things because shiny things exist. Saved you a semester. Everyone laughed, but nobody could disprove him. S2E55, defending the theory. Ethan, back in his fake reviewer role, leaned forward. Let's discuss your theoretical approach more carefully. Why this framework over others? Maya straightened up. Honestly, there's an ongoing theoretical debate in psychology about whether identity is socially constructed or internally driven. I'm not picking a side, I'm examining the tension itself. Bold move, Lucas said, still playing panelist. Doesn't that complicate your theoretical study? It does, Maya admitted, but avoiding the debate would be intellectually dishonest. Real theoretical work rarely settles neatly. Chloe, smirking from the couch, added her chaotic energy. What's the actual theoretical issue people fight about here? Whether external validation creates identity or just reveals an identity that already existed, Maya said. It's genuinely unresolved. Ethan nodded slowly. How do you plan to test a theory like that without turning this into pure philosophy? Data, Maya said simply. I'll use a method combining surveys with behavioral observation, not just self-reported feelings. And your actual data collection? Marcus asked, surprisingly engaged. I'll use a procedure involving repeated check-ins over several weeks, tracking shifts in self-description over time. Ethan tapped his notes. That should strengthen your theoretical analysis significantly. Longitudinal data adds weight philosophical arguments alone can't provide. Exactly, Maya said. I'm hoping this builds a clearer theoretical understanding of how identity actually shifts, not just theorizes about it abstractly. Lucas smiled. Honestly, this sounds way more legitimate than I expected. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Maya said, laughing. Robert, walking by mid-rehearsal again, added, sounds like therapy with extra paperwork. Accurate, Maya said. Very accurate. S2E56, the final submission. Ethan scrolled through the reviewer's last round of comments. Okay, they want us to clarify our standard approach to data cleaning before they accept the final version. Maya nodded. Should be straightforward. We just need to explain we used a standard format for coding responses, nothing exotic. Right, Ethan said. I'll also report the standard error for our main variable. Reviewers always want that included for transparency. Did we confirm the result was actually statistically significant? Maya asked. Yes, Ethan said. I reran the statistical method twice to be sure. Same outcome both times. Maya flipped through her notes. Good. We should also mention our specific statistical technique, just so nobody assumes we eyeballed the numbers. Already added, Ethan said. I included exact statistical data points in the appendix too, not just summaries. Smart, Maya said. We don't want anyone questioning our statistical information later. Lucas, walking by with snacks, asked, Is this almost done? You two have been buried in this for weeks. Almost, Maya said. We just need a section discussing subsequent development of this research, like what future studies could explore next. That's basically setting up a sequel, Lucas said. Academic sequel, yes, Maya said, smiling. Maybe a subsequent study focusing specifically on long-term identity shifts instead of just short-term patterns. Ethan nodded. If someone wants to undertake research building on ours, we need a clear path forward, not just an ending. Should we mention our systematic approach one more time in the conclusion? Maya asked. Definitely, Ethan said. Reviewers love consistency. We followed a strict, systematic analysis from day one that should be emphasized clearly. Maya glanced at the test results section. Our test score comparisons across groups still hold up too. No anomalies. Good, Ethan said. Honestly, this feels like the most thorough systematic study I've ever contributed to. There's also sufficient evidence now supporting every major claim, Maya added. No more vague gestures toward data. Plus sufficient information for replication, Ethan said. If someone wants to challenge us, they can actually try. Maya exhaled, finally hitting submit. Subsequent work for someone else, hopefully. Robert, walking by, added, Sounds like you two finally gave birth to an academic paper. Congratulations, it's ugly but functional. Everyone laughed, utterly exhausted but proud. S2E57, digitizing Dad's filing cabinet. Robert gestured at a mountain of paper folders like a man surrendering to defeat. 40 years of work records. My company wants everything digitized by next month. This is honestly kind of impressive, Ethan said, flipping through one folder. You have detailed statistical data on equipment failures going back decades. Some of it's useless now, though, Robert admitted. Old systems, old machines. Not necessarily, Ethan said. Even outdated statistical information can reveal long-term failure patterns. Companies pay good money for that kind of trend analysis. Maya, scrolling through old reports out of curiosity, added, This is basically historical survey data about equipment reliability. Someone in maintenance research would love this. I just want it off my dining table, Robert said. Ethan started scanning documents into his laptop. Once we stored data properly, you'll actually be able to search through years of records in seconds instead of digging through filing cabinets. That alone is worth the headache, Robert said. We'll also store information redundantly, Ethan added, cloud backup plus local copies. No more fire hazard paper towers. Chloe, walking by, peeked at the screen. Can you even transmit data this old without it corrupting somehow? As long as we convert formats correctly, yes, Ethan said. We'll transmit information safely through encrypted channels too, since some of this includes employee details. Robert nodded, relieved. Didn't expect privacy lessons today, but sure. Once finished, Ethan handed Robert a tablet. Now you can use the data instantly. Search any year, any project. Robert scrolled, amazed. This is genuinely useful information for performance reviews. I used to guess half this stuff from memory. There's also valuable information buried in older incident reports, Ethan said. Might help prevent repeat mistakes. Maya smiled. Basically, you just turned chaos into a useful tool. And saved a useful summary of 40 years in one afternoon, Ethan added. Robert sighed happily. Best useful source of stress relief I've had all month. S2E58. Crash before the demo. Marcus paced frantically. The investor meeting is in 2 hours and the app just froze. What is happening? Ethan, already elbow deep in code, didn't look up. Give me a second. This looks like a technical problem with the server connection, not the app itself. Can you explain that in human language? Marcus asked. There's a technical issue with how data syncs between devices, Ethan said. It's fixable, just stressful timing. Maya, Trying to stay calm for both of them, added, "Do you need technical assistance? I can call IT support at the library if needed." "I have the technical expertise to handle this," Ethan said, slightly offended. "I just need quiet." Lucas, hovering anxiously, asked, "What's the actual technical detail causing this?" "Like, in one sentence." "Authentication tokens expiring early," Ethan said. "A technical term for login system being dramatic." "Helpful," Lucas muttered. Marcus groaned. "This is exactly why I need someone with real technical skill on payroll eventually, not just favors from friends." "I am the favor," Ethan said flatly, still typing. Chloe, scrolling her phone nearby, added unhelpfully, "Honestly, this whole app needs better technical support infrastructure overall." "Thank you, Consultant Chloe," Marcus said. Ethan finally exhaled. Fixed. The system was specifically designed to refresh tokens hourly, but a recent update broke that logic. "Will it hold for the demo?" Marcus asked nervously. "It's well designed now," Ethan said. "Should run smoothly." Maya smiled. "This is honestly a perfect example of technological progress requiring constant maintenance. Nothing stays fixed forever." "True," Ethan said. "Every technological advance comes with new failure points nobody expects immediately." Marcus exhaled, relieved. "Fine. Crisis avoided. This transport system of stress can officially stop now." Everyone paused. "You meant emotional transport system?" Maya asked, amused. "Whatever gets us through the next 2 hours," Marcus said, already rehearsing his pitch again. Robert, walking by, added, "Sounds like technological development finally caught up to your group's chaos energy." Nobody disagreed. S2E59, the big decision. Marcus called an emergency meeting, looking unusually serious. "Okay, we have a strategic decision to make. A bigger company wants to acquire partial ownership." Ethan leaned forward. "What's the actual strategic objective here? Growth, stability, or just cash?" "All three, supposedly," Marcus said. "But it means giving up some control." Maya frowned. "Does their top management even understand what we built, or do they just want the user base?" "Probably the user base," Marcus admitted. "Then this isn't really strategic planning," Ethan said. "It's just risk transfer disguised as opportunity." Marcus sighed. "I need to take into consideration every angle here. Independence versus resources." "Realistically," Chloe said, scrolling the offer details, "does staying independent even guarantee successful implementation of your bigger plans? You're stretched thin already." "Brutal, but fair," Marcus muttered. Maya added, "There's also a vested interest issue. Their investors might prioritize quick returns over your original vision." "That's my biggest fear," Marcus said. "I don't want some state sector-style bureaucracy crushing creative decisions." "That's dramatic," Ethan said, "but not unreasonable." Marcus continued, "If I take the deal, do I even take responsibility for decisions anymore, or does it shift to their board?" "Depends on contract terms," Ethan said. "This requires actual strategic management expertise, not guesswork." Maya nodded. "Whatever you decide, you need to take initiative now. Hesitating too long could take precedence over common sense and just become fear-based paralysis." Marcus exhaled. "Fine. I'll negotiate terms protecting creative control, even if total income ends up lower short-term." "That shows real strategic importance placed on long-term identity over fast profit," Maya said, impressed. Ethan nodded. "If you can work effectively within partial oversight without losing your core product vision, this could still show superior performance compared to staying small." Robert, walking by, added, "Sounds like every business decision ever. Money versus soul. Pick wisely." Marcus groaned. "Thanks, very comforting." "I specialize in mild comfort," Robert said, walking off proudly. S2E60, what are we actually learning? Lucas slumped onto the couch after a lecture. "Today my professor spent an hour explaining communication theory that I'm pretty sure I'll never use in real life." "Depends on your subject area," Maya said. "Theory matters more in some fields than others." "Maybe," Lucas said, "but shouldn't college focus more on actual transferable skill development? Like, things I can use anywhere, not just inside one specific class." Maya nodded slowly. That's a fair critique. A lot of programs assume students will magically develop tacit knowledge just by absorbing lectures instead of teaching it directly. What's tacit knowledge again? Stuff you learn through experience, not textbooks, Maya explained. Like knowing how to read a room during a negotiation. No professor teaches that explicitly. Ethan, scrolling nearby, chimed in. Some classes try though. My professor uses an actual teaching strategy built around real coding problems instead of pure theory. Lucky you, Lucas muttered. Chloe, half listening from the kitchen, added her usual Gen Z skepticism. Honestly, most schools still teach like the target audience is someone from 40 years ago. Nobody adjusts the actual delivery method. That's harsh, Maya said, but not entirely wrong. Lucas sighed. I just feel like my entire thinking process got shaped to memorize instead of actually solve problems. That's a structural issue, Maya said. Real learning should encourage students to think differently, not just regurgitate information. Ethan nodded. Honestly, the thought process behind most exams still rewards memorization over creativity. It's outdated. Maya leaned back. I think part of it is generational too. Universities assume the younger generation learns the same way previous ones did, but attention spans and learning styles have shifted. So what's the fix? Lucas asked. Better integration of real-world application, Maya said. Even being well-educated academically doesn't guarantee someone can function effectively outside school. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every job training program ever. Theory's nice, but nobody fixes a leaky pipe with a textbook. Accurate, Dad, Lucas said, laughing. I contain wisdom, Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E61. Old Values, New World. Lucas had a documentary paused mid-scene. Okay, this is about how globalization is eroding traditional culture in small communities worldwide. Heavy stuff. Erosion is a strong word, Maya said. Cultures evolve, they don't just disappear because of outside influence. Sure, but traditional society structures are clearly weakening, Lucas argued. Especially with younger generations connecting more through virtual community spaces than physical ones. Ethan nodded. Statistically, that tracks. Online identity often takes precedence over traditional value systems passed down locally. Chloe, scrolling her phone, smirked. Honestly, half my friend group only knows our actual neighbors through Discord servers, not real interaction. That's wild, Lucas said. Maya leaned forward. It's not necessarily bad though. The wider community people engage with now is global, not local. That has benefits too, more perspective, more empathy potential. Unless it just becomes echo chambers, Ethan said. Then the wider society impact is the opposite, less understanding instead of more. Marcus, half listening, chimed in. From a business angle, companies exploit this shift constantly. Marketing now targets identity, not just product needs. That's a separate conversation, Maya said, smiling. Lucas continued, even Western society struggles with this. People romanticize Western tradition while simultaneously abandoning a lot of its actual practices. Contradiction is basically human nature, Maya said. People want comfort and progress simultaneously, even when those clash. Ethan added, some critics argue Western democracy itself assumes a level of civic engagement that's shrinking due to digital distraction. That's a whole separate debate, Maya said, laughing. Don't open 3 wars at once. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every generation complaining about the next one. We did the same to our parents, probably. Chloe smirked. Wow, surprisingly self-aware, Dad. I have moments, Robert said, walking off proudly. S2E62, City Planning 101. Lucas held up his camera, scanning the construction site. Okay, for this assignment, I need footage of the new urban development project downtown. This used to be such a quiet urban area, Maya said, looking around at the cranes and scaffolding. Feels different already. Ethan, reading the city planning report on his phone, nodded. They're turning this into a mixed-use urban center, apartments, retail, public transit access all combined. That's actually smart urban design, Marcus said, surprisingly impressed. Higher density usually means better economic activity per square foot. Sure, but what about the people who already lived here? Chloe asked, arms crossed. Convenient that smart design always seems to displace someone first. Maya nodded slowly. She's right. Improving the urban environment shouldn't automatically mean erasing existing communities. It's a trade-off, Marcus argued. You can't modernize a whole area without some disruption. That's just how development works. Disruption for who, though? Chloe shot back. The same families who built this neighborhood usually can't afford to stay once it's improved. Ethan, scanning maps, added, the plan does cover a wide area, way bigger than I expected. Almost 6 blocks total. 6 blocks of displacement, Chloe muttered. Maya sighed. Both things can be true. This could genuinely improve infrastructure while still causing real harm if equity isn't prioritized. Lucas, filming the conversation, accidentally grinned. This is honestly better content than what my professor assigned. Glad our suffering entertains your grade, Chloe said, smirking. Robert, who tagged along out of curiosity, added, reminds me of when they redid downtown 30 years ago. Same arguments, just different decade. History repeating itself, Maya said, nodding. Comforting, Lucas said, still filming. S2E63, Genetics versus Environment. Trigger. Maya's psychology research Lai Duok Nak Den Lon Nai Ko Tran Lon Voi Ethan V Vik Tin Kach Kon Nuoi by On Hung Boi Jen Hai Moi Truong Nu Han. Dung Nu 6 Du Thong Kud De Min Hoa Kak Mec Du, Lien Ket, Kok Now. Underscore 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 underscore. Maya pulled up a journal article, excited. Okay, this is fascinating. There's a strong correlation between parental personality traits and how children handle stress. Ethan, skeptical as always, leaned in. Correlation isn't causation, though. Is it actually strongly linked to genetics or just shared environment? Both, probably, Maya said. Twin studies show a strong tendency towards similar coping styles even when raised apart, which suggests genetics plays a real role. That's a striking example, Ethan admitted. Still, environment can't be ignored. Stress responses are also strongly influenced by early childhood experiences. Exactly, Maya said. It's rarely one or the other. There's usually a strong relationship between both factors interacting constantly. Lucas, half listening, chimed in. Isn't this basically the nature versus nurture debate dressed up in fancy words? Pretty much, Maya said, laughing. Just with actual data behind it now. Chloe, scrolling her phone, added, there's a stark contrast between how my friend group reacts to failure versus my cousins overseas. Like night and day. That's culturally interesting too, Maya said. Some societies place strong emphasis on resilience training early, which shapes responses regardless of genetics. Ethan nodded. If anxiety patterns are strongly correlated with family communication styles specifically, that points more toward environment than biology. True, Maya said. Though some traits do seem strongly associated with inherited temperament from birth, before environment even has a chance to shape much. Marcus, walking by, shrugged. Basically, you're saying everyone's just a chaotic mix of nature and nurture fighting for control. Beautifully reductive, but accurate, Maya said, smiling. Robert, passing through, added, sounds like your mother's temper. Definitely strongly linked to her side of the family, not mine. I heard that, Linda called from the kitchen. Everyone laughed as Robert quickly backpedaled. S2E64. Twins, but not really. Maya scrolled through her interview notes, fascinated. Okay, this is wild. These twins share identical DNA, but their personalities are totally different. Ethan leaned in. How different are we talking? One's wildly extroverted, the other barely speaks in group settings, Maya said. There's a substantial difference in how they process social situations. That's a striking feature of twin studies actually, Ethan said. Genetics sets potential, but environment still shapes expression heavily. Exactly, Maya said. Even though they were raised in the same house, their parents apparently treat differently based on early behavior cues, reinforcing existing tendencies instead of correcting them. Lucas, half listening, asked, "So nurture basically amplified whatever was already there?" "Pretty much," Maya said. Personality outcomes can vary considerably even with nearly identical starting conditions. Chloe, scrolling her phone, added, "This tracks with siblings in general, though. My friend and her sister are substantially different, like opposite humans basically." "Right," Maya said. Even within one family, traits can vary widely depending on birth order, parental attention, random life events. Ethan nodded. Statistically, outcomes vary significantly when you factor in micro differences in upbringing, even subtle ones. There's also a varying degree of self-awareness involved, Maya added. Some people recognize these influences, others never question why they turned out the way they did. Marcus, walking by, shrugged. "Sounds exhausting. I just blame my personality on caffeine and stress." "That's somehow both incorrect and weirdly accurate," Maya said, laughing. Robert, overhearing, added, "Your mother and her sister vary greatly too. One collects antiques, the other can't stand clutter. Same parents, same house, completely different humans." "See? Real-world data," Maya said, smiling. "I prefer calling it family chaos, but sure," Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E65, the campus statement. Lucas dropped his phone on the table. "Our university just released a written statement saying all campus protests need prior approval from administration now." "That's genuinely alarming," Maya said immediately. "Did they state explicitly what counts as a protest that needs approval? Or is it deliberately vague?" "Vague," Lucas said. "Which is the problem?" Chloe read the announcement over his shoulder. "There's also a written comment section where students can submit feedback." "Which is cute, but probably performative." "I strongly disagree with this policy," Maya said. "Prior approval requirements historically get used to suppress inconvenient voices, not just manage logistics." "I strongly agree," Lucas added. "From a media standpoint, this kind of policy makes great PR for the university while quietly killing dissent." Ethan, scrolling the policy document carefully, nodded. "I'd strongly suggest the student union request a formal clarification meeting before anyone escalates. Get specifics on paper first." "Solid advice," Maya said. "Right now, a lot of students are strongly opposed to this, but acting emotionally instead of strategically." Marcus, surprisingly engaged, leaned forward. "If the goal is changing the policy, you need to reach a wider audience than just campus activists. Alumni donors, faculty, local press." "Exactly," Lucas said. "The wider public should know this is happening. Campus issues rarely get attention unless someone makes noise externally." Maya nodded. "That's the real strategic move. Pressure from outside the institution carries more weight than internal protest alone." Chloe smirked. "So basically, go viral or go home." "Crudely accurate," Maya said, laughing. Robert, walking by with coffee, added, "Back in my day, we wrote actual letters. Handwritten. On paper." "Did it work?" Chloe asked. Robert paused. "Sometimes. Depends on who read them." S2E66, Model UN Mayhem. Lucas spread the assignment sheet across the table. "Okay, so we need to start a process of preparing for this Model UN thing next weekend. Each of us represents a different country." "I got Germany," Ethan said immediately, unsurprised. "Logical, data-driven, efficient. Accurate casting." "I'm Brazil," Marcus said, already researching trade policies. "Huge market, massive potential. Also accurate." Maya laughed. "I got Sweden. Universal healthcare, progressive social policy, strong bond with environmental causes. I can work with this." "I'm France," Chloe said, deadpan. "Which means I will be strongly related to complaining about everything while somehow still being right." "Frighteningly accurate," Lucas muttered. "Everyone needs to take a role in this seriously," Ethan said. "If we're going to debate climate policy convincingly, we need to actually understand our assigned positions." "Ethan's right," Maya said. We should each take on the role of our country's actual foreign minister, not just wing it. I'll undertake work on the economic policy section tonight, Marcus said. Brazil's GDP arguments are genuinely compelling. Make sure you use a strategy specific to your country's interests, Maya said. Don't just argue what you personally believe. Easier said than done, Lucas muttered. Ethan pulled up research documents. We should use a format consistent with actual UN debate protocol too. Otherwise it looks amateur. And use sources that are internationally credible, Maya added. No random blogs. We should also use resources from official government databases where possible, Ethan said. More legitimate that way. Use sparingly any dramatic rhetoric, Maya warned, looking directly at Marcus. Passion is good, but hyperbole gets dismissed. I'm naturally persuasive, Marcus said, offended. You're naturally loud, Chloe corrected. Different thing. Lucas, trying to redirect, said, we each need to take up the role of actual diplomat here. That means use criteria based on international law, not just gut feelings. Finally, Ethan said. Someone said it. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every real UN meeting. Everyone arguing, nobody agreeing, sandwiches at lunch. Oddly accurate representation of geopolitics, Dad, Lucas said. I contain multitudes, Robert replied, walking off proudly. S2E67, the numbers game. Marcus dropped his laptop open dramatically. Okay, I need everyone's honest opinion. Is our user data impressive enough to pitch to a Series A investor? Ethan scrolled through the dashboard. Depends what you mean by impressive. There's a substantial amount of engagement data, but engagement isn't the same as conversion. We have a substantial number of active users though, Marcus argued. Over 8,000 monthly. For a niche app, that's actually solid, Ethan admitted. But investors will want to see a vast array of metrics, not just user count. Retention, session length, revenue per user. Maya, glancing over Ethan's shoulder, added, there's also a wide variation in how different user groups behave on the platform. Business clients versus student clubs act completely differently. That wide range of use cases is actually a selling point, Marcus said. Shows versatility. Or lack of focus, Ethan replied flatly. Lucas, scrolling the pitch deck, chimed in. From a media standpoint, the vast majority of successful pitches I've studied lead with a clear problem statement, not just numbers. Fine, but numbers matter, Marcus said. We cover a vast area of campus activity management. No single competitor does everything we do. That's genuinely true, Ethan said, slightly more convinced. The whole range of features is broader than most comparable apps. Maya nodded. There's also a substantial part of your user base that's renewed subscriptions, which shows loyalty, not just curiosity. And there are a vast number of potential institutional clients we haven't even approached yet, Marcus added, gaining momentum. Universities, corporate HR departments, event management companies. That's a whole period of untapped growth ahead of you, Maya said. Exactly, Marcus said. We're sitting on a vast range of opportunities. Ethan, unimpressed by enthusiasm alone, said, you'll need vast quantities of actual revenue data to back that claim, though. Potential doesn't pay salaries. Always the optimism killer, Marcus muttered. Always the realist, Ethan corrected. Chloe, barely listening, looked up from her phone. There's a wide array of investor horror stories online where exactly this conversation happened, and the startup still flopped. Thank you, Chloe, Marcus said, deadpan. Very motivating. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every business plan ever. Big numbers, bigger dreams, medium results. S2E68, the death of critical thinking? Lucas dropped his phone on the table. This article is widely discussed right now, argues that critical thinking is basically disappearing from modern education. That's widely believed but harder to prove than people think, Ethan said immediately. Define critical thinking first. Fair point, Maya said. It's a widely used term that means different things depending on context. Which is exactly the wider issue, Lucas said. Nobody agrees on what we're even losing. Chloe looked up from her phone. It's well documented that standardized testing rewards memorization over analysis. That part at least seems obvious. True, Maya said. And it's widely recognized that teaching to the test squeezes out the kind of open-ended thinking that actually builds reasoning skills. Marcus, scrolling his phone, chimed in. From a business angle, employers consistently say new graduates lack problem-solving ability. That's well established at this point. So there's widely accepted evidence of a skills gap, Ethan said. But is that caused by education policy, parenting, technology, or all three? The wider implications matter here, Maya said. If critical thinking declines at a population level, wider context problems like misinformation become much harder to address. That's a vital part of why this debate matters, Lucas added. It's not just about grades, it's about civic function. Ethan nodded. There's also a vital role that independent reading plays in this. But books are less widely read now than a generation ago. Widely available information doesn't mean widely dispersed understanding, Maya said. Access and comprehension are different things. This is well received as a talking point, Marcus said, but what's the actual specific type of intervention that works? Maya thought for a moment. Project-based learning is widely adopted in some districts with solid results. Not universally accepted yet, but promising. There's a typical example in Finland, Ethan said. Less standardized testing, more collaborative problem-solving, consistently strong outcomes. But Finnish culture is widely different from American culture, Marcus argued. You can't just copy-paste a system. Fair, Maya admitted. Though the underlying principle transfers even if the specific method doesn't. Chloe, surprisingly engaged, added, honestly, every teacher I've had who actually made me think differently gave unlimited access to discussion, no rigid format. That's vital importance of classroom culture over curriculum, Maya said. Structure matters less than mindset. Which is widely shared among education researchers, actually, Ethan said. Teacher approach consistently outperforms curriculum design in outcomes data. Lucas smiled. So the solution is just better teachers? And unique individuals who actually care about developing thinkers, not just test takers, Maya said. This feels like a unique opportunity for education reform if anyone's listening, Chloe said. They're not, Marcus replied. Robert, walking by, added, back in my day, one teacher changed everything for me. Well aware it sounds cliché, but it's true. That's a vital part of the argument actually, Maya said, smiling. Anecdotal, but real. I contain educational wisdom, Robert said, walking off. S2E69, a picture worth 1,000 arguments. Lucas had a dozen browser tabs open, clearly overwhelmed. My paper argues that visual media has fundamentally changed how people form opinions. Like, images bypass rational thinking. That's not a new argument, Maya said. But it's gaining widespread acceptance in psychology circles. Visual perception really does process faster than language. Which is exactly the problem, Lucas said. A visual image spreads misinformation faster than any correction can travel. Ethan, scrolling data, nodded. There's widespread use of emotionally manipulative images in political campaigns specifically. Well-documented pattern. Politicians have always done that though, Marcus said. Propaganda posters existed before social media. Sure, Lucas said, but the scale is different now. It's not tightly controlled messaging through official channels anymore. It's chaotic and decentralized. Maya leaned forward. There's also widespread belief that people are more media literate than they actually are. Most people overestimate their ability to detect manipulation in visual representation. That's concerning, Chloe said. Especially when even legitimate news outlets rely on visual image choices that subtly frame narratives. From a business angle, Marcus said, any brand knows visual media drives engagement better than text. That's not evil, it's just effective communication. Until a third party uses the same techniques for harmful ends, Maya said. The tool is neutral, the intent isn't. Ethan nodded. And the ultimate goal of most visual content online isn't information, it's attention capture. Which raises stress level across the board, Maya added. Constant visual stimulation without context creates anxiety, not understanding. Society is basically undergoing transformation in how it processes reality, Lucas said. We're moving from language-based reasoning to image-based reaction. That's dramatic, Marcus said. It's also accurate. Ethan replied, surprising everyone by agreeing with Lucas. And there's widespread support among communication researchers for exactly this concern, Maya added. Including, Lucas said triumphantly, the widely known scholar whose work I'm citing in my paper. Finally putting that comms degree to use, Chloe said, smirking. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like you're all describing why I don't trust anything I see on my phone. Basically, yes, Lucas said. Your instincts are correct, Dad. I contain wisdom, Robert replied, visibly pleased with himself. S2E70, smart home, dumb problems. Robert spread cables across the dining table like a man preparing for surgery. Okay, the home office network keeps dropping during video calls. I need this fixed before my Monday presentation. Ethan assessed the situation calmly. First, I need your technical knowledge of what's currently installed. Router model, switch specs, cable categories. It's old, Robert admitted. Very old. That explains everything, Ethan said flatly. Lucas, watching from the couch, laughed. Dad genuinely thinks Wi-Fi runs on prayers and habit. I use effectively what I know, Robert said, defensively. It worked fine until last month. Ethan nodded. That's because technological change in network demands accelerated dramatically post-pandemic. More video calls, larger file transfers, more connected devices. So what's the fix? Robert asked. Several things, Ethan said. Your current setup can undertake an activity as bandwidth-intensive as simultaneous 4K streaming plus video conferencing without dropping packets. Is there useful material online explaining this simply? Robert asked hopefully. For you specifically, Ethan said, I'll just explain it directly. The transport system for your data, meaning how packets travel between devices, is bottlenecked at the router level. Translation. Robert asked. Your router is the weakest link, Ethan said. It's a useful means of connection for basic browsing, but not modern workloads. Maya, walking through, added, Robert, think of it like a highway system. Your current router is a two-lane road trying to handle rush hour traffic. That metaphor I understand, Robert said, nodding. Ethan replaced the router within 20 minutes, running tests afterward. Done. You should now use effectively every device without interference. Robert tested a video call, amazed. Crystal clear. This is genuinely impressive. Technical knowledge applied correctly, Ethan said simply. Chloe, walking by, smirked. So basically Ethan fixed in 20 minutes what Dad's been complaining about for a month. I contain solutions, Ethan said, deadpan. Robert nodded solemnly. And I contain gratitude. S2E71, beneath the surface. Maya spread her case study notes across the table. Okay, I need help stress testing this analysis before I present it. The subject shows chronic anxiety, but I don't think anxiety is actually the root problem. What do you mean? Lucas asked. Anxiety is the symptom, Maya said. I need to identify the underlying cause before jumping to treatment recommendations. Ethan, leaning in, asked, what's your current hypothesis? Attachment style, Maya said. Early childhood experiences created an underlying structure of insecure attachment that now manifests as adult anxiety in relationships and work settings. So the anxiety is basically downstream of something deeper, Lucas said. Exactly, Maya said. Most surface-level treatment targets the anxiety directly, but there's an underlying reason it keeps returning. The attachment wound was never addressed. Chloe, surprisingly engaged, asked, what's the underlying assumption most therapists make that gets in the way? That reducing symptoms equals solving the problem, Maya said. Which is understandable, but incomplete. Ethan nodded slowly. So there's a strong link between early relational experiences and adult anxiety patterns that treatment needs to target directly? Precisely, Maya said. And there's actually a symbiotic relationship between anxiety management techniques and deeper attachment work. They reinforce each other when done together. What about the underlying process, though? Lucas asked. Like, how does childhood attachment actually become adult anxiety mechanically? Maya leaned forward, genuinely excited. Neural pathway formation. Early experiences literally wire threat detection systems in ways that persist into adulthood unless consciously rewired through therapy. That's terrifying, Chloe said. And fascinating, Maya countered, smiling. Marcus, who'd been quietly listening, surprised everyone. Honestly, this explains a lot about workplace behavior too. High-performing but chronically anxious employees often have exactly this pattern. There's research supporting that, Maya said, impressed. The underlying structure of high-achiever anxiety frequently traces back to conditional approval in childhood. Ethan nodded. So basically, fix the root, fix the branch. Poetic but accurate, Maya said, finally satisfied with her analysis. Robert, walking by, paused. Sounds like you're describing half my engineering team. I'd believe it, Maya said, laughing. S2E72, is it actually good though? Lucas had a review pulled up, skeptical. Okay, this indie film about mental health is widely regarded as one of the best releases this year. But I genuinely can't tell if it's actually good or just getting praised because of the subject matter. That's a legitimate concern, Maya said. Sensitivity to important topics isn't automatically the same as artistic quality. The traditional view in film criticism used to separate those cleanly, Ethan said. Technical craft, narrative structure, performance, all evaluated independently of subject matter. Which honestly feels outdated now, Chloe said. Context matters. A film about mental health made with lived experience behind it deserves different consideration than one made purely for awards. Striking contrast between those two approaches, though, Lucas said. One prioritizes craft, the other prioritizes authenticity. Neither alone is sufficient condition for a great film. True, Maya agreed. Both matter simultaneously. Marcus, who'd actually watched it, shrugged. From a pure audience standpoint, it was well received by everyone I know who saw it. Sold-out screenings, strong word of mouth. Commercial reception isn't the same as critical quality either, Ethan said. No, but it means something, Marcus replied. If it's widely distributed eventually, more people access important conversations about mental health. That has real value beyond cinematography. Maya nodded. Films like this occupy a unique position. They function simultaneously as art, therapy tool, and public health communication. Which makes evaluating them from various aspects genuinely complicated, Lucas admitted. You need aesthetic criteria and cultural impact criteria and psychological accuracy criteria. Exactly, Maya said. No single framework covers everything. Chloe, scrolling reviews, added, the director is widely regarded as an outsider in Hollywood too, no studio backing, completely independent. That context matters for how the film got made. Which circles back to your original question, Maya said to Lucas. Is it good? Probably yes on multiple dimensions, just not the same dimensions simultaneously. Lucas exhaled. So my paper needs to argue for evaluating films through multiple lenses at once. Welcome to media studies, Maya said, smiling. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like my performance reviews at work. 50 criteria. One number at the end. Uncomfortably accurate parallel, Dad, Lucas said. I contain workplace wisdom, Robert replied, walking off satisfied. S2E73, the polarization problem. Lucas pulled up a lengthy political analysis piece. Okay, this argues that the current political climate in America is the most divided it's been in decades. Anyone want to push back? I'd push back on most divided, Ethan said immediately. Historically, there have been periods of far greater political conflict, like the Civil Rights era or Vietnam. People romanticize past consensus. Fair point, Maya said. But the political context is different now. Social media amplifies division in ways that didn't exist before, so even moderate disagreements feel catastrophic. The political culture has definitely shifted, Lucas agreed. Everything gets framed as existential now. No room for nuance. Marcus shrugged. From a practical standpoint, political instability affects markets and business confidence directly. I care less about the culture war stuff and more about whether political circumstances allow predictable policy environments. Classic Marcus response, Chloe said, rolling her eyes. Reduce democracy to investment conditions. I'm being realistic, Marcus said, unbothered. Maya leaned forward. The real issue is political consciousness at the individual level. People increasingly define themselves through political identity rather than community, profession, or religion. Which makes political debate feel personal, Lucas said. Attack my position, attack me. Exactly, Maya said. And once identity is at stake, political consensus becomes nearly impossible. Ethan nodded. There's also a structural dimension. The political arena itself incentivizes extremism. Moderate positions don't generate enough engagement to fund campaigns. The political economy of attention is basically destroying compromise, Lucas added. Well put, Maya said. And the political environment rewards whoever generates the most outrage, regardless of policy substance. Chloe, scrolling her phone, added, there's also a political dimension nobody talks about enough. Young people are increasingly checked out entirely. Not radicalized, just exhausted. Which has its own political implications, Maya said. Disengagement isn't neutral. It just leaves the field to whoever shows up. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every election cycle I've lived through. Loud people, quiet results. Depressingly accurate, Lucas said. S2E74, NOM, political movement / reform / participation / identity, 15 come political activism, political activity, political agenda, political authority, political factors, political ideology, political instability, political leader, political mobilization, political movement, political organization, political participation, political philosophy, political reform, political significance. Trigger, Chloe Voya Tam Jia Mot Bui to Chuk Song Dong, Community Organizing Event, Lon Dao Tien, Ko Vi Na De Hung Koi and Hung Kong Huai Gi, Kich Hot Kuok Tran Luan Vi Lu Political Activism Ko Kon Hu Qua Trong Doi Dai Hien Dai. Underscore 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 S2E74. Does activism still work? Chloe dropped her tote bag dramatically. Okay, I just spent 3 hours at a community organizing event, and I have feelings. Good feelings or bad feelings? Maya asked. Both, Chloe said. The energy was incredible, real political mobilization happening, people actually showing up. But then I started wondering if any of it matters. That's the eternal question of political activism, Lucas said. Does showing up actually change anything? Statistically, yes, Ethan said. Sustained political activity over time correlates strongly with policy outcomes. Single events rarely move needles, but consistent organized pressure does. The key word being organized, Maya said. Political organization matters more than passion alone. Movements without structure tend to dissolve after the initial energy fades. Marcus nodded. Every successful political movement in history had clear hierarchy, funding streams, and defined political agenda. The ones that didn't stayed symbolic. That's a bit cynical, Chloe said. It's practical, Marcus replied. Even political reform requires institutional leverage, not just moral authority. Maya leaned in. There's also a political philosophy question here. What's the theory of change? Are you trying to pressure existing political authority, replace it, or work around it entirely? Different approaches suit different contexts, Ethan said. Political factors like existing power distribution determine which strategy is most viable. Lucas added, from a media standpoint, the political significance of a movement often depends on how it's framed publicly, not just what it does. Which is frustrating, Chloe said. Substance should matter more than optics. Should, yes, Lucas said. Does, not always. What about political leaders within movements? Ethan asked. Individual leadership still drives a lot of political participation, even in decentralized organizing. True, Maya said. People follow people before they follow ideas. Chloe sighed, but nodded. Okay, So I need to stay engaged consistently, find the right structure, and not expect miracles from one afternoon. Welcome to civic life, Maya said, smiling. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every political ideology eventually hits the same wall. Theory is clean, reality is messy. Comforting and discouraging simultaneously, Chloe said. I specialize in nuanced comfort, Robert replied, walking off. S2E76, Qual versus Quant. Maya spread her research proposal across the table. Okay, the committee wants us to justify our methodology before approving funding. I think we should lead with our preliminary findings from the pilot study. Agreed, Ethan said. The preliminary data already shows enough signal to justify the full study. But here's where we disagree, Maya said, turning to face him. I want to use a qualitative approach for the main research. You want pure numbers. Obviously, Ethan said. Quantitative research gives reproducible, measurable outcomes. A qualitative study is too dependent on interpretation. That's exactly why it's valuable, Maya argued. Qualitative data captures nuance that quantitative data completely misses. You can't measure lived experience with a spreadsheet. You can measure behavioral outcomes, Ethan countered. Qualitative analysis tells you what people think. Quantitative analysis tells you what they actually do. Lucas, watching from the couch, grinned. This is basically the eternal research debate dressed up as homework. Welcome to academia, Maya said without looking up. Ethan pulled up the proposal draft. In the preceding section, we mentioned using primary data from direct interviews. That's fine, but the committee will want quantitative results alongside qualitative method to take us seriously. Then we do mixed methods, Maya said firmly. Qualitative research for depth, quantitative approach for breadth. That doubles our workload, Ethan said. That doubles our credibility, Maya countered. Marcus, overhearing, chimed in. From a pitch standpoint, preliminary results always land better with hard numbers. Lead with quantitative data, support with stories. That's actually smart, Maya admitted reluctantly. Ethan nodded. We should also reference previous research and published literature to show we're building on existing work, not reinventing wheels. I've already compiled primary sources and some strong published research in the preceding discussion section, Maya said. And our random sample was randomly selected from a verified student database, so sampling bias is minimal. Good, Ethan said. We need to present data cleanly and present evidence systematically. The committee reads dozens of proposals. Clarity beats cleverness. I can publish a report summarizing our preliminary findings for the department newsletter too, Maya offered. Builds visibility before the formal review. Smart, Marcus said. Academic published work builds reputation even before peer review. Chloe, half listening, looked up. So basically you're doing a mini version of a real study to prove you deserve to do the real study? That's exactly what a pilot study is, Ethan said. Academia is wild, Chloe muttered, going back to her phone. Robert, walking by with coffee, added, sounds like every project proposal I've ever written. You spend more time justifying the work than doing it. And somehow that's considered normal, Maya said, laughing. S2E77, the literature review crisis. Maya stared at the reviewer's feedback, exhausted. They want a complete literature review added, covering everything from previous research on identity formation to more recent work. How far back? Ethan asked. At least 15 years of published material, Maya said. Which means going through every previous study that touched our topic. That's actually manageable, Ethan said. Start with the principal source we built the theoretical framework on, then work outward chronologically. Maya nodded, already pulling up databases. I'll handle the previous work on attachment theory. You cover the quantitative side. Fine, Ethan said. Should we reference our own preliminary result from the pilot study in the review section? Carefully, Maya said. We can mention it as emerging evidence, but not overstate it since it hasn't been peer-reviewed yet. Lucas, walking by, peeked at the screen. How much of this is just summarizing what other people already proved? Most of it, Maya admitted. Primary research builds on existing foundations. That's not weakness, it's how knowledge accumulates. The previous discussion in our proposal already covered some of this, Ethan said, scrolling. We can expand that previous section into a full chapter. Good call, Maya said. Saves time without recycling content. Marcus, surprisingly engaged, chimed in. If you publish research eventually, the literature review becomes your citation foundation. Everyone who reads your work traces back through it. Which means it needs to be genuinely thorough, Ethan said. Not just a name-drop parade. Can we publish a journal article from this independently? Maya asked. Depends on the findings, Ethan said. If results are strong enough, yes. The previous chapter on methodology alone might be worth submitting somewhere as a standalone methods piece. Maya lit up. We could also publish an article summarizing just the pilot findings for a student publication while the main paper goes through review. Smart, Marcus said. Multiple outputs, one body of work. Chloe, half listening, looked up. So you write one thing and make it look like 3 things? Strategic dissemination, Maya said. That's just academic recycling, Chloe replied, smirking. Robert, walking by, added, sounds like every quarterly report I've ever filed. Rearrange the same information, submit it 3 different ways. Dad accidentally described academic publishing, Lucas said, laughing. Season 2, Episode 78, That's Not What the Research Says, revised. The University Library, Thursday afternoon. Maya has been assigned to peer review a classmate's paper for her research methods seminar. She made the mistake of mentioning this in the group chat. Now everyone is here. Maya spread the paper flat on the table. Okay. I have to review a study on social media's effect on adolescent self-esteem and submit written feedback by tomorrow morning. Is it good? Lucas asked. It's a revised version of something she submitted last semester, which was itself a revised edition of her original proposal. Maya paused. The core argument hasn't moved. What's the research topic? Ethan asked, pulling the paper toward himself. Whether passive Instagram use negatively predicts self-esteem scores in girls aged 13 to 17. That research topic has been the center of adolescent psych for a decade, Marcus said. What's her angle? That's exactly my problem. Maya took the paper back. She's not engaging with recent research at all. Citations stop at 2019. Ethan scanned the bibliography. The seminal study she's anchoring on is 2017. Fine, it's legitimate seminal work, but if you ignore recent evidence that complicates it, you're not doing scholarly research. You're doing citation cosplay. Lucas winced. Harsh. Accurate, Maya said. The research methodology section is also thin. She describes her survey instrument, but never justifies why it fits her research purposes. That's a foundational gap. Does she at least report findings clearly? Marcus asked. She reports data cleanly enough. The problem is interpretation. Maya flipped to the results section. There's a recent study out of Oxford using nearly identical instruments that got opposite results. She doesn't acknowledge it anywhere. That divergence is the research effort, Ethan said, sitting forward. 2 methodologically similar studies producing contradictory research findings, that's not an inconvenience. That's the actual question worth investigating. Which requires engaging with recent evidence on both sides, Maya said, not just the side that confirms your hypothesis. Marcus had been quietly reading the abstract. The recent survey data she does cite, is it peer-reviewed or just industry reports? Mixed. Which is another note I have to make. Maya opened her laptop. I want a map where research evidence currently stands before I write the feedback. Otherwise, I'm just reacting, not reviewing a study properly. Report data on what specifically? Ethan asked. Longitudinal studies post-2020. The pandemic introduced so many confounding variables that pre-2020 research findings on adolescent screen time are genuinely hard to apply directly now. So the research methodology problem runs deeper than just old citations, Lucas said slowly. She's not accounting for a context shift that changes what the recent research even means. Exactly. Maya made a note. I'll record data from the 3 most relevant post-2020 studies, then structure my feedback around what's missing and why it matters. Robert appeared. He'd come to return a library book and spotted Lucas. He glanced at the spread of papers and highlighters. Research project? Peer review, Lucas said. Robert nodded. In engineering, we call that a design review. Someone always hates you after. He left his book at the returns desk and headed out. Chloe, earbuds in at the far end of the table, pulled one out. Did your dad just do a drive-by life lesson? He does that, Lucas said. It's kind of great, she said, and put the earbud back in. Season 2, Episode 79. Everybody's Got a Theory. The same library table, 30 minutes later. Maya is still writing feedback. The group hasn't left, partly out of genuine interest, partly because nobody wants to walk back across campus in the cold. Marcus has acquired coffee from somewhere. The conversation has drifted from Maya's peer review into something larger. Underscore 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 underscore. Ethan closed a tab on his laptop. Can I raise something adjacent to what we've been talking about? You're going to regardless, Lucas said. The scientific method as taught in undergraduate courses is a deeply poorly understood thing. Students learn it as a linear sequence, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion. But actual scientific research doesn't work that way. It's iterative, messy, and heavily social. Social how? Chloe asked, one earbud out. The scientific community decides what counts as valid scientific investigation. What gets funded, what gets published, whose scholarly work gets cited. That's not purely objective. It's a network of human judgment calls dressed up as scientific objectivity. That's not a critique of science, Maya said carefully. That's a description of how scientific discourse actually functions. Which is different. Agreed. I'm not saying scientific theory is arbitrary. I'm saying the process by which a scientific theory becomes accepted is more political than the textbook version suggests. Marcus leaned forward. That presents a challenge to the whole, just follow the science framing, doesn't it? Because which science? Curated by whom? Now you're getting it, Ethan said. The source material on this is actually fascinating, Maya said, opening a new tab. There's a body of scholarly literature on the sociology of science, how the scientific community self-regulates, how consensus forms, how scholarly research gets legitimized or marginalized. Is that in a scholarly journal or just vibes? Marcus asked. Multiple scholarly journals. It's called Science and Technology Studies. Entire field. Maya turned her laptop around briefly. This is scholarly work that's been building since the 70s, but remains surprisingly poorly understood outside academia. Present an explanation for why, Lucas said. Like, why doesn't this get taught more broadly? Because presenting an explanation for how science is socially constructed presents a challenge to public trust in institutions, Maya said. And that's a precise nature problem. The nuance is real, but in scientific discourse with a general audience, nuance gets flattened into scientists are lying to you. Which is the opposite of what the scholarly research actually argues, Ethan said. Exactly. The precise definition of socially constructed in STS literature means shaped by human processes, not fake, not arbitrary. But that precise definition doesn't survive contact with a headline. So the scientific community has a communication problem, Lucas said. They produce rigorous scientific investigation and then hand it to a media ecosystem that can't carry the full weight of it. That's a source material problem and a translation problem simultaneously, Maya said. Is there secondary data on public understanding of scientific evidence? Ethan asked. Tons. Secondary sources on science literacy go back decades. The findings are consistently depressing. Maya paused. Public understanding of scientific evidence hasn't kept pace with the volume of scientific research being produced. More scholarly literature, less scholarly work reaching people, Marcus said. Classic distribution problem. The gap between secondary data on what people believe and scientific evidence on what's actually true, Lucas said, is basically the whole information crisis in one sentence. Chloe pulled both earbuds out. Okay, I've been half listening and I have a question. If the scientific community can't agree on how to communicate scientific theory to regular people and the scholarly literature says nuance gets lost, then what's the actual fix? Silence. That, Maya said, is the research topic of about 40,000 papers and zero consensus. So the scientific community is studying its own communication failure, Chloe said, and failing to communicate the findings. Ethan opened his mouth. Closed it. I'm going back to my homework, Chloe said, earbuds in. It's a gift, Lucas said. Season 2, Episode 80, Show Your Work. The Campus Psychology Department Common Room, Tuesday afternoon. Maya's research methods professor has just returned everyone's annotated bibliography with comments. Maya got an 87, her lowest grade this semester. She is not handling it quietly. Maya dropped the annotated bibliography on the table. He said my sources weren't relevant literature. 3 of them. Which 3? Ethan asked. The neuroscience papers. He says they're not relevant material for a psychology study on social isolation. Is he wrong? Lucas asked carefully. He's partially wrong. Cortisol response to social exclusion is absolutely relevant information for understanding loneliness. The fact that it comes from a neuroscience journal doesn't make it irrelevant. What does the annotation say exactly? Ethan reached for the paper. That I need to use relevant data from within the discipline, not adjacent fields. Which, fine, I understand the argument. But the relevant factors in social isolation aren't cleanly contained inside one department's bibliography. Marcus looked up from his laptop. What grade did you get? 87. That's not bad. I know it's not bad. It's the principal. The principal, Marcus said, or the grade? Maya pointed at him. Don't. Ethan was reading the professor's comments. Okay, his point about relevant issue framing is actually fair. You open with a neuroscience claim, then pivot to psychological methodology. A reader expecting disciplinary consistency would flag that. So I need to reframe, not replace the sources. Right. Show evidence of disciplinary grounding first. Neuroscience as supplement, not foundation. Lucas had been scrolling on his phone. The data on interdisciplinary research actually shows a trend toward cross-field citation being rewarded, not penalized. Like, the reliable information on what makes high-impact papers is pretty clear. Boundary crossing tends to correlate with citation counts. That's relevant data for a grant committee, Maya said. Not for a methods course where the professor gets to define what counts. Fair point, Lucas conceded. The literature does show variation across departments on this, Ethan said. Psychology tends to be more internally referential than, say, cognitive science. Your professor isn't wrong, he's just disciplinarily conservative. The field shows a tendency toward gatekeeping adjacent knowledge, Maya said, with barely concealed frustration. Which is ironic given that psychology itself was once considered adjacent to philosophy and medicine. That's a rich source of irony, Marcus said. Thank you, Marcus. I meant it genuinely. I know. That's why I'm not throwing something. Ethan set the paper down. Reliable data on interdisciplinary methodology is actually your counter-argument here. If you show evidence in your revision that cross-disciplinary citation is standard in the subfield you're working in, not just generally, that's a defensible position. So I need relevant information specific to adolescent social psychology, not just psychology broadly. Exactly. The relevant factors narrow when you get specific about the subfield. Maya picked up her pen. This is going to take me all night. The relevant literature is actually not that deep once you filter it, Ethan said. I can help you build the search string. You do that. It's a logic problem. I like logic problems. Chloe, passing through on her way to the vending machine, glanced at the paper. 87. I would die for an 87. Different stakes, Maya said. Same number, Chloe said, and kept walking. Season 2, Episode 81. Same problem, different zip code. The University Common Room, Wednesday evening. Ethan has helped Maya rebuild her annotated bibliography. The revision is done. To celebrate, or decompress, the group has ordered pizza and somehow landed on a debate about whether where you grow up determines who you become. Underscore 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 underscore. Marcus dropped a slice onto his plate. My cousin just got into Cornell. First person in our family. And all I keep thinking is similar situation to mine 3 years ago, completely different outcome. He's got 2 parents who could take time off work to visit campuses. I had 1 parent working doubles. That's a specific example of how social background shapes opportunity in ways that aren't visible on an application, Maya said. Same ambition, similar characteristics on paper, GPA, extracurriculars, but the social circumstances around each candidate are completely different. Colleges use similar approaches to evaluate applicants, Ethan said, but the inputs aren't equivalent. Standardized testing shows similar patterns across income brackets consistently. That's not controversial. It's in the specific admissions research literature. The similar argument gets made about social activity too, Lucas said. Like, who gets to do Model UN, debate team, orchestra? It's not random. It maps almost perfectly onto social status and zip code. Which is a specific context problem, Maya said. These activities weren't designed to be gatekeeping mechanisms. They evolved that way because of the social environment they exist in. The social factors are doing a lot of heavy lifting that nobody wants to name directly, Marcus said. Admissions offices talk about well-rounded candidates without making a specific reference to the fact that being well-rounded costs money. Similar results show up in every study on this, Ethan said. Social behavior in competitive academic environments shows a tendency to reward students who've been socialized into institutional norms, which itself is a function of social background. And students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds who do get an often described feeling like they have similar issues navigating campus culture, Maya added. The social aspects of belonging aren't solved by admission alone. Similar effects show up in workplace research too, Marcus said. First-gen college grads report similar patterns of code switching, imposter syndrome, social attitudes from colleagues who can't place their background. Chloe had been eating quietly. My friend got into a really good school last year. Full scholarship. She lasted 1 semester. Nobody said anything for a moment. Specific example, Lucas said quietly. Yeah, Chloe said. Similar situation to what you're describing. Different ending. Maya set down her pizza. The social aspects of belonging are under-resourced at almost every institution. Funding follows enrollment, not retention. Similar properties across institutions, Ethan said. The structural incentive is to get students in, not keep them thriving. That's the part that needs specific policy attention, Marcus said. Not just access. Integration. Robert appeared in the doorway. He'd been walking past and spotted Lucas through the window, which apparently qualified as a reason to stop. Pizza night. Debate night, Lucas said. Pizza is incidental. Robert looked at the group. What's the topic? Whether where you're born determines where you end up, Chloe said. Robert was quiet for a moment. My father came here from Greece with $40 and a specific skill set. He paused. But he also came in 1974, when a union card meant something. Similar situation today would land very differently. He took a slice. Don't romanticize the bootstrap story. Context matters. He left with his pizza. Ethan watched him go. Your dad just made a specific reference to structural economic conditions in a single sentence. He does that, Lucas said. Usually while eating. Season 2, Episode 82. The system isn't broken, it's working exactly as designed. The Harrison living room, Thursday evening. Robert is reading. Linda has just gotten home from a city council meeting she attended as a community representative for local restaurant owners. The topic, a proposed rezoning plan that would displace several small businesses and the low-income housing above them. The group has assembled, as usual, without formal invitation. Underscore 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 underscore. Linda set her bag down with the weight of someone who has been in a room full of bad faith arguments for 3 hours. The council framed it as economic development. What it actually is social exclusion dressed in a permit application. What's the social context? Maya asked. Mixed-income neighborhood. Been that way for 40 years. The rezoning opens it to luxury development. Current residents, mostly working class, high percentage of immigrants, get displaced. The social consequences of that aren't in the environmental impact report. They never are, Marcus said. The social dimension of urban development gets treated as externality, not a cost, just a side effect. The social construct of neighborhood character, Lucas said, gets weaponized in both directions. Developers say they're improving it. Residents say they're erasing it. Both are using the same phrase to mean opposite things. The social function of that phrase is to obscure the power dynamic, Maya said. Who gets to define character? Whoever has the zoning variance. The social contact between the developer's lawyers and the council members probably predates this meeting by about 18 months, Marcus said. Robert looked up from his book. That's cynical. That's accurate. Linda sat down. What struck me was the social environment in that room. The residents who showed up to speak, they were nervous, reading from notes, 3 minutes each. The developers team had a presentation, renderings, economic projections. The social expectations for who belongs in that room were written into the format. That's a social democracy problem at its core, Lucas said. Formal participation rights exist, but the social circumstances determine who can actually use them effectively. The social equality argument gets made constantly in planning documents, Ethan said, who had been reading the rezoning proposal on his laptop because of course he'd found it. But the social factors that determine who shows up, who speaks fluently, who has time to attend a Thursday evening meeting, those aren't addressed anywhere in the formal process. Social contact between institutions and communities is supposed to be the point of public comment periods, Maya said. But when the social environment of the meeting itself signals who the intended audience is, it stops being contact and starts being performance, Linda finished. Exactly. The social consequences of this specific rezoning, Ethan said, not looking up from his laptop, based on comparable cases in Boston, Providence, and Hartford, median displacement, 4 to 6 years after approval. 60 to 70% of original residents are gone. That's not projection. That's pattern. Silence. Social exclusion as municipal policy, Marcus said quietly. Just with better fonts. Chloe, who had been sitting on the floor doing homework, looked up. Can a city council actually be sued for the social consequences of a zoning decision? Theoretically, Marcus said. Practically, the social construct of legal standing makes it very hard for displaced residents to be recognized as harmed parties in court. So the social function of the legal system in this case, Chloe said, is to protect the process, not the people. Linda looked at her. You should go to that meeting next time. I'm 17. Bring your notes. 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Robert had gone back to his book, but he wasn't reading. The social context of that neighborhood matters. 40 years of community doesn't show up in a balance sheet. He turned a page. Someone should say that. In those exact words. Linda looked at him. I did. He nodded without looking up. Good. Season 2, Episode 83. Who do you think you are? The university's student lounge, Friday afternoon. Marcus has just come from a business school networking event, blazer, lanyard still on, slightly hollow expression. Lucas spots him first. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Lucas looked up. How was it? Instructive. Marcus dropped into a chair and loosened his collar. There were maybe 80 people in that room. I spent 2 hours watching social interaction work in real time as a filtering mechanism. Filtering for what? Chloe asked. She was on the couch, nominally doing homework. Social identity. Who you signal yourself to be in the first 30 seconds. School, hometown, internship. People were sorting each other constantly, who's worth talking to, who gets the card, who gets the nod, and move on. That's not unique to business networking, Maya said. That's social behavior in any high-stakes social setting. The social norm is to perform legibility, make yourself readable to the room as fast as possible. The social phenomenon you're describing, Ethan said, has been documented extensively. Social integration in professional environments heavily favors people whose social identity already matches the dominant group's template. Meaning? Chloe asked. Meaning if you walk in already looking like what they expect, accent, clothes, references, the social integration happens automatically. If you don't, you're doing extra cognitive work the whole time just to be taken seriously. There's a term for that, Maya said. Social isolation within a crowd. You're physically present but socially excluded from the actual network being built. Marcus nodded slowly. There was one moment, Guy asked where I went to high school. Not college. High school. That's not small talk. That's a social norm test. Boston Latin or not Boston Latin, basically. The social implications of that question are enormous, Maya said. High school in this city is almost perfectly mapped onto social mobility trajectories. He was asking about your zip code without asking about your zip code. The social movement around dismantling those signals has been going for decades, Lucas said. Diversity initiatives, blind recruitment, and yet the social organization of rooms like that one just reconstitutes itself. Because the social institution of professional networking predates the diversity initiatives, Ethan said. The structure is older than the reform. Reform gets layered on top without touching the underlying social structure. The social inequality is baked into the format, Marcus said. Not the guest list, the format. Maya had been thinking. What's interesting psychologically is the social movement you described, the sorting, isn't consciously malicious for most people doing it. It's automatic. Socially conditioned pattern recognition operating below awareness. Which makes it harder to address, Lucas said. You can't call out a reflex. You can redesign the social setting, Ethan said. Change the format, change what gets rewarded. The social norm around what a networking event is would have to change first, Marcus said. And the people who benefit from the current format are the ones running the events. Chloe set her pen down. So the social phenomenon of networking is basically a system that reproduces itself by rewarding people who already fit it. Yes, said Ethan, Marcus, and Maya simultaneously. Chloe picked her pen back up. And everyone just goes anyway. What's the alternative? Marcus said. I don't know. But I'd start by losing the lanyard. Marcus looked down at it. Took it off. Put it in his pocket. Better, Chloe said. Season 2, Episode 84. Nobody agrees on what fair looks like. The Harrison Kitchen, Sunday morning. Linda is meal prepping for the week. Robert is doing the crossword. Lucas and Maya are at the table with coffee. Marcus arrives uninvited, as is tradition, and drops a printed article on the table, a city proposal to restructure local welfare distribution through a new digital platform. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Marcus tapped the article. The city wants to move all social welfare applications online. Single platform, AI-assisted eligibility screening. Linda didn't look up from her chopping. Who does that help? Theoretically, everyone. Faster processing, less paperwork, socially responsible use of public resources. He paused. Practically, it cuts off anyone without reliable internet access or digital literacy, which maps almost perfectly onto the population that needs social welfare most. The socioeconomic status variable gets flattened in that kind of design, Ethan said, appearing at the back door with his laptop. You build for the average case, you exclude the edge cases. Except in social welfare contexts, the edge cases are the entire point. The social significance of this isn't just administrative, Lucas said. It's symbolic. When a city digitizes social welfare access, it's making a statement about who it imagines its citizens to be. Socially desirable behavior in the city's model means being online, being digitally fluent, being self-sufficient enough to navigate a portal. The social responsibility of the institution, Maya said, should be to meet people where they are, not where the interface designer assumed they'd be. The social theory behind platform-based social reform, Ethan said, usually draws on nudge economics, the idea that a well-designed system guides socially acceptable behavior without coercion. But nudge theory assumes a relatively level playing field. Which is exactly what socioeconomic status disrupts, Marcus said. Linda set down her knife. In my restaurant, I have staff at every socioeconomic level. When we switched to a digital scheduling system 3 years ago, 2 of my longest-serving employees almost lost shifts because they couldn't navigate the app. She picked up her knife again. I printed the schedule and taped it to the wall. Problem solved. The app didn't change. I changed what I did with it. That's the social relationship between institution and community that gets lost in digitization, Maya said. The human workaround. Someone deciding the system serves people, not the other way around. The social transformation narrative around tech always positions resistance as backwardness, Lucas said. If you can't use the portal, that's framed as your deficit, not the portals. The social trend toward platform governance accelerated after COVID, Ethan said. The data shows a trend. Services that went digital during the pandemic have a significantly lower return rate among low socioeconomic status users post-pandemic. They didn't come back. Because the social setting changed and nobody changed it back, Chloe said. She had appeared from the hallway, hair still half done. My friend's mom spent 6 months trying to get food assistance reapproved after they moved everything online. 6 months. Silence. The social consequences of that, Maya said quietly, aren't in the efficiency report. They never are, Linda said. Same words she'd used 3 days ago about the rezoning. Same tone. Robert looked up from his crossword. Socially acceptable and actually acceptable aren't always the same thing. He went back to his puzzle. 7 letters. Systemic. He filled it in. Marcus looked at the article. The social organization of who gets to design these systems, that's the upstream problem. If everyone in the room building the platform is high socioeconomic status, digitally native, and has never needed social welfare personally, you get a portal that works great for people who don't need it, Chloe finished, disappearing back down the hallway. Linda watched the empty doorway. She should run for something. She's 17, Lucas said. Politicians start somewhere, Linda said, and went back to her chopping. Season 2, Episode 85. Who actually runs things? The University Common Room, Monday evening. Ethan has been stressed watching a documentary series on geopolitics. Marcus walked in halfway through and hasn't left. Lucas and Maya arrived with takeout. Chloe is here because Lucas owed her a meal. The documentary just ended. Nobody has moved. Ethan closed his laptop. The thing that strikes me about representative government as a system is how much it relies on an assumption that's never actually verified, that representatives represent. Specific reference to anyone in particular? Marcus asked. Every legislature in a functioning sovereign state, historically. The ruling class and the elected class overlap so consistently that treating them as separate categories requires deliberate effort. That's not a specific example, that's a structural observation, Maya said. Which is different. Specific examples are easy. Pick a country, pick a decade. The similar argument gets made about ruling party dynamics everywhere, Lucas said. Left, right, center. Once a party holds power long enough, its specific context starts to look less like ideology and more like incumbent protection. The similar pattern across sovereign states is actually what's interesting, Ethan said. You'd expect similar characteristics between democracies and authoritarian governments on this variable, elite capture of institutional decision-making, and the data largely confirms it. The mechanisms differ. The outcome shows similar results. That's a depressing similar situation to be in regardless of your system, Chloe said. Representative government was never designed to be perfect, Maya said. It was designed to be better than the alternative, which at the time was monarchy or theocracy. The ruling class in a monarchy and the donor class in a representative government have similar properties, Marcus said. Concentrated wealth, intergenerational transfer, disproportionate influence over security policy. Security policy is actually the specific example I'd use to illustrate elite capture most clearly, Ethan said. Defense contracts, intelligence community relationships, arms exports. These decisions happen in rooms that have no meaningful public oversight. A sovereign state can sign a treaty publicly while its security policy operates on completely different logic privately. The gap between the public sign a treaty moment and what actually governs security policy is sometimes enormous, Lucas said. Comms major. I noticed the performance. The specific context of each sovereign state matters, though, Maya said. You can apply a similar approach to analyzing U.S. security policy and, say, a small Baltic nation that shares a border with a hostile neighbor. The similar characteristics break down when you get granular. That's a fair specific reference, Ethan conceded. The similar argument about elite capture scales differently depending on institutional age and security environment. The ruling party in a young democracy behaves differently than in an established one, Marcus said. Similar situation, different trajectory depending on whether institutions have had time to develop independent weight. Representative government works better when the institutions around it are strong enough to constrain the ruling class, Maya said. Judiciary, press, civil society. Remove any one of those and the similar pattern of elite capture accelerates. Robert appeared. He'd been in the building for a facilities meeting and was cutting through. He stopped when he heard the conversation. What are we solving tonight? Whether representative government is structurally captured by the ruling class or just functionally, Lucas said. Robert thought for a moment. Yes, he said, and kept walking. Chloe watched him leave. That was either very profound or completely useless. With Robert, Lucas said, it's usually both. Season 2, Episode 86. Save the Planet. Argue about it first. The Harrison backyard, Saturday afternoon. Robert has spent the morning installing 2 solar panels on the garage roof, a project he has been planning for 8 months and executing since 7 a.m. Linda is watching from the porch with the expression of someone who has accepted that this is her life. Lucas, Ethan, and Marcus are ostensibly helping. Chloe is on a lawn chair, providing commentary. Robert climbed down the ladder with the satisfaction of a man who has just done something irreversible. Done. We are now a solar power household. 2 panels, Chloe said. We're a partial solar power household. 2 panels is how it starts. How much will it actually offset? Ethan asked, already pulling up a calculator on his phone. The installer said about 30% of our monthly usage. That tracks for this roof orientation and Boston's average sun hours, Ethan said, typing. Solar energy yield drops significantly above 42 degrees latitude in winter months. You'll see the offset in spring and summer. Winter, less so. The goal isn't to go off-grid, Robert said. The goal is to reduce emissions where we can and reduce the bill where possible. Those are actually 2 different goals that occasionally conflict, Marcus said. Everyone looked at him. Renewable energy investment at the household level has high upfront cost. The payback period for solar panels is 7 to 12 years depending on incentives. If you move before then, you've contributed to solar power infrastructure but absorbed the cost personally. The person who buys the house gets the benefit. So it's a collective action problem, Lucas said. It's always a collective action problem. Renewable energy transition at scale requires policy, not just individual panels on garages. Nobody said it was sufficient, Robert said, with the patience of a man defending a decision he made at 7 a.m. It's a contribution. I'm not criticizing, Marcus said. I'm contextualizing. Linda, from the porch, Marcus, eat something before you contextualize my husband's weekend project. Marcus sat down. Chloe tilted her face toward the sun. Can I say something that will sound naive and turn out not to be? Always, Lucas said. The whole debate about renewable energy, solar energy, wind, whatever, always gets framed as sacrifice. Give things up, reduce emissions, live smaller. Nobody frames it as just switching what the power comes from. Same lights, different source. The sacrifice framing is deliberate, Lucas said. Fossil fuel industries spent decades funding research that positioned renewable energy as economically threatening. That framing stuck. The solar system analogy is interesting here actually, Ethan said. Everyone waited. We figured out the structure of the solar system centuries before we could use that knowledge practically. The gap between understanding and application was enormous, not because the knowledge was wrong but because the infrastructure to act on it didn't exist. He looked at the panels. Same thing with solar energy. The physics has been understood since the 1800s. The lag is economic and political, not scientific. That's either a very comforting or very depressing observation, Maya said. She had arrived quietly through the side gate, as she sometimes did on Saturdays. Intended as neutral, Ethan said. Nothing is neutral, Ethan. Data is neutral. Data is collected by people with priorities. Robert looked between them. Are you two going to do this in my backyard? Yes, they said simultaneously. He looked at his panels. Worth it, he said, to no one in particular. Linda appeared at the porch door with a tray of lemonade. The panels look good, Robert. He stood a little straighter. Thank you, Linda. I still think you should have asked me first. I told you in March. Mentioning is not asking. Chloe watched her parents. Renewable energy in marriage, she said quietly, is called picking your battles. Lucas choked on his lemonade. Season 2, Episode 88. Marcus has a plan. Everyone is nervous. The University Business School conference room, Tuesday evening. Marcus has booked it under the pretense of a study session. There is a whiteboard. There are printed handouts. There is an agenda. The group has been ambushed into a pitch meeting for Marcus's newest venture, a platform connecting gig workers in the service sector with short-term benefits packages. Lucas is reading the handout with the expression of someone defusing a bomb. Marcus uncapped the marker. Before anyone says anything, I've done a risk assessment. That's never been true before, Ethan said. It's true this time. 4 pages. I'll send it. You printed handouts, but not the risk assessment, Lucas said. The handout sets the agenda. The risk assessment is appendix material. Marcus turned to the whiteboard. Okay, set the parameters first. We're talking about the service sector, food delivery, rideshare, freelance logistics. 40 million gig workers in the US. 0 portable benefits. Senior management at every major platform has known this is a problem for a decade, Lucas said. Uber, DoorDash, Instacart. They've actively lobbied against solutions. Which is why the solution can't come from them. It has to come from the benefits side. Marcus wrote 3 numbers on the board. The rising cost of healthcare is the entry point. Gig workers are paying individual market rates, sometimes 3 to 4 times what an employer-sponsored plan costs. That's the pain point. What's your risk assessment say about regulatory exposure? Ethan asked. Because the second you're pooling benefits across workers, you're in a space that multiple regulatory agencies are going to have opinions about. IRS, Department of Labor, state insurance commissioners. I know. That's why set and objective number 1 is getting a regulatory framework established before we scale. Not after. That's unusually cautious for you, Maya said. I've learned things. Name 1. Moving fast breaks regulatory compliance, and then you spend 3 years in litigation. He said it like he'd memorized it. I talked to a lawyer. Marcus talked to a lawyer, Chloe said to Lucas. Write that down. The set a target for year 1, Marcus continued, ignoring them, is 10,000 enrolled workers in Massachusetts. Proof of concept. Then we use that data to set a goal for federal advocacy, portable benefits legislation. You want to set the agenda for federal policy from a 10,000-person pilot, Ethan said. I want the pilot to set the parameters for what federal policy should look like. Different thing. Is it? Ethan said. Yes. One is arrogant. The other is evidence-based. The rising cost problem is real, Maya said. But the service sector population you're targeting is also the hardest to reach organizationally. High turnover, multiple employers simultaneously, inconsistent income. How do you set a target for enrollment when the population itself is set in constant motion? That's the product design problem, Marcus said. Which is why Ethan is going to help me build it. Ethan looked up. I am. You are. I set an objective for this meeting that included recruiting you. You can't set an objective that includes recruiting someone without telling them. I just did. That's not how objectives work. Marcus, Lucas said carefully, walk us through the risk assessment. Actual numbers. What's the failure scenario? Marcus pulled out a fourth sheet from his folder. Senior management failure mode, that's me, currently, is moving into markets before the regulatory framework exists. Happened to every gig economy platform in the first wave. I've set the parameters around Massachusetts specifically because it has the most developed gig worker protection legislation in the country. Lower regulatory risk. The rising cost of health insurance in Massachusetts is also higher than the national average, Ethan said. Which means the value proposition is stronger here than it would be in most states. That's actually smart. Marcus pointed at him. Thank you. I'm not complimenting you. I'm noting a variable. It felt like a compliment. It wasn't. Linda appeared in the doorway. She'd been at a late meeting in the same building. She looked at the whiteboard, the handouts, the assembled group. Is this a real business meeting? Yes, Marcus said. She walked in, picked up a handout, read it for 30 seconds. The service sector benefits gap is real. I've lost good staff because they took jobs with benefits over jobs with higher pay. She set the handout down. The risk assessment needs a labor union section. They'll either be your biggest ally or kill this before it starts. She left. Marcus wrote union strategy on the whiteboard in large letters. Ethan opened his laptop. Does that mean you're in? Marcus asked. It means I'm doing a risk assessment of your risk assessment. That's basically yes. It's really not. Season 2, Episode 89. Everything looks different from here. The Harrison living room, Friday evening. Robert has just returned from a 3-day work trip to rural Vermont. His company is expanding fiber network infrastructure into underserved areas. It's the first time he's spent significant time outside Greater Boston in years. He has opinions. Linda is listening with the patience of someone who knows this mood. The group filters in over the course of the evening. Underscore 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 underscore. Robert sat down with his coffee and the particular energy of a man who has been thinking in a car for 4 hours. I want to say something and I need everyone to let me finish before they start. That's never a good opening, Chloe said. The rural area we were working in, 2 towns, combined population maybe 3,000, sparsely populated even by Vermont standards, had better community cohesion than anything I've seen in Boston in 20 years. Define cohesion, Ethan said. People knew each other. Not as contacts. As people. The town meeting format, actual rural society governance, everyone in one room, set the agenda together. It worked. Not perfectly. But it worked. Rural society romanticization is a well-documented phenomenon, Maya said, not unkindly. I'm not romanticizing. I'm reporting. Robert set his mug down. The rural economy out there is genuinely struggling. Fiber is coming in because the regulatory framework finally mandated rural broadband access, 20 years late, and now my company gets paid to fix what the market decided wasn't profitable. The regulatory agency responsible for rural broadband, Ethan said, pulling up his laptop, is the FCC in coordination with USDA rural development programs. The regulatory framework has been patchwork since the Telecommunications Act of 1996. Regional differences in coverage are enormous. Which is exactly what I saw, Robert said. 3 miles from one town, full 5G. The town itself, nothing. Regional variation in infrastructure isn't random. It maps onto rural population density and, underneath that, onto historical regional development priorities. Meaning cities got the investment and rural area didn't, Lucas said. meaning regional development followed money, which followed population density, which followed existing investment. It compounds. Robert looked at his coffee. There's a family there, 3 generations, same farm. The youngest kid is doing remote freelance work to supplement the rural economy income. Smart kid. But the connection drops twice a day minimum. The rural community dependence on reliable internet has completely changed in the last decade, Marcus said. It's not a luxury amenity anymore. It's infrastructure. Rural economy survival, agriculture, small business, remote work, telehealth, all of it runs on connection now. The regulatory framework didn't catch up to that reality until too late for a lot of communities, Ethan said. The regulatory agency oversight of rural broadband investment has historically been, he paused, finding the right word, optimistic about market solutions. Optimistic, Robert said. I was being diplomatic. The rural population in Vermont is also aging faster than the national average, Maya said. Rural society there is dealing with simultaneous pressures, rising cost of everything, out-migration of young people, declining rural economy in traditional sectors, and now the infrastructure gap on top. The regional differences between states are significant too, Ethan said. Vermont has strong state-level regional development policy. Compare that to rural Mississippi or rural New Mexico, sparsely populated areas with far less state capacity to fill federal gaps. Regional variation in political will is as much a factor as geography, Lucas said. A rural community in a state with activist government gets different outcomes than an identical rural community in a state that treats every intervention as overreach. The kid I mentioned, Robert said quietly. Scholarship student. Full ride to UVM. Turned it down because his parents needed him on the farm. He paused. I kept thinking, what does regional development mean if it doesn't keep that kid's options open? Silence. Linda, who had been listening from the armchair without speaking, said, Did you tell him that? I told him his connection problem would be fixed by end of quarter. That's something. It's not enough. No, Linda said. But it's something. Chloe had been quiet for a long time. The rural society versus urban divide gets talked about like it's cultural. Like people in rural area communities and people in cities just have different values. But what you're describing is structural. Infrastructure, investment, regional development policy. The values thing is a symptom, not the cause. Robert looked at her. That's exactly it. I know, Chloe said. I've been listening to these conversations for 2 years. Some of it was bound to stick. Lucas made a noise that might have been pride. Don't, Chloe said, pointing at him. He stopped. Robert picked up his coffee. I'm going back up there next month. Commissioning the first node. Can I come? Chloe asked. Everyone looked at her. What? I want to see what sparsely populated actually looks like. Robert smiled. Yeah, you can come. S2E90 Remote Learning versus Real Life. The debate kicked off over Sunday breakfast when Robert mentioned a coworker's kid dropping out of online classes. Honestly, the relative merits of remote learning versus in-person are still up for debate, Lucas said, stirring his coffee. Some people thrive online, some don't. Sure, but let's talk relative status for a second, Marcus jumped in. Employers still see an online degree as lesser. Doesn't matter how good the program is. Ethan, unfazed, needed data. That's a relatively common misconception, actually. Recent hiring studies show it's becoming a relatively minor factor for tech jobs specifically. Okay, but engagement rates are still relatively low compared to in-person classes, Maya countered. Attention spans stay relatively constant for maybe 20 minutes on a Zoom call before people check out. That's relatively few studies you're citing, though, Ethan shot back. And frankly, the dropout numbers are relatively rare outside specific majors. Chloe, scrolling her own laptop for college apps, chimed in flatly. My SAT tutor said online prep courses have relatively high success rates. So maybe it's not that deep. For SAT prep, sure. That's relatively simple content, Maya said. But full-blown degrees involve relatively little face-to-face mentorship, and that matters. Robert, buttering toast, added his 2 cents. In my day, it was relatively straightforward. You showed up, or you didn't graduate. Okay, boomer, Chloe muttered, not even looking up. S2E91, the student debt spreadsheet. Marcus arrived at the dorm with a spreadsheet open, ready to defend his new financial literacy TikTok series. Look, a significant amount of student debt in this country isn't even from tuition, it's interest, he announced. Ethan, already skeptical, pulled up his own numbers. There's a significant degree of variation state to state, though. You can't generalize like that. Fine, but a significant number of students still graduate with 6 figures of debt, Marcus pushed back. That's not a fringe case anymore. Lucas, half listening while doom scrolling, added, from a media standpoint, that's exactly why it goes viral. Debt makes up a significant part of every adulting is hard post online. Maya, arms crossed, wasn't buying the framing. You're treating this like pure economics, but a significant portion of that stress is psychological. Financial anxiety changes how people make decisions. Sure, but debt itself represents a significant proportion of the average grad's net worth for years, Marcus said, tapping his screen for emphasis. Negative net worth, technically. Chloe, listening from the doorway, rolled her eyes. Cool, love that for me. Can't wait. S2E92, swipe right, statistically speaking. The topic turned to dating apps after Chloe found Lucas's profile bio, which read, aspiring podcaster. Delete this immediately, she said. Also, did you know only a small fraction of matches actually lead to a real date? That tracks, Maya said. Genuine connection is still a small minority of the overall swiping experience. Most of it's just noise. Ethan, naturally, had a chart ready. Only a small percentage of users message first, statistically. Everyone's waiting for someone else to make a move. And of that small portion who do message, Marcus added, grinning, an even small proportion of conversations go anywhere past, hey. Guys are only putting in small quantities of actual effort, Chloe said flatly. It's giving low-effort energy across the board. Lucas, mildly offended, tried to salvage his dignity. Okay, but response rates for men and women are roughly equal now, actually. Sure, response rates, Maya said. But quality is not roughly equivalent at all. That's a different metric entirely. Ethan nodded, scrolling his data app. Match rates are also significantly higher for people with more photos. It's basically a numbers game. So if I add more pics, my odds significantly increase? Lucas asked, hopeful. Or they get significantly reduced if the photos are bad, Chloe said, deadpan. Which, no offense, is a real risk for you. S2E93, the group project postmortem. The 5 of them were sprawled across Maya's living room, dissecting a group project that had somehow blown up into a 2-hour group chat war. Okay, hot take, Maya said, pulling her knees up. I think there's a reciprocal relationship between how much someone contributes and how much they complain about others not contributing. That tracks, Ethan said, not looking up from his laptop. Effort levels remain constant for maybe the first week, then it's a free fall. For some people, Lucas said pointedly, side-eyeing Marcus. Other people's effort has remained unclear since day one. Marcus threw a pillow at him. I contributed. My ideas remained stable throughout the whole process. Ideas aren't deliverables, Marcus, Chloe said flatly, not even part of the group project, but clearly enjoying this. Your Google Doc access remained unchanged because you never opened it. Maya, ever the mediator, tried to steer things academic. Look, from a psych angle, there's actually a significant correlation between group size and free writing behavior. Bigger groups, more people coasting. That's a significant contribution to literally every group project disaster in history, Lucas muttered. Ethan pulled up a chart from a class reading. There's been a significant development in remote collaboration tools that's supposed to fix this. Accountability tracking, timestamps, all that. Cool, so it can severely affect Marcus's grades specifically, Chloe said sweetly. There's a significant difference between behind schedule and ghosted the group chat for a week, Marcus, Maya added. The significant effect here, Ethan concluded, closing his laptop, is that we're doing the next project without him. Marcus threw another pillow, missing everyone. I sense a renewed interest in group projects the second I'm not in one. S2E94, Robert's home gym experiment. Robert had turned the garage into a data-driven fitness lab, complete with a whiteboard tracking his own workout stats, much to the family's amusement. 6 weeks in, he announced at dinner, and there's been a significant growth in my bench press numbers. 15%, roughly. Dad, nobody asked, Chloe said, not looking up from her phone. The significant impact, Robert continued, undeterred, is entirely due to consistent sleep schedule. I made a significant improvement just from going to bed at 10. Linda, sipping her wine, wasn't convinced. Or it's the significant increase in protein shakes cluttering my fridge. Diet has a significant influence, sure, Robert conceded. But sleep and stress have a significant interaction too. That's basic physiology. Ethan, who'd been dragged to dinner by Lucas, couldn't resist. Actually, there's research on that. There's usually a significant relationship between cortisol levels and recovery time. See? The kid gets it, Robert said, pointing his fork at Ethan. Maya, amused, chimed in. Sleep plays a significant role in basically every psychological outcome too, for the record. Mood, memory, decision-making. There's been a significant shift in how seriously people take recovery now, Lucas added. It's a whole wellness industry thing online. Sure, but there's also significant variation person to person, Ethan cautioned. Robert's routine might not generalize. Diet doesn't significantly affect everyone the same way, Maya agreed. Sleep quality is significantly correlated with results, but genetics still matter. Robert, mildly deflated but recovering fast, raised his glass. Well, my numbers don't lie. To Gaines. Chloe finally looked up. To Dad turning the garage into a TED Talk. S2E95, the thesis statement meltdown. Lucas was pacing Maya's dorm room at midnight, laptop balanced precariously on one arm, panicking about his comm theory paper. Okay, my professor said my thesis reads like 3 different papers stitched together, he said. I keep circling back to the same recurrent theme, media influence, but I can't nail down one angle. That's because you're treating every related activity like it deserves its own paragraph, Maya said, scanning his outline. Pick a lane. Ethan, roped in for moral support read, snacks, glanced at the screen. You've got, 5 tangents here. This whole related area about algorithm bias should be its own paper, honestly. Okay, but it's a related aspect of my main point, Lucas argued. Algorithms shape what people see, which shapes influence. Sure, but that's a related factor, not the actual argument, Maya said. You need related information as support, not as the spine of the thing. Chloe, who'd wandered in uninvited with snacks of her own, skimmed a paragraph. This whole section reads like a related issue you brought up because you panicked at 2 a.m. Excuse me, that's a legitimate related problem in media studies, Lucas said, mildly offended. Cool. Still not your thesis, Chloe shot back. Ethan, ever practical, tried to redirect. Ask yourself one related question. What's the one claim you're actually defending? Maya nodded. Everything else should just support that one related topic. Cut the rest. Lucas stared at his screen, defeated. So I've been writing 4 papers at once. Congratulations, Chloe said, mouth full of chips. Self-awareness. S2E96, the op-ed that started a war. The group chat exploded after Chloe shared a school newspaper op-ed arguing Gen Z has no work ethic, written, ironically, by a senior. The most salient characteristic of this article, Maya said, scrolling through it on her phone, is that it's written by someone who's never had a real job. The salient feature I noticed, Ethan added, is 0 citations. Just vibes and one guy's opinion. Marcus, always looking for an angle, saw opportunity instead of outrage. Honestly, this is a serious challenge for the school paper's credibility, but also kind of a marketing win. Everyone's talking about it. That's a wild take, Chloe said. This has serious consequences for how younger students get treated by teachers who read it and nod along. It's basically a serious offense against basic journalism standards, Maya said. Op-ed or not, you still need evidence. Lucas, thinking like a media student, pointed out something else. What's interesting is treating Gen Z like it's a separate entity from everyone else, like older generations didn't also job hop and complain about bosses. Right, there's a sharp contrast between how this article frames us versus actual labor data, Ethan said, pulling up a stat on his phone. There's also a sharp distinction between lazy and unwilling to work under bad conditions, Maya added. Big difference. We need to shift emphasis away from the individual and onto the actual economic conditions, Maya continued, in full analyst mode now. Chloe smirked. Or we just reply with facts and ratio him into oblivion. Special circumstances call for special measures. S2E97, Maya's thesis proposal defense at home. Maya was rehearsing her thesis proposal on the family couch, using Robert and Linda as an unwilling practice audience. My research puts special emphasis on how teens process online criticism, she began. It's honestly a special issue in adolescent psychology right now. No one studied it enough. Robert, trying to be supportive, nodded slowly. Sounds important. Very specific. There's also a special relationship between screen time and self-esteem I want to explore, Maya continued. It's not talked about enough outside academic circles. Linda, more practical, asked, does this topic have special status at your school? Like, funding-wise? Kind of, Maya said. Which is why I need to narrow my specific area of focus. Right now it's too broad. What's the specific aspect you're actually testing? Robert asked, surprisingly engaged now. Good question. I'm looking at one specific case, comment sections on teen mental health content, Maya explained. One specific characteristic I'm tracking is response time to negative comments. That's oddly specific, Linda said. That's the point, Mom. I need a specific factor I can actually measure, not vague vibes. What's the specific feature that makes this different from every other study on social media anxiety? Robert pushed, now fully in engineer mode. Maya smiled. That my specific focus is response time, not just exposure. Nobody's measured that variable directly. Okay, Robert said, nodding slowly. I'm invested now. When's the defense? Right now, apparently, Maya said, gesturing at the living room. Congratulations, you're my committee. S2E98, Ethan's job interview prep. Ethan had a tech internship interview coming up, and the group had unofficially appointed themselves his prep team. Okay, what's the specific form this interview takes? Marcus asked, treating it like a business pitch. Technical? Behavioral? Both? Both, probably, Ethan said, visibly stressed. I don't even know the specific function of the role yet. The listing was vague. There's a specific issue I'm worried about, Ethan admitted. Behavioral questions. I don't do, tell me about a time. Maya, in full coach mode, leaned forward. That's fine, you just need specific knowledge of your own experience, structured clearly. Not improvised. What's the specific meaning behind, tell me about a challenge you overcame though? Ethan asked, genuinely stumped. Like, what are they actually testing? They want to see how you think under pressure, Maya said. It's not a trick question, it's a specific need they're trying to fill, someone who doesn't freeze. Okay, but that's still a specific problem for me, because I do kind of freeze, Ethan said. Then we prep for that specific purpose tonight, Marcus said, already opening a notes app. Practice runs. Right now. One specific question first, Ethan said. What if they ask something with no clear answer? Then you clarify what specific sense of the question they mean before answering, Maya said. Buys you time, sounds smart. Two birds. Ethan exhaled. Okay, I can do that. You can, Maya said. Also, wear the blue shirt. S2E99, Maya's data panic. Maya burst into the group chat's usual hangout spot, Ethan's dorm, laptop open, looking mildly unhinged. My professor rejected my whole methods section, she said, flopping onto the beanbag. Apparently my standard approach to coding interview responses wasn't rigorous enough. Ethan, unfazed, didn't even look up from his screen. Did you report standard error anywhere? Because if not, that's probably the issue. I don't even know what that means right now, Ethan. It's basically how much your sample estimate might be off, he said. Professors love seeing that in a standard format, table, clearly labeled, no drama. Okay, well, my whole standard method was just reading transcripts and vibing, Maya admitted. That's not a method, that's a Tuesday, Ethan said. You need actual statistical analysis, not just impressions. I have statistical data. I have numbers. Having statistical information isn't the same as analyzing it, Ethan said patiently. What statistical method did you even use? Maya paused. None. I just looked at the numbers and made a vibe-based conclusion. Ethan closed his eyes like he was in physical pain. Okay, we're running a proper statistical technique tonight. A chi-square, probably. Is that a statistical test? Yes, Maya. It tells you if your result is statistically significant or just random noise. She groaned, pulling her laptop closer. Fine. Teach me your logic brainwaves. Took you 3 years of undergrad to ask, Ethan muttered, already pulling up a spreadsheet. S2E100, the sequel nobody asked for. Lucas was drafting his senior capstone proposal, trying to convince Robert, as unofficial editor, that his topic had legs. So this builds on my last paper, Lucas explained. It's basically a subsequent analysis of the same dataset, just deeper. Isn't that just doing the same project twice? Robert asked, skeptical. No, it's a subsequent chapter in the same research arc, Lucas said. Think of it like a sequel. A sequel nobody watched the first time, Robert muttered, smirking. There's been an important subsequent development in the field since I wrote that paper, actually, Lucas continued, undeterred. New algorithm transparency laws. Fine, that's actually a good hook, Robert admitted. I want this to set up a subsequent study next year too, Lucas said. Like, this is phase 1 of a bigger project. Ambitious, Robert said. What's your subsequent work actually building toward long-term? A full thesis, eventually. But first I need real survey data, actual student responses, not just my opinions. Good. And how are you analyzing it? Systematic analysis, not just skimming, Lucas said. Coding every response the same way, no cherry picking. That's a systematic approach. I'll give you that, Robert said, nodding slowly, genuinely impressed now. Basically, I'm treating this like a proper systematic study, not a blog post. And what are you actually trying to prove? I want to test a theory that people trust algorithm-curated content less when they know it's curated, Lucas said. I'll do some textual analysis on comment sections to see how language shifts. And maybe a thematic analysis of recurring complaints, Robert added, surprising himself. Lucas blinked. Dad, did you just help me academically? Don't get used to it. S2E101, Chloe's college essay crisis. Chloe, deep into college application season, had commandeered the kitchen table with color-coded sticky notes. My essay needs a theoretical analysis of why I want to study poli-sci, she said, mostly to herself. Or does it? I don't even know anymore. Linda, sipping coffee, looked over. Sweetie, it's a college essay, not a dissertation. I know, but my counselor said I need a theoretical approach, like a lens I'm viewing my experiences through. What's your theoretical basis for that, though? Maya asked, having wandered over with snacks. You need something concrete to build from. That's the problem. I don't have a theoretical concept yet, I just have vibes and a debate club trophy. Okay, there's actually a theoretical debate in political science about grassroots versus institutional change, Maya offered. You could frame your essay around that. Chloe perked up. That could be my theoretical framework. Like, my whole essay built around that tension. There's a theoretical issue with picking something that big for 650 words, though, Ethan said, appearing out of nowhere with a snack of his own. Fair. Maybe I need a smaller theoretical model, just one specific moment that captures the bigger idea. That's the move, Maya said. Grounded in something small, let the theoretical perspective stay in the background. This is basically becoming a theoretical study of my own life, Chloe said, half joking. Just don't let it get so abstract that colleges lose all theoretical understanding of who you actually are, Linda warned. They want a person, not a thesis. Fine. Less theoretical work, more actual me, Chloe said, crossing something out. Also, Ethan added, skip the traditional research essay format everyone does. Admissions officers read like 1,000 of those. So I should just undertake research on myself instead? Chloe said, deadpan. Basically, yeah, Maya said, grinning. You're your own case study. S2E102, Ethan's capstone presentation rehearsal. Ethan was pacing his dorm room, practicing his senior capstone pitch on Lucas and Maya, who'd been bribed with pizza to sit through it. So the app's core function is simple, Ethan began. It'll store data locally first, then sync. That way you don't lose anything if the connection drops. Cool, but why not just push everything straight to the cloud? Lucas asked, mouthful. Because you also need to store information securely before transmission. Encryption takes a second, and you don't want a gap where raw data's just sitting there exposed. Maya raised a hand like she was in an actual lecture. So how does it actually get to the server? It'll transmit data in encrypted batches every few minutes, Ethan explained, instead of trying to transmit information constantly, which would drain battery and clog bandwidth. Okay, Professor, Maya teased. What's the pitch for why anyone should care? That's where I use statistics from my user testing, Ethan said, pulling up a slide. Battery life improved 30% over the competitor app. Solid, Lucas said, actually impressed. What did you use to test that? I had to use a method that isolates battery drain from other background processes, Ethan said. Basically a controlled testing environment. Very sciencey, Maya said. I also had to use a methodology my advisor actually approved of, which took forever, Ethan added, rolling his eyes. He rejected my first draft twice. What was wrong with it? I didn't use a procedure that was replicable. Like, someone else needed to be able to run the same test and get the same results. Makes sense, Maya said, nodding slowly. What's the actual theory behind the syncing logic? I use a theory from distributed systems called eventual consistency, Ethan said. Basically, data doesn't need to be perfectly synced instantly, just eventually, reliably. And how do you know it's actually working well? I use an analysis of latency logs, Ethan said. Compares expected sync time versus actual. What's your overall strategy for building trust with users, though? Maya asked, back in psych analyst mode. Transparency, mostly. I use an approach where users can literally see their sync status in real time. No black box. And when you explain eventual consistency to non-tech judges, I use a definition simple enough for a 5-year-old, Ethan said. Basically, it'll get there, just maybe not instantly. And the underlying concept driving all of this? I use the concept of prioritizing reliability over speed, Ethan said. Slower but correct beats fast but broken. Lucas nodded slowly, actually engaged now. Okay, and for the demo, what data are you even showing them? I use the data from my own phone, 3 weeks of real usage, Ethan said. No fake numbers. Judges can ask anything. Maya grinned. You're actually going to crush this. Please stop being nice to me, it's freaking me out, Ethan muttered, but he was smiling. S2E103, the debate club ambush. Chloe dragged Lucas to her high school debate club as a guest judge, which really meant free labor for her college essay research. Okay, the topic today is social media regulation, Chloe said, shoving a stack of index cards at him. You have to critique both sides. No mercy. The first student argued for regulation. There's strong evidence that engagement algorithms harm teen mental health. Lucas nodded. Good start, but you need substantial evidence. One study isn't enough. Cite 3 minimum. The opposing student jumped in. There's also sufficient evidence that regulation kills innovation and free expression. Better, Lucas said, but where's your supporting evidence? You just made a claim. Maya, who'd tagged along out of curiosity, leaned over. This is basically how you support an argument in real debate: claim, then proof, every single time. Right, Lucas agreed. A valid argument needs both logic and backing, not just conviction. One nervous freshman raised her hand. Is people feel bad sometimes a sufficient condition for banning an app? No, Maya said gently. You need sufficient detail, what specifically causes the harm, how much, to whom. And sufficient information about alternatives, Lucas added. What replaces it if you ban it? Chloe, taking mental notes for her own essay, jumped in with data. There's a strong correlation between screen time and reported anxiety, actually. Correlation isn't causation, though, Maya reminded her, echoing an old family dinner argument. Just because it's strongly associated with anxiety doesn't mean it causes it. Fine, but multiple studies show anxiety is strongly correlated with late-night scrolling specifically, Chloe pushed back. That's strongly linked to sleep deprivation too, though, Maya countered. Which is its own separate variable. Everything's strongly related to everything in psychology, Lucas joked. That's the whole field, basically. Rude, Maya said, laughing. But also fair. Behavior is strongly influenced by like 6 overlapping factors at once. The debate wrapped with one girl confidently concluding, the data doesn't prove causation, but it does strongly suggest a connection worth regulating. Good closer, Lucas said, genuinely impressed. That's exactly the right level of caution. Walking out, Maya turned to Chloe. Debate club and psychology kind of have a symbiotic relationship, huh? Same skills, different stakes. S2E104, Career Day Chaos. Chloe's high school held a Bring a Mentor career day, and she'd roped in the whole squad, each representing wildly different fields. Marcus went first, working the room like a pitch meeting. Business isn't really one subject area, it's more like 10 disciplines wearing a trench coat. A student asked how he actually learned to negotiate. Marcus shrugged. Honestly, a lot of it's tacit knowledge, stuff nobody teaches you. You just absorb it by watching people mess up. Maya, at the next table, was explaining her psych research. You always need to know your target audience before designing a study. Teens respond totally differently than adults. A kid asked about her actual study habits. My biggest teaching strategy for myself is spaced repetition, she said. Cramming doesn't work for retention. Ethan, predictably, drew the biggest crowd with a laptop demo. The most useful thing about CS isn't coding specifically, it's the transferable skill of breaking big problems into small ones. Does that help with test scores? Someone asked. My test score on the AP exam wasn't even that high, Ethan admitted. The actual skill mattered more long-term. Lucas, representing communications with mild imposter syndrome, tried to sound authoritative. This major forces you to think differently about audiences. Who you're talking to changes everything. What's your thinking process when you write something? A student asked. Chaotic, honestly, Lucas laughed. But my thought process usually starts with, who's going to actually read this and why do they care? Chloe, moderating the whole thing like a mini CEO, wrapped it up. So basically, you don't need to be well educated in one narrow thing, you need range. Also, Maya added, the younger generation, meaning you guys, actually has way more access to figure this out early than we did. Use it. A kid in the back raised his hand. So which major is the right one? All 4 of them answered at once. It depends. Chloe sighed into the microphone. Career day, ladies and gentlemen. S2E105, Marcus's startup pitch meeting at the kitchen table. Marcus had summoned an emergency board meeting, really just everyone eating leftover pasta while he practiced his startup pitch for a campus competition. Okay, first strategic decision I need help with, Marcus said, flipping open his laptop. Do I pitch the app as a productivity tool or a social platform? That's basically strategic management 101, Marcus said, nodding like he'd invented the concept. Know your positioning before you know your features. What's your actual strategic objective here, though? Maya asked. Like, funding? Users? A grade. All 3, ideally, Marcus admitted. Which is why my strategic planning has been a mess. Too many goals, one deck. Robert, who'd wandered in for pasta and gotten trapped, offered actual business advice for once. You need a successful implementation story, not just an idea. Investors want proof, not vibes. I don't have users yet, Dad. Then show superior performance in something small, beta testers, engagement numbers, anything, Robert said. Even a tiny win beats a big promise. Fair, Marcus said, scribbling notes. I guess I need to take initiative instead of waiting for the perfect version to launch. And take responsibility if it flops, Chloe added unhelpfully from the couch. Character development. Rude, but noted, Marcus said. Also, timing. Does the competition deadline take precedence over polishing the app more? Deadline wins, Ethan said flatly, not looking up from his phone. Always. What does top management usually look for in these pitches anyway? Marcus asked Robert. Like, judges specifically. Clarity. And whether you understand your own numbers, Robert said. What's your projected total income for year one? Marcus paused. I have a range. A big range. Also, Maya cut in, do you have any vested interest conflicts? Like, is a professor secretly an investor or something weird? No, thankfully, Marcus said. Okay, last thing. How do I convince them the team can actually work effectively together under pressure? Show them tonight, Chloe said, gesturing at the chaotic kitchen table. This is the pressure test. S2E106, Robert's home network meltdown. The Wi-Fi died mid-family movie night, and Robert, self-appointed household IT department, sprang into action, dragging Ethan into it via video call for backup. Okay, walk me through the technical aspect of what's happening, Robert said, staring at blinking router lights like they owed him an explanation. Send me a screenshot first, Ethan said through the phone speaker. I can't offer real technical assistance blind. Every light's red. Is that bad? That's bad, Ethan confirmed. Give me a technical detail. Did you update anything recently? Maybe, Robert admitted. I might have touched the firmware. Linda, arms crossed from the doorway, wasn't surprised. This is why we need actual technical expertise in this house that isn't dad reading forums at 1 a.m. It's a simple technical issue, Robert insisted. Probably. Famous last words, Chloe muttered from the couch, popcorn in hand. Honestly, this sounds like a classic technical problem with firmware rollback, Ethan said. Do you have the technical skill to reset it without wiping your settings? I built this network from scratch, Ethan. That wasn't a yes. Robert sighed. Fine, walk me through it. Full technical support mode. Okay, first, do you know what a technical term like DHCP lease means, or should I dumb this down? I know what it means, Robert said, definitely Googling it under the table. 10 minutes later, the Wi-Fi flickered back on. Robert threw his hands up like he'd landed a plane. Technological advances are a scam. My old router never did this. That's just technological change for you, Ethan said. Every technological development breaks something else eventually. I miss when Wi-Fi was simple, Robert grumbled. There's no such thing as simple technological innovation, Dad, Chloe called out. That's the whole point of progress. Speaking of progress, Ethan added, next semester my capstone's actually about optimizing a transport system, traffic light timing using live data. See, now that's technological progress I can respect, Robert said, nodding approvingly. Something practical. It has to be well designed though, or it just makes traffic worse, Ethan said. That's the whole challenge. Sounds like something specifically designed to keep you up at night, Robert said. Every semester, basically, Ethan sighed. S2E107, The College Essay Crisis, Traditional Values and Western Society. Chloe was staring at her laptop like it owed her money. My college essay prompt is, how has tradition shaped you? And I have nothing. Just write about grandma's cooking, Lucas offered, not looking up from his phone. That's the problem, Chloe snapped. Every essay guide says admissions officers are sick of traditional culture cliches, dumplings, saris, whatever. They want original. Robert, elbow deep in fixing the toaster, chimed in. Back in my day, we didn't overthink it. You respect traditional value, you respect your elders, done. Dad, that's a traditional view, not an argument, Maya said, settling onto the couch with her psych textbook. From an academic standpoint, every traditional society evolves. The traditional form of a custom today isn't the same as it was 50 years ago. That's literally what my professor calls cultural drift. Exactly, Chloe said, pointing at Maya like she'd found her lawyer. So why does my school act like the traditional method of learning sit down, shut up, memorize is the only correct one? That's just Western tradition dressed up as universal truth. Careful, Ethan said flatly, not looking up from his laptop. You're conflating Western society's education model with Western democracy's values. Two different systems. Don't cite one to attack the other, you'll get torn apart in a debate. Lucas grinned. See, this is your essay. How traditional practice in my house clashes with the state sector school system I grew up in. Boom. Personal and smart. Chloe blinked. Okay, that's actually good. I have my moments, Lucas said, already back on his phone. S2E108, Marcus's startup, again, social inequality and fairness. Marcus burst through the door, laptop already open. Guys. My new app connects unskilled worker talent, think dog walkers, movers, whatever, directly to clients. No middleman. It's basically a virtual community for gig work. Maya raised an eyebrow. Or it's a system with unequal power baked in from day one. Who sets the pay rate, you or the workers? Me, obviously, I built it. There it is, Maya said. That's textbook unfair treatment risk. You're the platform, the pricing, and the judge. That's not a marketplace. That's a monarchy with an app icon. Ethan didn't even look up from his screen. Show me the data. What's your dispute resolution rate? If a worker gets shorted, what's the protocol? Marcus paused. I haven't built that part yet. So the most vulnerable group in your entire business model, the workers with the least leverage, has zero protection, Maya said. That's not a bug, Marcus. That's the whole design. Okay, harsh, but noted, Marcus muttered, typing furiously. Lucas, scrolling his phone, added, also, didn't the city just pass some welfare reform thing about gig workers needing benefits? You might legally have to fix this anyway. Marcus groaned and dropped his head onto the table. Why do I bring my ideas here? Why? Because we stop you from getting sued, Ethan said, unbothered. S2E109, the professor's email, communication styles. Lucas stared at his inbox in horror. My professor just said all group presentations need a written statement attached now. A whole essay. On top of the presentation. That's normal, Ethan said. Academic work needs a paper trail. Verbal communication disappears the second you stop talking. Nobody can fact-check a vibe. But the whole point of my major is that I'm good at verbal language, persuasion, timing, reading a room. Now I have to write like a robot. Maya smirked. Different skill, not a worse one. Some people process written communication better. They need time to sit with an argument instead of getting talked into it live. She's kind of got a point, Chloe said, not looking up from her phone. Half my class only trusts stuff they read, not stuff people say. If a teacher just says homework's due Friday, nobody believes it until it's in writing. Exactly, Maya said. Which is also why professors leave written comment on essays instead of just telling you verbally. It's proof, and it's permanent. Lucas sighed dramatically. So you're saying I have to actually be good at both now? Welcome to being an adult, Ethan said, still not looking up. S2E110, the neighborhood fight, urban and geography. Robert slammed a flyer on the kitchen table. They're turning the old park into a parking structure. Whole urban area is losing its only green space. Wait, they're zoning? Marcus perked up. That could actually be huge for property value. Any urban development near a transit line usually spikes prices within 2 years. Not everything is an investment, Marcus, Linda said, arms crossed. That park is where I walk before work. That's the urban environment people actually live in, not a spreadsheet. I read the city's proposal, Ethan said, pulling it up on his laptop. It's not just parking, there's an urban design plan attached. New sidewalks, a small plaza, better lighting. It covers the whole area, not just the park. Okay, but where is the new urban center supposed to be then? Robert asked. If they're moving the community hub 2 miles out, that defeats the point. Chloe, only half paying attention, glanced at the map. It says here it's supposed to serve a wide area, like 3 neighborhoods, not just ours. Which sounds great until you remember serves everyone usually means serves no one well, Maya added quietly. Robert grabbed the flyer again, already drafting a strongly worded comment for the town meeting. We are going to that hearing. All of us. Linda sighed. There goes our Saturday. S2E111, Marcus's Pitch Deck, Scale and Quantity, Part 1. Marcus stormed in with his laptop already open to a slideshow. Okay, hear me out. I did research. A vast majority of college students hate meal prepping. That's a vast array of potential customers for my new subscription box idea. Ethan didn't even look up. Define research. I asked people in my group chat. That's not a vast number of people, Marcus. That's 14 guys who owe you money. Fine, but there's a substantial number of studies backing this up too. I skimmed one. Marcus clicked to the next slide. Look, the market covers a vast area, every campus in the country. We're talking vast quantities of unopened produce rotting in fridges as we speak. Maya raised an eyebrow. That's oddly specific and slightly disturbing. The point is, Marcus pressed on, a substantial part of my target demo is broke college kids who don't cook. I did surveys covering a vast range of majors, business, nursing, art history, all of it. How many people, exactly? Ethan asked flatly. 9. Marcus, 9 people is not a substantial amount of anything. That's a friend group with opinions. Marcus closed his laptop slowly. I'll get more data. Get any data, Ethan said. S2E112, Chloe's college list, scale and quantity, part 2. Chloe had 17 browser tabs open, all college websites. Okay, I need to narrow this down. There's a wide range of schools that offer my major, but I don't know how to pick. Ranking isn't everything, Maya said gently. Programs vary, some emphasize research, some emphasize hands-on work. There's a wide variation even within the same major. Great, so I've spent the whole period of junior year stressing for nothing? Not for nothing, Lucas said, glancing over her shoulder. You've got a whole range of options now instead of like 3. That's a good problem. Robert wandered in with his coffee. When I applied, information wasn't widely available like this. You had a paper catalog and a prayer. Times change, Dad, Chloe muttered, still scrolling. Also, apparently financial aid offices are widely dispersed across different departments at some schools, which is insane. Why do I need 4 different emails to ask about money? Efficiency isn't widely distributed in higher ed bureaucracy, Ethan said dryly, not looking up from his laptop. That tracks. This filter option is actually widely used though, Chloe said, brightening slightly. It sorts by acceptance rate and financial aid generosity. That's helpful. See? Progress, Lucas said. Chloe closed 12 tabs. Down to 5. I'll take it. S2E113, Sibling Psychology 101, Change and Comparison, Part 1. Maya had her psych notes spread across the coffee table, watching Lucas and Chloe bicker over the TV remote for the 5th time that week. You two are a striking example of sibling dynamics, Maya said, mostly to herself. Excuse me, Lucas said. It's a compliment, kind of. There's a strong bond underneath all this arguing. I can tell by how fast you both defend each other to outsiders, even mid-fight. We do not have a strong relationship, Chloe said, snatching the remote. We have a hostage situation. That's actually a striking feature of close sibling pairs, Maya continued, unbothered. A strong tendency to bicker over small stuff while having each other's back on anything real. Classic pattern. Okay, but sometimes we have strong reactions to genuinely nothing, Lucas admitted. Like this morning. Over cereal. There's a strong link between petty fights and stress displacement, Maya said. You're probably both stressed about something bigger and taking it out on the remote. In stark contrast to how calm you two usually are at dinner, Robert added from the kitchen, clearly eavesdropping. It's honestly in striking contrast to how they act in public, Linda called out. Total angels in front of guests. Maya put a strong emphasis on writing this down. This is literally my case study for next week. We're not a case study, Maya, Chloe groaned. Too late, Maya said, already typing. S2E114, The Kitchen Renovation Fight, Change and Comparison, Part 2. Robert had blueprints spread across the table. I want to talk about the kitchen. I'm thinking structural change, knock down this wall, open up the space. Linda crossed her arms. That wall is load-bearing, Robert. It's not that structural element, it's just drywall. It is exactly that structural element, Linda cut in. I looked at the house inspection. You're not touching it. Ethan, scrolling on his phone, glanced up. Actually, older homes like this often have structural properties that vary. You'd need an engineer to confirm before assuming anything. See, thank you, Linda said. I just think the layout is totally different from what we need now, Robert said, undeterred. It's substantially different from a modern kitchen. We could undergo transformation as a household, new energy, new space. We don't need to undergo transformation. We need you to not knock down a wall, Linda said flatly. Renovation costs vary considerably depending on scope, Marcus chimed in, uninvited. Could vary greatly, like $5,000 versus $50,000 easy. Not helping Marcus, Linda said. Prices also vary significantly by contractor, Marcus added anyway. And permits vary widely by city too. Robert sighed, rolling up the blueprints. Fine. No wall. But we are going to treat differently the cabinet situation. Those are getting redone regardless. That, Linda said, I can agree to. Chloe, watching from the doorway, muttered, every structural adjustment in this house starts with Dad and ends with Mom winning. Season 2, Episode 115, The Bigger Picture. Summer had ended. Junior year began. And everything, somehow, felt heavier than before. Lucas noticed it first in the hallway of the communications building, reading the department's new curriculum board. The major shift from traditional broadcasting to digital-first storytelling wasn't just a trend anymore, it was the syllabus. His main task this semester, a full independent documentary project, pitched, filmed, and edited solo. He texted the group chat, they want a documentary. A real one. Marcus replied, major decision time. What's your subject? Ethan replied, define real. Maya didn't reply. She showed up at his dorm instead. You already know what you want to make it about, she said, settling into the chair with her usual unsettling accuracy. He did. He'd been circling it for months, a short documentary about first-generation college students navigating the gap between their family's expectations and their own ambitions. The main source of his interest was personal in ways he hadn't fully articulated yet. That has major implications, Maya said carefully, for how much of yourself you're willing to put on screen. I know. It could have major impact, real reach, real resonance. I know that too. At home that weekend, he brought it up at dinner, tentatively. The way he learned worked better than announcing. Robert listened with the focused stillness of a man processing a network diagram. Linda asked 3 logistical questions in rapid succession, which meant she was taking it seriously. The major challenge, Robert said finally, won't be the filming. What will it be? Deciding how honest you're willing to be. Chloe looked up from her phone. That's the main finding of every documentary ever made, Dad. Robert pointed at her. Exactly. Lucas wrote it down that night, not the idea, but Robert's words. The major contribution he could make wasn't technical. The major feature that would separate his film from a competent student project wasn't equipment or editing. It was the willingness to look clearly at something real. He had a major role to play in his own story. He just had to decide to step into it. The major part of that decision, Maya had once told him, was always made before you knew you'd made it. He opened a new document and typed a title. The cursor blinked. He didn't delete it. That was enough for now. Season 2, Episode 116, The Critique. Professor Aldine ran the documentary practicum the way a surgeon runs an operating room, precise, unhurried, and completely comfortable with discomfort. Week 4 was peer critique day. Lucas had submitted his rough cut, 12 minutes on first-generation students, including, in a decision he was now reconsidering, 40 seconds of himself talking to camera about his own family. The overwhelming majority of feedback was constructive. Most of it he could work with. Then Derek, the same Derek from the quad incident in Episode 5, because Boston was a small city and karma had a sense of humor, raised his hand. The personal segment has a negative connotation, Derek said. It reads as self-indulgent. The negative aspect is that it pulls focus from your other subjects. Lucas kept his expression neutral. The negative feedback is noted, Professor Aldine said evenly, but let's examine it. Is the perceived need for objectivity in documentary actually objective? Or is that itself a negative stereotype about what personal filmmaking can achieve? Derek blinked. There's a notable exception to the filmmaker stays invisible rule, she continued, and it has produced some of the most meaningful work in the genre. The question isn't whether Lucas is on screen. It's whether his presence serves the film in a meaningful way. She turned to Lucas. What do you think the negative side of including yourself is? Negative impact on credibility, maybe, he said carefully. A perceived threat to the film's authority. Some audiences carry a negative attitude toward first-person documentary, the negative view that it's less rigorous. And the optimal solution? He'd been thinking it through since 2 a.m. Earn it. Make the personal footage do more work than the rest, so its negative value to skeptical viewers gets outweighed by what it actually contributes. Professor Aldine nodded once. That answer is of paramount importance to your edit. After class, Maya appeared at his elbow. Derek gave negative feedback on your vulnerability, she said. Consider the perceived importance of his opinion accordingly. Meaning? Meaning low. Lucas brightened up for the first time all morning. The negative consequences of caring too much about Derek's critique, he decided, outweighed any negative outcome of ignoring it entirely. He went home and cut the scene tighter. It got better. Season 2, Episode 117, The Right Tool for the Right Person. The documentary was evolving. Lucas could feel it, the way a project stops being an assignment and starts being something you're particularly concerned with finishing correctly, not just finishing. His main concern this week was interviews. He had 5 subjects lined up. The challenge, as Professor Aldine had been particularly effective at pointing out, was that each person required a completely different approach. Subject 1, a pre-med student from rural Georgia, first in her family to leave the state. She was particularly sensitive about her relationship with her parents, who hadn't understood her choosing medicine over returning home. Lucas learned quickly that direct questions didn't work. Patience did. Silence, used correctly, was particularly useful here. It let her fill the space on her own terms. Subject 2, a computer science sophomore who spoke in data and deflection. Getting anything emotionally particularly relevant out of him required reframing every question as a logic problem. What was the most inefficient part of navigating financial aid? Suddenly, 20 minutes of unguarded honesty. The approach was particularly suited to his communication style and produced the most particularly striking footage of the week. Maya, watching the raw cuts Thursday evening, was quiet for a long moment. That second interview is particularly significant, she said. You can see the exact moment he forgets the camera is there. Minute 4, Lucas said. When I stopped asking about feelings and started asking about systems. You're particularly influential in that room without realizing it. She paused. That's particularly apparent in how they relax after the first 5 minutes. It was particularly appropriate feedback, coming from a psychology major who'd spent 2 years studying exactly that dynamic. Ethan, who had been recruited as audio tech and was partly responsible for the surprisingly clean sound design, looked up from his laptop. The Georgia interview is particularly valuable for the opening. Strongest emotional anchor. Agreed, Lucas said. You were particularly successful at not interrupting her, Ethan added. That was particularly evident in the final 4 minutes. I practiced not interrupting. It shows. Marcus, who had no formal role but had arrived anyway, was mainly concerned with when they were ordering food. The documentary is going well, he announced. Can we celebrate with pizza? Nobody argued. Some victories were particularly acute in the moment, small, clean, and enough. Lucas saved the footage and closed his laptop. Junior year, it turned out, suited him. Season 2, Episode 118, The Visibility Problem. It started with a campus article. Someone had posted it in the group chat at 11 p.m. because apparently nobody in this friend group believed in sleep, titled, Why First-Gen Students Are Still Invisible in Higher Education. By midnight, the living room had become a courtroom. The piece makes an argument that institutions fail to make visible the structural barriers first-gen students face, Lucas said, laptop open. And honestly, the data makes an impact before you even hit paragraph 3. Which data? Ethan said immediately. Because structural barriers is doing a lot of work as a phrase without telling me what specifically fails to meet criteria for equitable access. The experience is the data, Ethan. Experience is qualitative. I need the institution to make explicit where it fails to meet its own objectives before I'll call it systemic. Maya set down her tea. That resistance itself is worth analyzing. When institutions don't make provision for students who don't already know how to make contact with the right offices, they're not being neutral, they're making a policy decision by omission. Marcus looked up from his phone. Okay, but from a pure outcomes perspective, if a university wants to make a transition toward genuine inclusion, it has to meet targets that are actually measurable. You can't make a recommendation to a board of trustees based on vibes. Nobody said vibes, Marcus, Maya said. I'm making a prediction. Any initiative that doesn't meet requirements for accountability will last one academic year and then disappear into a subcommittee. Chloe, cross-legged on the floor, had been quiet long enough to mean something. Can I make a comment? Everyone looked at her. You're all making judgments about what the institution should do. But who makes a statement on behalf of the students who don't even know they're allowed to ask for accommodations? You can't make arrangements for people you haven't made aware of their own options. Silence. The invisibility isn't just structural, she continued. It's epistemic. If you don't know a resource exists, it might as well not be made available to you. Lucas stared at his sister. That's going in the documentary. Cite me properly. You're 17. Maintain contact with the concept of credit where it's due, Lucas. Maya pointed at Chloe. She just made a contribution that reframes the entire argument. I know, Ethan said quietly. He was already typing. Marcus leaned back. She made an impression. I'll give her that. Robert appeared in the doorway in his bathrobe, assessed the scene, and said, Are you solving higher education at midnight again? We're getting close, Lucas said. Robert got a glass of water and went back to bed. Some problems, he'd learned, resolved themselves faster without him. Season 2, Episode 119, The Paywall Problem. Ethan had sent a research paper to the group chat with one word of context, read. The paper was behind a paywall. $42 to access one PDF. By the time everyone arrived at Lucas's dorm, the temperature had already risen 3 degrees from collective indignation. The overall picture here is pretty simple, Lucas said, pacing in the way he did when something had activated his media justice instincts. Academic knowledge, funded largely by public money, gets locked behind paywalls that only wealthy institutions can afford. The overall effect is that the people who most need research access are the ones least likely to get it. Quantify most need, Ethan said. Ethan, a researcher in a developing country, can't access the same online database as someone at Harvard. The overall rate of citation and knowledge sharing drops because of access inequality, not despite it. That's actually documented, Ethan conceded. Online access disparities correlate directly with research output gaps across lower-income institutions. Marcus leaned forward. Okay, but someone has to fund the journals. The online journal infrastructure doesn't run on goodwill. Peer review, editing, hosting, those have real costs. Which is exactly why open access models exist, Maya said. The overall aim of open access publishing is to decouple knowledge dissemination from profit motive. Some universities are already mandating it. And once established, those models actually reduce long-term costs, Ethan added. The online version of most papers costs a fraction of print to distribute. The margin argument weakens significantly at scale. Chloe had been reading something on her phone. So basically, the overall level of academic inequality is partly maintained by the publishing industry's business model? That's the argument, Lucas said. And the overall performance of the open access movement so far? Mixed, Maya said honestly. Predatory journals emerged to exploit the model. Quality control became an issue. Once established, bad actors found ways in. So the solution created new problems, Marcus said, visibly more interested now that there was systemic risk involved. Most solutions do, Ethan said. The question is whether the new problems are worse than the original ones. Chloe put her phone down. $42 for one PDF is worse than most things. Nobody argued with that. Robert appeared briefly, saw the whiteboards, the open laptops, the intensity, and quietly made himself a sandwich without engaging. He had learned, across 29 episodes, that some rooms were better entered with food than with opinions. Season 2, Episode 120, Who Gets to Belong? The trigger was a documentary clip Lucas had shown in his communications seminar, a segment on identity and belonging in post-industrial metropolitan areas across the Midwest. By evening, he'd brought it home like a stray argument that needed feeding. The clip basically shows how migrant workers in the manufacturing sector get treated as economically useful but culturally invisible, Lucas said. They contribute, they stay, they raise kids here, but municipal governments still treat them as temporary. That's a resource allocation problem, Marcus said. Municipal governments optimize for established tax bases. Migrant workers often exist in informal economies that are harder to count. And that's exactly the problem, Maya said. Modern society keeps demanding economic participation while withholding the mutual recognition that would allow full social membership. You can't build mutual trust between communities when one community is structurally legible and the other isn't. Ethan looked up. Define structurally legible. Visible to institutions. Counted. Represented. So the data problem is downstream of the recognition problem, Ethan said, processing. Interesting. Chloe had been watching the clip on Lucas's laptop with increasing agitation. Can we also talk about how male dominance in the manufacturing sector specifically shapes which stories get told? The women in these communities, especially those carrying multiple identities as mothers, workers, and immigrants, are basically footnotes. That's the minority group within the minority group problem, Maya said. Intersectionality in practice. Modern culture loves a single clean narrative, Lucas said. First-gen immigrant makes good. But the middle-income version, the family that's stable but not celebrated, the manual worker who's neither struggling nor thriving enough to be interesting, they disappear from the story entirely. Middle management does the same thing in corporate culture, Marcus said, then paused. Actually, that's a different conversation. It's not, though, Maya said. The middle-income, middle management bracket is where mutual support networks are most strained and least visible. Everyone assumes they're fine. Are they? Chloe asked. Silence. That's the documentary Lucas should make, she said. Lucas was already writing it down. Mutual understanding between classes requires actually looking at the middle, Maya continued. Not as aspirational, not as cautionary, just as real. And national identity complicates all of it, Ethan said. Because the question of who counts as belonging to the nation is still being actively contested. Robert appeared in the doorway, home from a long shift. He looked at the group, heard the tail end of national identity, and said, I just want to belong to my couch right now. He sat down. Nobody moved him. Mutual support, Linda always said, started at home. Season 2, Episode 121, The Privacy Paradox. The trigger this time was Marcus. Specifically, Marcus had discovered that a national media outlet had published a profile on a local startup founder using details sourced entirely from the founder's public social media, location data, personal relationship status, financial indicators, daily routine. No interview. No consent request. Completely legal. He'd sent the article at 7 a.m. with the caption, Is this fine? I feel like this isn't fine. By evening, everyone had opinions. The national press has always operated on the principle that public behavior is fair game, Lucas said. The question is whether posting on social media constitutes public behavior in a meaningful sense, or whether we've just collectively made our personal space into a storefront without realizing it. It's a personal choice to post publicly, Marcus said. I'm sorry, personal responsibility has to enter this conversation at some point. If your personal information is accessible, you chose to make it accessible. Did you, though? Chloe said. Or did a platform design team, operating under national policy frameworks that haven't caught up with the technology, create conditions where opting out is functionally impossible without social and professional consequences? Marcus opened his mouth. Closed it. Personal circumstances shape what counts as a free choice, Maya said. A freelancer who needs personal contact with clients has to maintain a visible online presence. That's not a choice in any meaningful sense. It's structural coercion dressed as autonomy. The national institutions that should be regulating this are at least a decade behind, Ethan said. I've read the national policy proposals. They don't understand the technical architecture they're trying to regulate. Which means personal safety online is essentially self-managed, Lucas said. And personal knowledge of digital privacy tools is distributed completely unequally, Ethan added. Older users, lower-income users, people whose national language isn't English, they're navigating the same risks with significantly fewer resources. The national interest argument cuts both ways too, Maya said. Governments invoke it to justify surveillance. Corporations invoke it to justify data harvesting. The individual's personal interest in privacy gets framed as suspicious, like you only want privacy if you have something to hide. That framing is a national movement in itself, Lucas said. Transparency culture. Radical openness. It sounds progressive until you realize it mostly protects people who already have institutional power. Chloe nodded. The party leader who leaks an opponent's personal communication and calls it accountability journalism is doing the same thing as the outlet that profiled Marcus's founder. The principle is identical. The optics are just different. Robert, who had been reading nearby and clearly absorbing more than he'd let on, lowered his book. When I was coming up, he said, personal contact meant a handshake. Personal experience was something you had, not something you posted. Personal knowledge was private by default. He paused. Now the default is reversed and nobody voted on it. The room was quiet. That, Maya said, is the most accurate description of the structural shift I've heard all semester. Robert picked his book back up. I'm also available for keynote speeches. Linda called from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Personal responsibility, apparently, now included showing up to eat while it was hot. Season 2, Episode 122, The Just War Problem. Robert had made the mistake of leaving the news on. A panel discussion about a recent escalation in Eastern Europe was still playing when the group arrived for Sunday dinner. 4 voices, 0 consensus, and enough declarative sentences to fuel a semester of seminars. By the time Linda brought out the food, nobody was eating. The framing bothers me, Lucas said, gesturing at the screen. Every time a national government authorizes military action, the national media immediately sorts the coverage into justified or unjustified, as if the ethics of using military force can be resolved in a cheer-in. Ethics aside, Marcus said, which was always how Marcus began sentences that were entirely about ethics, the real question is strategic. Does deploying military power actually achieve the stated objective, or does it create 3 new instabilities for everyone it resolves? The research on that is pretty consistent, Ethan said. Unilateral military action without multilateral backing has a poor long-term track record. Post-conflict stability correlates strongly with whether a peace treaty was negotiated versus imposed. Imposed peace doesn't hold, Maya agreed. Psychologically, populations that experience defeat without genuine reconciliation tend to develop what researchers call humiliation narratives, and those are incredibly durable. They outlast the conflict by generations. Chloe had been reading something on her phone. There was a national survey released last month. 63% of Americans under 30 say military service should remain voluntary even in escalating conflict scenarios. That's up 12 points from 5 years ago. National legislation hasn't caught up with that shift, Lucas said. The legal framework for when a national government can deploy military force is still operating on post-World War II assumptions. National security law is deliberately broad, Ethan said. It's architected for flexibility, which sounds reasonable until flexibility becomes a mechanism for bypassing democratic oversight. Which is exactly what the panel is arguing about right now, Marcus said, nodding at the TV. Whether the executive or the legislature controls the threshold for military action. Robert, who had been eating quietly with the focused patience of a man who had watched this argument happen in real life, not just on television, set down his fork. I did military service, he said simply. Nobody asked me what I thought about the strategic calculus. They told me where to go. The room went quiet in a different way than it usually did. The National Conference on Veterans' Mental Health last year found that the gap between policy rationale and ground-level reality is the single biggest factor in post-service psychological outcomes, Maya said quietly. The people making military power decisions and the people executing them are operating with completely different information sets. That's not a bug, Ethan said. Institutionally, it's a feature. Distance between decision and consequence reduces friction at the decision-making level. That's a very clean way to say something very grim, Chloe said. I know. Linda came in from the kitchen, assessed the silence, and said, "The food is getting cold and whatever you're solving, you won't solve it tonight." She was right. They ate. Robert turned off the television. The panel continued without them, as panels always do. Season 2, Episode 123, The Wage Debate That Ate Dinner. Linda had mentioned, casually, that the restaurant was struggling to retain staff at current pay rates. Marcus had said market forces. Chloe had said exploitation. And suddenly nobody was talking about the pasta anymore. The minimum wage debate always gets framed as this binary, Lucas said, like raising it either saves the national economy or destroys it. But the actual research landscape is way more nuanced than either side admits. The nuance is the data, Ethan said. Meta-analyses on minimum wage increases show modest employment effects, significantly smaller than the opponents predict. The national income distribution shifts meaningfully toward lower quintiles without the apocalyptic job losses. In theory, Marcus said. But the national market isn't uniform. A $15 floor might be fine in Boston and genuinely disruptive for a small business in rural Mississippi. You can't set national economy policy based on natural conditions that vary this dramatically by region. So your solution is to let geography determine whether someone's labor has dignity? Chloe said. My solution is to acknowledge that natural law doesn't exist in economics. There's no universal equilibrium that policy should be trying to restore. Every intervention has trade-offs. Nobody said natural law, Maya said. But you're essentially arguing for a natural order of wages, the idea that markets left alone will produce fair outcomes. That's an assumption, not an observation. Marcus pointed at her. That's actually fair. I know. The bigger issue, Lucas said, is that paid employment is increasingly not the whole picture. Gig economy workers, platform labor, care workers, huge portions of the workforce are structurally excluded from minimum wage protections. The national income figures don't capture that shadow economy. And middle-income households are being squeezed from both directions, Maya added. Not poor enough to access support systems, not secure enough to absorb economic shocks. A natural disaster or a medical bill away from crisis. The natural environment of economic precarity, Ethan said, is one where paid employment feels like stability even when wages are stagnant. That's a natural process of normalization. People adjust their expectations downward and call it resilience. That framing concerns me, Maya said. Normalizing precarity as resilience is a psychological mechanism that benefits the system, not the individual. Linda, who had been eating quietly and listening with the expression of someone who managed actual human beings for a living, set down her fork. I've had employees who were middle income on paper and couldn't make rent, she said. And I've had employees making below minimum wage in tips who were doing fine. The numbers don't tell you what the numbers don't tell you. Chloe looked at her mother. That should be Natural Philosophy 101. It should be Management 101, Linda said. Talk to your people. Robert nodded. In network engineering, we call that ground truthing. The natural history of any system is different from its documented specifications. Dad just compared labor economics to network infrastructure, Lucas said. He's not wrong, Ethan said. Robert looked quietly vindicated. The pasta, by this point, was cold. Natural conditions of a house where everyone had opinions. Season 2, Episode 124, The Whole Person Problem. The trigger was a university wellness report, 48 pages, nobody had read, that Ethan had summarized in a single spreadsheet and distributed to the group at breakfast with the subject line, "We are not okay." The data was about student health outcomes. All categories. Simultaneously declining. The report separates physical health and mental health as distinct metrics, Ethan said, but the correlation coefficients suggest they're tracking together. Students whose physical needs aren't being met, sleep, nutrition, physical activity, show degraded mental state outcomes within 6 to 8 weeks. That's not a finding, that's common sense, Marcus said. Your physical environment affects your cognition. Everyone knows this. Everyone says they know this, Maya said. But university systems still treat mental illness as a counseling problem and physical health as a gym membership problem. They're addressed by completely separate departments that never talk to each other. The physical development literature in psychology has been making this argument for decades, she continued. You cannot meaningfully address mental health without accounting for physical characteristics of the person's daily environment, light exposure, physical contact, movement, noise levels. These are naturally occurring variables that institutions consistently ignore. Because they're hard to monetize, Marcus said. You can sell therapy sessions. You can't easily bill for, we fix the lighting in the library. Chloe looked up from the report. Page 31. The physical features of campus buildings built before 1990 are flagged as contributing to elevated anxiety indicators. Specifically low ceilings, limited natural light, and restricted physical environment in study spaces. The natural world has better ergonomics than most of our classrooms, Lucas said. That's actually documented in natural science research on biophilic design, Ethan said. Exposure to natural resources, plants, water features, daylight, measurably reduces cortisol. So the solution to the student mental health crisis is houseplants? Marcus said. Part of it, genuinely, yes, Ethan said, without irony. The deeper issue, Maya said, is that we've constructed an academic environment that treats physical activity, adequate sleep, and medical treatment access as optional extras rather than natural rights of human functioning. Then we're surprised when mental illness rates climb. Medical assistance is also economically stratified, Lucas added. First-gen students, lower-income students, their access to both physical health resources and mental health support is significantly lower even within the same institution. The natural tendency of underfunded systems is to triage, Ethan said. Crisis intervention gets funded. Prevention doesn't. Which means by the time someone gets medical treatment, Maya said quietly, they've already been symptomatic for months. Sometimes years. Linda had come in mid-conversation and was standing in the doorway with coffee, listening. When I was their age, she said, you didn't talk about mental state. You just pushed through. And how did that work out? Chloe asked, not unkindly. Linda was quiet for a moment. Some people were fine, she said. Some people weren't. She put the coffee down and went back to the kitchen. The report, all 48 pages of it, sat on the table. Nobody closed it. Season 2, Episode 125, The Ethics of Enough. The trigger was a hypothetical, which, in this group, was the most dangerous kind of conversation starter. Maya had posted in the group chat at 10 p.m., if a hospital has one ventilator and 2 patients who both need it equally, how do you decide? Discuss. Marcus had replied, why are you like this? By 11 p.m., everyone was in Lucas's living room. It's a classic moral dilemma, Maya said, but I'm not interested in the trolley problem version. I want to talk about the institutional version. How do hospitals actually operationalize these decisions? They use triage protocols, Ethan said, which are essentially codified moral principles dressed in clinical language. Minimum standards of survivability, maximum duration of expected treatment, minimum requirements for resource allocation. The ethics get embedded in the procedure so individual doctors don't have to make the call in real time. That's either very wise or very convenient, Chloe said. Both, Ethan said. That's the point. The problem, Maya continued, is that triage protocols operate on a narrow definition of medical need. They optimize for survival probability, which sounds objective until you realize survival probability correlates with pre-existing access to healthcare, nutrition, housing, factors entirely outside the hospital's minimum level of consideration. So the protocol launders structural inequality, Lucas said. The bias is upstream, but the decision looks neutral because it follows a procedure. Exactly. Marcus had been uncharacteristically quiet. I keep coming back to moral philosophy here, specifically the utilitarian versus deontological split. Utilitarianism says maximize outcomes, save the patient more likely to survive. Deontology says each person has rights that can't be violated even for aggregate benefit. The protocol assumes utilitarianism. But nobody voted on that. Nobody ever votes on the moral principles embedded in institutional design, Chloe said. They just accumulate. The necessary information for making a truly just decision, Maya said, exceeds what any triage system actually collects. You'd need full social context, not just vitals. But you also have a maximum duration of maybe 3 minutes to decide. So you compress. Which means the minimum value assigned to a life in that moment, Lucas said slowly, is determined by what's measurable in 3 minutes. Silence. That's the actual moral dilemma, Maya said. Not the ventilator. The clock. There's also a narrow range of options that triage even considers, Ethan added. Transfer, palliative care, experimental intervention. These exist, but rarely appear in the minimum requirement frameworks because they complicate the algorithm. Moral philosophy built the room, Marcus said. Medicine furnished it. And patients arrive without knowing either. Robert had been listening from the hallway. He walked in, sat down, and said nothing for a moment. My father was in a situation like that once, he said. The hospital had a protocol. They followed it. I still don't know if it was right. He picked up his coffee. Some questions, he said, don't have answers that feel like answers. Maya nodded. That's the honest conclusion of most moral philosophy, she said quietly. Chloe looked at Robert. Did the protocol have a minimum standard for explaining the decision to the family? No, Robert said. That's what needs fixing, she said. Nobody disagreed. Season 2, Episode 126. We've been over this. The campus library, Sunday afternoon. Lucas, Maya, Ethan, and Marcus are supposed to be studying, but have somehow ended up in a heated debate about whether college is still worth it, triggered by a viral TikTok Marcus showed the group. Marcus leaned back in his chair, phone still in hand. Look, I'm just saying, in the previous decade, a degree basically guaranteed you a job. Now, people are drowning in debt and still can't find work. That's an oversimplification, Maya said, not looking up from her notes. If you'd read the preceding chapter of literally any sociology textbook, you'd know that credential value is tied to broader labor market shifts, not just supply and demand. Oh, so now we're citing textbooks in real life? Marcus shot back. Ethan pushed his laptop aside. Actually, Marcus has a point, but only partially. In recent decades, the return on investment for a bachelor's degree has declined in certain sectors. The data's pretty clear on that. Thank you, Ethan, Marcus said, pointing at him triumphantly. I wasn't finished, Ethan said flatly. The preceding discussion in the Stanford Labor Report, which I actually read, shows that which degree matters enormously. You're conflating all degrees into one argument. Lucas, who had been half listening while scrolling, suddenly sat up. Okay, but here's what nobody's saying. We're not even in the planning stage of fixing any of this. Universities keep raising tuition while the previous section of every government report just recommends more studies. Lucas accidentally made a coherent point, Chloe said from across the table, earbuds in, without looking up. Mark your calendars. Maya laughed. In the present context though, rising AI, remote work, gig economy, the previous paragraph of that old, go to college, get a job, narrative just doesn't hold up anymore. Finally, Marcus said. Someone gets it. I'm not agreeing with you, Maya clarified. I'm saying the previous part of this conversation where Ethan broke it down by sector is the only intellectually honest take anyone's offered. Marcus opened his mouth. And before you start a preceding section of excuses, Ethan added, yes, your business degree still counts. Marginally. Lucas dropped his head on the table. This is why we never get any studying done. Season 2, Episode 127, The Algorithm is Not Your Friend. The Harrison living room, Saturday evening. Robert is half watching the news. Lucas, Maya, and Marcus are sprawled across the couch and floor. Chloe walks in holding her phone like it's evidence in a criminal trial. Chloe dropped her phone on the coffee table. Okay, I need someone to explain to me why my entire feed is just rage. Like, every app one open, I'm immediately furious about something. Lucas sat up. That's literally by design. Outrage keeps you scrolling. Every media platform's primary objective is to maximize engagement, not inform you. Okay, but that raises a question, Maya said, setting down her book. Is the real issue the algorithm, or is it that we've become psychologically dependent on that emotional loop? Because those are two very different problems. Both, Marcus said without hesitation. And both pose a threat to any kind of rational public discourse. Angry users click more ads. It's just business. Robert looked up from the TV. In my day, the news came on at 6. You watched it, you processed it, you moved on. Nobody was doom scrolling at midnight. Dad, that poses a problem for your argument, Lucas said. Consolidation in broadcast media was already a problem area way before social media. 3 networks controlling the narrative isn't exactly neutral. He's not wrong, Ethan said from behind his laptop. The data shows media consolidation accelerated through the 90s. This isn't new, it just poses a challenge to the idea that there was ever some golden age of objective information. Maya leaned forward. Can I raise an issue nobody's touching? We keep talking about platforms and algorithms, but the primary concern here is media literacy. Or the complete lack of it. Yes, Chloe pointed at her. That's what I've been trying to say. Schools place emphasis on memorizing dates and formulas, but zero emphasis on how to evaluate a source. To be fair, Marcus said, the primary purpose of public education, historically, has been workforce readiness, not critical thinking. Which is exactly the primary aim of people who benefit from an uninformed public, Maya said, raising an eyebrow. Everyone went quiet. Chloe picked up her phone. I'm going back to being furious. It's less exhausting than this conversation. Robert nodded slowly. She's not wrong either. Lucas stared at the ceiling. I genuinely cannot tell if we're getting smarter or just better at sounding smart. For you. Chloe called from the hallway. Definitely the second one. Season 2, Episode 128. Numbers Don't Hug You Back. The campus coffee shop, Thursday afternoon. Maya has just presented a draft of her research proposal to the group, a study on loneliness in college students. Ethan has opinions. Maya slid her laptop across the table. Okay, so my thesis advisor approved the direction. I'm doing a qualitative study on social isolation in first-year students, interviews, personal narratives, lived experience. Ethan read the screen for approximately 4 seconds. You're not going to get anything publishable without a quantitative component. How do you process data from 20 interviews and call it generalizable? That's not what qualitative research is for, Ethan. Then what's it for? Maya took a slow breath. It's for understanding why people feel what they feel. A qualitative approach gives you depth. You can't process information about human loneliness through a spreadsheet. A quantitative study on the same population would give you actual statistical significance, Ethan said, completely unbothered. Survey 500 students. Run a quantitative analysis. Now you have something. Marcus leaned in. Okay, but from a pure ROI standpoint, quantitative research is faster, cheaper, scalable. If you're pitching this to a grant committee, numbers land harder than feelings. Wow, Chloe said flatly. That sentence should be on a tombstone. Lucas had been quietly reading Maya's draft. I think there's a plausible explanation for why Ethan and Marcus are missing the point entirely. He looked up. You both process information in binary. Data in, conclusion out. But a qualitative method is actually harder. You have to sit with ambiguity. That's not a possible explanation. That's just an insult, Ethan said. It's both, Lucas said pleasantly. Maya reclaimed her laptop. A quantitative approach tells you how many students feel lonely. My qualitative analysis tells you what that loneliness actually looks like in someone's daily life. Both matter. But mine answers the question nobody's bothered to ask properly. Okay, fine, Ethan conceded. But you should still add a survey component. A mixed quantitative method appendix at minimum. A mixed methods appendix, Maya corrected. That's what I said. You said quantitative method appendix. That's a different thing. Ethan opened his mouth. Closed it. Chloe stirred her drink. This is why I'm going into law. At least lawyers know they're arguing about nothing. Season 2, Episode 128. You can't survey your way out of feelings. the campus library the following week. Maya is now working on her revised research proposal, the one that includes Ethan's suggested survey component. Ethan has pulled up her draft without being asked. This is already a problem. Ethan turned Maya's laptop toward himself. Okay, so your methodology section. You're mixing qualitative data from interviews with a survey. That's fine. But you haven't specified how you're building your sample. Maya looked up from her highlighter. I'm doing purposive sampling. First-year students who self-report social isolation. That's not a random sample, Ethan said immediately. I know. It's not supposed to be. Then your quantitative results are going to be meaningless. You can't run inferential stats on a non-random group and pretend it generalizes. Lucas, eating a granola bar nearby, raised a hand. Is this going to get loud? Because I have a midterm in 2 hours and I need ambient stress, not active stress. It's already active, Marcus said without looking up from his phone. Maya closed her eyes briefly. Ethan, the survey is supplementary. The qualitative data is the spine of this study. I'm not trying to produce quantitative results that generalize to all college students everywhere. That's a different paper. Then why include quantitative data at all? Because you told me to. A pause. I said mixed methods, Ethan said carefully. I didn't say compromise your sampling design. Okay. Maya turned the laptop back toward herself. Then help me instead of auditing me. Ethan pulled his chair over, actually reading now. Your preliminary data from the pilot interviews, have you cleaned it yet? Partially. I still have raw data from 3 sessions I haven't coded. And the survey respondents, how were they recruited? They were randomly selected from the first-year student roster. Each participant was randomly assigned to either the interview group or survey-only group. Ethan nodded slowly. Okay, that's actually solid. But if anyone was randomly chosen for both groups by accident, that's a random error in your assignment protocol, and it'll tank your methodology section. Maya stared at him. I know. I flagged it in the footnotes. Oh. He read further. Yeah, you did. Lucas finished his granola bar. So are we done? Is this friendship again? We treat random variable effects in the appendix, Maya said to Ethan, ignoring Lucas completely. Appendix B or C? B. Good call. Lucas looked at Marcus. I genuinely cannot tell if they're fighting or collaborating. Marcus shrugged. With those two? Same thing. Season 2, Episode 129, Who's Pulling the Strings? The Harrison Kitchen, Sunday Brunch. Robert is fixing the coffee maker again. Linda is reviewing staff schedules on her tablet. Lucas, Chloe, and Maya are at the table. The TV in the background is running a segment about influencer culture and Gen Z political engagement. Chloe pointed her fork at the TV. Okay, that segment is embarrassing. They're acting like TikTok is the only reason young people are politically aware. Like we didn't exist before the algorithm. To be fair, Lucas said, pouring coffee, social media does play a role in how political ideas spread. You can't just dismiss that. I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying it's not the principal source. It's one channel. Maya set down her orange juice. Chloe's right, actually. If you look at radicalization research, family environment is still the primary source of political identity formation, way before any app enters the picture. Robert looked up from the coffee maker. Well, that's terrifying for some families. Linda didn't look up from her tablet. Robert. I'm just saying. Marcus, who had let himself in through the back door and was now helping himself to toast, jumped in. Okay, but as a potential source of reach, social media has no competition. You want to move product or a political message, that's your powerful tool. The predictive power of targeted content is insane right now. That's exactly what scares me, Maya said. Targeting isn't neutral. Algorithms don't just reflect preferences, they shape them. That's a powerful force operating below conscious awareness. So now the app is brainwashing us? Chloe asked. Not brainwashing. Nudging. Repeatedly. Which over time is arguably more effective. Ethan walked in also uninvited, also heading straight for the coffee. What are we arguing about? Whether TikTok is a powerful influence on democracy or just a possible source of noise, Lucas summarized. Ethan poured his coffee. Both. It plays a pivotal role in information diffusion, but the predictive power of any single platform on actual voting behavior is still statistically weak. People overestimate it. Thank you, Chloe said. I wasn't taking your side. I was taking the data's side. Same outcome. Robert finally got the coffee maker running and held up his mug in quiet triumph. You know what plays a prominent role in my morning? This. Not TikTok. Linda patted his arm. Very profound, honey. I thought so. Lucas looked around the table. Maya dissecting behavior, Ethan citing studies, Marcus calculating reach, Chloe refusing every framing, his dad celebrating a functional appliance. I love that we all watched the same 30-second TV segment and somehow ended up in 5 different conversations. 6, said Robert, raising his mug again. Season 2, Episode 130. Nobody reads the footnotes. The university seminar room, Wednesday evening. Maya has been invited to present her research proposal to a small peer review panel, which somehow includes Lucas, Ethan, Marcus, and a very bored Chloe who tagged along because there was free pizza. Professor Nguyen, Maya's thesis advisor, sits at the back, observing. Maya clicked to her second slide. So before I get into methodology, I want to situate this within the existing literature. The previous research on college loneliness mostly focused on first-generation students or international populations. My study fills a gap. What previous work are you pulling from specifically? Ethan asked, pen already raised. Cacioppo's Loneliness Framework, the UCLA Loneliness Scale Validation Studies, and a previous study out of Michigan that tracked social isolation across freshman year. All in the bibliography. Is that published research? Marcus asked. Yes, Marcus. It's in peer-reviewed journals. That's what published research means. Just checking. Some people cite blog posts. Lucas shot him a look. Maya continued. There's also a significant body of published literature on the neuroscience side, how isolation affects cortisol regulation, but I'm only using it as background. The published material I'm drawing on most heavily is from social psychology, not neuroscience. Chloe looked up from her pizza. Did anyone do this exact study before, or are you actually doing something new? Good question. Maya advanced her slide. There was a pilot study at Northwestern in 2019, small sample, 12 students, which showed promising patterns but was never scaled. My primary research builds directly on those preliminary findings. So your primary research is basically finishing what they started, Marcus said. Extending what they started. There's a difference. Ethan had been typing steadily. The Northwestern pilot, was it published work or just a conference paper? Conference paper. Which is exactly why the field needs this. Maya paused. There's also some pioneering work from the 80s on social support networks in academic settings, Sarah Sun and colleagues, that never got the follow-up it deserved. Published research from that era shaped the questions, but didn't have the tools we have now. So you're connecting 3 decades of published literature to a current population with current methods, Lucas said slowly, like he was finally understanding. Exactly. That's actually kind of elegant. Thank you, Lucas. I'm still not convinced on the sampling, Ethan said. From the back, Professor Nguyen smiled without looking up from her notes. Chloe reached for another slice of pizza. I don't know what half of those words mean, but she clearly does, so I'm calling it. Season 2, Episode 131, Cite Your Sources or Sit Down. The same seminar room, moments later. The peer review panel has gotten comfortable, too comfortable. Marcus has helped himself to a second soda. Ethan has opened a second document on his laptop. Professor Nguyen is still in the back, still watching, now with tea. Maya is on slide 4. Maya clicked forward. Okay, so I want to present a summary of what the pilot interviews showed before we get into the full methodology. Finally, Marcus said. Present the data. Let's see what you actually have. It's preliminary findings, Marcus. I have 8 interviews coded so far out of 20. Then present evidence from those 8. That's still something. Maya pulled up a new slide, a simple table with 4 emerging themes. Based on preliminary results, isolation in first-year students clusters around 3 transition points: first 2 weeks, post-midterms, and winter break return. Consistent across all 8 participants. Ethan leaned forward. Can you provide data on frequency? Like, how often each theme appeared across interviews? That's in Appendix A. But I didn't want to open with numbers. I wanted to present an argument for why the thematic pattern itself matters before we get quantitative about it. Fair, Ethan said, which was practically a standing ovation coming from him. Lucas raised his hand halfway. Can I ask something that might sound basic? You always do, Chloe said. Do participants need prior knowledge of psychology to understand the interview questions? Like, are you asking them to self-diagnose? Maya shook her head. No, and that's actually important. Previous knowledge of psychological terminology is explicitly not required. The questions are experiential. Tell me about a moment this semester when you felt most alone. That's it. Smart, said Professor Gwyn from the back, not looking up. Everyone turned. She didn't elaborate. Maya continued. I also want to provide information about how I handled interviewer bias. I have prior experience with this from my research methods class. I conducted mock interviews last spring, but I wanted to provide details about the specific bracketing techniques I used this time. What's bracketing? Chloe asked. Setting aside your previous experience and assumptions before you enter an interview so they don't contaminate the data. Chloe considered this. So basically unknowing what you know. Yes, actually. That's a good way to put it. Marcus pointed at Chloe. She should be in research. I should be in bed, Chloe said. But here we are. Ethan had been quietly typing. Can you provide evidence that your bracketing actually worked? Or is that just self-reported? Maya looked at him for a long moment. Ethan, I will present an argument for my methodology, but I will not defend my internal cognitive processes to a panel that includes someone who just ate 4 slices of pizza. That was Marcus. Was it? Marcus put down his current slice. Season 2, Episode 132, The Graph That Started a Fight. Still the seminar room. Maya is now on slide 6. The pizza is gone. Professor Gwyn has refilled her tea. Chloe has migrated to the windowsill. The panel is, somehow, more invested than when they started. Maya clicked to a new slide, a scatter plot. Okay, I want to provide an overview of the quantitative component before we circle back to the thematic analysis. Ethan sat up straighter. This is from the survey data. 212 first-year respondents. I'm going to provide a summary first, then we can dig in. She pointed to the graph. Social media usage frequency is positively correlated with reported loneliness scores. The more hours per day, the higher the UCLA Loneliness Scale score. Marcus frowned. That seems backwards. More connection, more lonely. That's exactly what this is here to provide an indication of, Maya said. Passive consumption, scrolling, watching, not interacting, is positively associated with isolation. Active use, direct messaging, comments, genuine exchange, shows a weaker or neutral relationship. So the type of use matters, Lucas said. Right. And this graph helps provide context for the interview data. When participants described feeling lonely, they almost always mentioned being on their phones at the time. Can you provide an explanation for the outliers? Ethan pointed to 3 dots far from the trend line. These 3 are high usage but low loneliness. What's going on there? I was hoping someone would ask that. Maya pulled up a second slide. Let me provide an illustration. Participant 7, high usage, lowest loneliness score in the sample. In her interview, she described using social media exclusively for a tight-knit creative community. Group chats, collaborative projects. Completely different behavioral pattern. So the outliers are actually providing insight into the mechanism, Ethan said, almost to himself. Exactly. They're not noise, they're the most informative data points in the set. Chloe, from the windowsill, so the graph doesn't provide a clue so much as it asks a better question. Everyone turned to look at her. What? I've been listening. Professor Gwyn set down her tea. That's precisely it. Marcus leaned back, arms crossed, reassessing. Okay, I'll admit it. The scatter plot got me. The scatter plot gets everyone, Maya said. Ethan was already typing. The positive correlation coefficient. What's the R value? 0.63. That's a moderately strong positive correlation. Respectable for behavioral data. I know. I'm not complimenting you, I'm just stating. I know, Ethan. Lucas quietly handed Maya the last can of soda from the table. She took it without breaking eye contact with her slide. Professor Nguyen made a note. Season 2, Episode 133. Good vibes are a policy position now? The Harrison living room, Friday evening. Robert is reading. Linda has just come home from work and is unwinding on the armchair. Lucas and Chloe are on the couch. Maya and Marcus have appeared, as they often do, without a formal invitation. The TV is muted on a news segment about a new school district policy mandating positive thinking curriculum for middle schoolers. Chloe unmuted the TV, watched for 10 seconds, then muted it again. Okay. Mandatory optimism as a school policy. Thoughts? Dystopian, Lucas said immediately. I want to hear the positive aspect first, Linda said, setting down her bag. Before everyone tears it apart. The positive aspect, Maya said carefully, is that there's genuine evidence behind certain CBT-based interventions. Reframing negative thought patterns does produce a positive effect on anxiety outcomes in adolescents. The research exists. So the idea has positive value, Marcus said, but the execution sounds like mandatory happiness, which is a very different thing. It has political implications too, Lucas said, sitting up. When a government body decides to institutionalize a positive attitude as curriculum, you have to ask, positive toward what exactly? Toward the system? Toward authority. That's the political significance nobody's mentioning, Maya agreed. Framing compliance as wellness is a known tactic. Robert lowered his book. Or, and I know this is radical, maybe they just want kids to stop catastrophizing. Dad, catastrophizing is sometimes accurate, Chloe said. She has a point, Ethan said from the floor, where he'd been sitting unnoticed for several minutes. Everyone startled slightly. Forcing a positive image of one's circumstances when those circumstances are genuinely difficult doesn't produce a positive outcome. It produces suppression. The word positive is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this policy, Lucas said. It has a positive connotation by default. Who's going to vote against positivity? But the actual positive result they're measuring is probably just compliance metrics. And positive action in policy usually means intervening to correct an imbalance, Maya added. Using it to mean think happy thoughts is a misappropriation of the term. Linda had been listening with the expression of someone who manages 40 employees. Here's what I know from actual management. Positive feedback works. A positive relationship between staff and supervisors produces measurable results. Positive influence from leadership changes culture. None of that requires a mandate, it requires authenticity. So the mechanism is real, Maya said, but institutionalizing it kills it. Exactly. Linda picked up her bag again. You can't legislate a positive view of the world. You model it. Silence. Marcus pointed at Linda. She should run for something. I run a restaurant, Linda said, walking toward the kitchen. It's the same thing, but the hours are worse. Robert watched her go, then looked at the group. 26 years and she still does that. He seemed genuinely delighted. Positive influence. See? Chloe put a pillow over her face. Season 2, Episode 134. We should probably talk about the risk. The campus coffee shop, Tuesday afternoon. Marcus has just pitched the group his newest business idea, a student-run mental health app that uses AI to match users with peer support volunteers. He's brought a one-page summary printed on actual paper, which everyone agrees is suspicious. Marcus slid the sheet across the table like he was closing a deal. Peer-to-peer mental health support. AI matching. Student-built. I'm calling it MindBridge. Lucas picked it up. You printed this. It's a serious pitch. You've never printed anything. Maya had already taken the page and was reading carefully. Marcus, I have to ask, have you thought through the potential harm here? You're talking about matching emotionally vulnerable students with untrained peers. They're not untrained. There's a 2-hour onboarding. 2 hours, Maya repeated, with the tone of someone trying not to say something much sharper. Look, the potential benefits are real, Marcus pressed. Counseling centers are overwhelmed. Wait times are 6 weeks minimum. This fills a gap right now. The potential impact could go either way though, Lucas said, setting the sheet down. If one interaction goes badly, someone in crisis, a volunteer who doesn't know how to handle it, that's not a PR problem, that's a potential harm that affects a real person. Which is exactly the practical issue nobody in EdTech wants to talk about, Maya said. The practical difficulties of peer support aren't just logistical, they're psychological. Vicarious trauma, boundary violations, confidentiality breaches. These aren't edge cases. Ethan had been reading the one-pager with the focus of someone auditing a codebase. There's also potential conflict between the AI matching logic and actual clinical need. If your algorithm prioritizes availability over compatibility, you're optimizing for the wrong variable. That's a practical consideration we can iterate on, Marcus said. Iterating on a mental health product isn't like pushing a software update, Maya said. The potential risk to users during your iteration phase is potentially dangerous. You're not debugging a game. Marcus leaned back. So everyone sees zero potential value in this? I didn't say that, Maya said, more gently. The potential value is obvious. That's what makes this hard. The idea is good. The execution as described is potentially dangerous. The practical significance of getting this right, Ethan said, is that if it works, you actually fix something broken. But the potential problem isn't one thing, it's about 15 things stacked on top of each other. Lucas tapped the page. What if you partnered with the University Counseling Center instead of running parallel to it? Supervised volunteers, licensed oversight, defined escalation protocols. Silence. Marcus looked at the page. Then at Lucas. That's actually not a bad note. I have them occasionally. The practical difficulties of getting institutional buy-in are massive, Maya said. But it's the only version of this I could ethically support. Marcus pulled the page back toward himself and started writing in the margin. For once, nobody said anything. Chloe, who had been on her phone the entire time, looked up. For what it's worth, I'd use it. The 6-week wait thing is real. She went back to her phone. Just don't make it another app that ghosts you after onboarding. Marcus wrote that down too. Season 2, Episode 135. We don't actually know what we're doing. The Harrison Kitchen, Saturday morning. Robert is attempting to fix the dishwasher, a project that has now entered its 3rd weekend. Linda is making coffee and pretending not to supervise. Lucas and Chloe are at the table. Maya stops by, ostensibly to return a book, but actually because she smelled breakfast. The conversation somehow lands on AI and education. Lucas had his laptop open to a university newsletter. They're piloting AI essay feedback in the English department starting next semester. Chloe looked up from her cereal. As in AI grades your writing? As in AI gives feedback. Professors still grade. For now, Chloe said. That's a prime example of a technology being deployed before its effects are properly understood, Maya said, accepting coffee from Linda. The possible consequences for how students develop writing skills are enormous and basically unexamined. The research is still poorly understood at the institutional level, Lucas agreed. Every university is just running their own experiment on their own students. Robert's voice came from under the dishwasher. In engineering, we call that field testing. It's qualitatively different from a controlled trial. Dad, you can't field test education policy on 18-year-olds, Chloe said. You've been doing it for centuries, Robert said. You just didn't have a name for it. Nobody had a great response to that. Maya sat down. What concerns me is that AI feedback and human feedback are radically different cognitive experiences. Human feedback carries relational weight. A professor's comment lands differently than a generated note. That's a prominent feature of the learning process that gets completely flattened. But if AI feedback can prove useful for early drafts, Lucas said, playing devil's advocate and frees up professors to focus on higher-order thinking, couldn't that prove successful as a model? Possibly. That's a legitimate possible outcome. Maya wrapped both hands around her mug. But possibly is doing a lot of work there. The profound effect of consistent human mentorship on student development is well documented. Replacing any part of that has profound impact we genuinely can't predict yet. So the possible outcome is either more efficient learning or a generation that can't write without a prompt, Chloe said. Great range. That's not how I'd frame it. I know, but that's how it lands. Linda set her mug down. In hospitality, we tried automated customer feedback systems. Completely radically different from actual staff conversations. Guest satisfaction scores went down. People don't want efficiency, they want to feel heard. That's qualitatively different data from education, Ethan said, appearing at the back door, apparently having let himself in again. Restaurant feedback and essay development aren't comparable. The underlying human need is, Maya said. Ethan considered this. Fair. Robert slid out from under the dishwasher, holding a small broken component up like a trophy. Found it. Prime example of a prominent feature failing quietly for months before anyone notices. He looked at the group. I assume we're still talking about the dishwasher. We were talking about AI, Lucas said. Robert looked at the broken part. Then back at the group. Same conversation, really. Linda took his coffee and handed him a fresh one. Fix the dishwasher first. Save education later. See, that's a properly understood priority system, Chloe said. Season 2, Episode 135, Nobody Asked, but Here's My Fix. The University Student Union, Thursday evening. The Campus Accessibility Committee has posted a notice that the peer tutoring program is being cut due to budget constraints. Maya spotted it and texted the group. Everyone showed up, including Chloe, who technically doesn't go to this school but has opinions regardless. Maya had the notice pulled up on her phone. They're cutting peer tutoring. Completely. End of semester. That program provides access to academic support for like 800 students, Lucas said. A huge chunk of them are first gen or on financial aid. You can't just pull that. And yet, Chloe said. Marcus was already thinking out loud. Okay. Budget cut means the university won't provide resources voluntarily. So you either find alternative funding or you restructure the model so it costs less to run. Or, Maya said, you make the case that cutting it violates the university's stated commitment to promote equality of academic opportunity. That's in the mission statement. I checked. You checked the mission statement, Ethan said. I check everything. Lucas nodded slowly. That's actually the right angle. Framing this as an equity issue forces the administration to respond publicly. If they're seen actively dismantling something that promotes the development of first-gen students, that's a reputational problem. Now you're thinking like a comms major, Marcus said approvingly. I am a comms major. I know, I'm just usually surprised when it shows. Maya ignored them. The tutors also provide guidance on academic skills, time management, note-taking, how to talk to professors. That's not replaceable by a website. They provide care too, Lucas added. A lot of students go just to have someone check in on them. That's documented in the program's own assessment data. I can pull that data, Ethan said, already opening his laptop. If the program's own metrics show it provides a benefit beyond grade outcomes, that's evidence the administration has to address. We should provide feedback to the committee before the decision is finalized, Maya said. There's a comment period. 12 days. 12 days is enough, Marcus said. I can draft a proposal. We restructure the model. Volunteer tutors get course credit instead of pay. The department provides material support like rooms and scheduling, and a faculty member provides assistance with training and oversight. That could work, Maya said carefully. But someone needs to provide a focus for the campaign. One clear ask, not 15. Reverse the cut, Chloe said. That's your ask. Everything else is negotiation. Everyone looked at her. What? You're all doing the thing where you make a simple problem complicated. She's right, Ethan said. One ask. Reverse the cut. All supporting arguments feed that single objective. Lucas leaned back. So Maya drafts the equity argument, Ethan pulls the program data, Marcus writes the restructuring proposal, and I handle the public-facing campaign. And I provide support by telling you when your messaging is cringe, Chloe offered. That's oddly specific but fine, Lucas said. Marcus was already typing. Okay, we have 12 days. Let's not waste the first one talking about what we're going to do. Robert, who Lucas had apparently called at some point, and who had now materialized in the doorway with a toolbox for reasons nobody questioned, looked at the whiteboard they'd already filled. You know, in my experience, the best way to promote the development of anything, a program, a system, a team, is to make yourself indispensable before anyone thinks to cut you. He set the toolbox down and started tightening a loose hinge on the whiteboard frame. Dad, what are you doing here? You said student union. I've been meaning to fix that hinge for a month. He tested it. There. Provide assistance, that's what dads do. Chloe looked at him, then at the whiteboard. Honestly? Same energy as the whole campaign. Season 2, Episode 137, Everyone Agrees We Disagree. The Student Union, 3 days later. The campaign for the tutoring program is underway. Maya has drafted the equity argument. Ethan has the data. Marcus has a restructuring proposal printed on, again, actual paper. Lucas has made a campaign poster that everyone has opinions about. Chloe is present and eating chips. Lucas taped the poster to the wall and stepped back. Okay, thoughts? The poster read, "Knowledge is a right, not a privilege, save peer tutoring." Chloe tilted her head. It's giving 2012 Tumblr. It provides a foundation for the equity argument, Lucas said defensively. It provides an example of why you should have asked for feedback before printing 40 copies, Marcus said. I printed 5. Maya studied it. The message is right. The framing needs work. We want to raise awareness, without sounding preachy, public awareness campaigns that lecture people get ignored. So, what's the alternative? Lucas asked. Provide an alternative framing, Maya said. Lead with what students lose, not with what's morally correct. Loss aversion is a stronger motivator than abstract principle. Psychologist, Lucas said, pointing at her. Every day. Ethan pulled up his laptop. I want to provide an opportunity for everyone to look at the data before we finalize the ask. He turned the screen around. Tutoring program users have a 17-point GPA advantage over non-users with equivalent entry scores. First-gen students account for 62% of participants. Silence. That's the poster, Chloe said flatly. Those 2 numbers. That's it. She's right, Marcus said. That data provides a source of credibility no slogan can match. Lead with the numbers. The numbers provide a foundation for everything else we're arguing, Maya agreed. Equity, access, student outcomes, it all flows from that. Lucas was already sketching a new layout on the back of the old poster. Okay, new approach. Data front and center, one clear ask below. Which brings us to the ask, Marcus said, spreading his proposal on the table. I've talked to 3 department heads. There's a path to restructuring this so it costs the university 40% less. Volunteer tutors get academic credit, departments provide a service by hosting sessions in existing spaces, and the counseling center provides an alternative support track for students flagged as high risk. Can we actually reach an agreement with the counseling center on that? Maya asked. They're already stretched. I have a meeting with them Friday. Preliminary interest. That's not the same as agreement. It's not agreement. Maya looked at Ethan. Ethan looked at the ceiling. We need to reach a consensus internally before Friday, Maya said, so Marcus walks in with a unified position, not 4 separate agendas. Agreed, said Ethan, which remained statistically rare. The campaign also needs to raise awareness beyond this room, Lucas said. Right now it's 5 people and a poster. He paused. 4.5 people and a poster. I'm full capacity, Chloe said, eating another chip. I'm going to provide an opportunity for students to sign a petition at the Involvement Fair Thursday, Lucas continued. Physical signatures, not just a Google form. More visible. Petition signatures provide a source of political pressure the committee can't easily dismiss, Maya said. Good call. Engagement typically reaches a peak midweek, Ethan said. Thursday is optimal. Data on student union foot traffic confirms it. Marcus looked around the table. So we have data, a restructuring proposal, a petition, and a revised poster. Are we ready? We don't have consensus on the counseling center component yet, Maya said. I'm working on it. Work faster. Chloe folded her chip bag precisely and stood up. For what it's worth, And I know I don't go here. The 17-point GPA thing is genuinely striking. If I saw that on a poster, I'd stop walking. Lucas wrote that down. You're writing that down, Chloe said. You said something useful. It's rare. I'm documenting it. She threw the chip bag at him. Season 2, Episode 138. It's not political, except it completely is. The Harrison living room, Sunday evening. Lucas has just returned from submitting the petition, 412 signatures in 2 days. Robert is watching a documentary about the 1960s student movement. Linda is on the couch grading staff performance reviews. The whole group has somehow ended up here, post-victory, now watching the documentary and arguing about whether what they did counts as political activism. Marcus pointed at the TV. Okay, but what we did this week, is that political activism or just advocacy? What's the difference? Chloe asked. Political activism implies you're engaging with the political arena, power structures, institutional authority. Advocacy is just asking nicely. We submitted a petition to an administration with political authority over university resources, Maya said. That's not asking nicely. That's applying organized pressure. That's activism. She's right, Lucas said. The moment you're navigating political circumstances, who has power, who makes decisions, how public pressure shifts those decisions, you're in political territory whether you call it that or not. Robert unmuted the documentary briefly. Students marching. Signs. Police. He muted it again. Now that's political activism. Dad, scale doesn't define the category, Chloe said. A 400-person petition and a 100,000-person march are the same type of political activity. Just different volumes. Robert considered this with the expression of someone who wasn't expecting to be out-argued by his 17-year-old on a Sunday. Ethan had been reading something on his laptop. The petition data is publicly available on the Student Union portal, by the way. Public access to that information actually strengthens our position. It's harder to dismiss when anyone can verify the numbers. Ready access to transparent data is its own form of political leverage, Maya said. The committee can't claim they weren't informed. The political climate on campus right now is favorable, Marcus said. 3 other budget cuts got reversed this semester after student pushback. The administration is reading the room. Or they're managing optics, Lucas said. Which isn't the same as genuine political consensus. Does the outcome differ? Marcus asked. Long term? Yes. If they reverse the cut because they're scared of bad press, they'll find another way to cut it quietly next year. Real political consensus means the value of the program is readily understood and accepted, not just politically inconvenient to remove. Linda looked up from her performance reviews. In my industry, we call that the difference between compliance and buy-in. You can force compliance. Buy-in takes longer, but it holds. That's exactly it, Maya said. And building political consciousness around the issue, helping students understand why this matters structurally, not just emotionally, is what makes it stick. Which is why the campaign materials need to be readily available and readily accessible even after the petition closes, Lucas said. The data, the equity argument, the restructuring proposal, keep it all up. Already done, Ethan said. Uploaded to a publicly available shared drive. Linked from the Student Union page. Did anyone ask you to do that? Marcus said. No. Classic. Chloe had been watching the documentary snippets between talking. Can I say something that might be uncomfortable? When has that ever stopped you, Lucas said. We keep debating whether this counts as real political activism, but the students on that screen were facing expulsion, arrest, actual political conflict with actual political consequences. We submitted a Google form with 400 names and called it a campaign. Silence. I'm not saying what we did wasn't worth doing, she added. I'm saying we should be honest about what it cost us versus what it cost them. Robert unmuted the documentary again. Left it on this time. Political consideration of any kind starts somewhere, Linda said quietly, not looking up from her work. It starts with people deciding something matters enough to say so out loud. She turned a page. 412 people said so. That's not nothing. Nobody argued with that one. Season 2, Episode 139. Pick a side, they said. It'll be fun, they said. The University Common Room, Monday evening. A campus-wide forum on student political engagement has just ended badly. Two student groups got into a shouting match over a proposed voter registration drive and whether it had a hidden political agenda. Lucas filmed it for his media class. Now the group is debriefing. Lucas set his camera down. Okay, that was a lot. That, Maya said, still slightly wide-eyed, was political mobilization eating itself. Both groups want the same outcome, higher voter turnout, but they can't agree on execution because they're coming from completely different political ideologies, Ethan said, pulling up his notes. Structurally, that's a coordination failure, not a values conflict. It's both, Maya said. Political identity is emotional before it's rational. The moment someone feels their group is being absorbed or co-opted, the defensive response kicks in regardless of shared goals. Marcus leaned back. Here's what nobody in that room said out loud. The political economy of student organizing is zero-sum. Funding, visibility, membership, there's only so much of each. Of course they're fighting. That's a very cold read, Lucas said. It's an accurate one. Chloe had watched the whole forum from the back wall. Can I offer a political context note? Both groups are operating inside a political environment where students don't actually trust political institutions, including student government. So when a political organization tries to run a registration drive, the first question isn't, how do we help voters? It's who benefits from this. Political culture on this campus is genuinely fractured, Maya agreed. That's not new, but it's gotten more visible. When the baseline level of trust is low, every initiative looks like it has a hidden political dimension. The political debate tonight wasn't really about voter registration, Lucas said slowly, like he was working it out as he spoke. It was about who gets to be seen as the legitimate political leader of student progressive causes. That's a turf war dressed up as a policy disagreement. Now you're doing media analysis, Marcus said. I do media analysis. I know, I'm just usually surprised. Marcus, I swear. The political factors at play are actually worth mapping, Ethan said, cutting in with the practice timing of someone who has refereed this exchange many times. You have political instability in student government after last semester's treasurer scandal, two competing political movements both claiming the same constituency, and a voter registration issue that's genuinely high stakes given the political environment nationally. Any one of those alone creates tension. All three together. Combustion, Chloe said. I was going to say escalatory conditions, but yes. Maya was thinking. What worries me long-term is political participation itself. If students watch two organizations they nominally support tear each other apart over a voter drive, the rational response is disengagement. Why join either? Which is exactly what political party structures at the national level have produced for a generation, Lucas said. Spectacle over substance, and the audience just stops watching. Stops participating, Maya corrected. Watching is still something. Disengagement is the real loss. Robert appeared in the doorway. He'd given Lucas a ride and had apparently been standing there long enough to follow the conversation. You know what political organization I trusted at your age? Everyone waited. None of them. He shrugged. But I voted anyway. Because the alternative was letting someone else decide. He picked up Lucas's camera bag and held it out. Ready? Lucas took it. Yeah. Chloe stayed seated. That was almost profound, Robert. Almost as my brand, he said, and left. Season 2, Episode 140. The part where everyone has a theory. The Harrison dining room, Sunday dinner. Linda has cooked, which means attendance is mandatory. Robert is at the head of the table. Everyone is present, including Marcus and Ethan, who have learned that Sunday dinner at the Harrisons is worth showing up for. A news alert has just gone off on 3 phones simultaneously. A major proposed legislation on student loan reform has stalled in committee, 1 week before the presidential election. Marcus looked at his phone. Well, the loan bill is dead. Chloe put her fork down. I'm sorry, they killed it before the election? That's not incompetence. That's a politically motivated decision. Everything before a presidential election is politically motivated, Ethan said. That's not an accusation, it's just how political structure works. Timing is the strategy. The public debate around this bill was already poisoned, Lucas said. Both sides spent more energy managing public perception than actually explaining the public policy mechanics. Nobody knows what was actually in it. Which is a public discourse failure, Maya said, pouring water. When public attitudes are shaped by 30-second clips instead of substance, proposed legislation lives or dies on vibes, not merit. Linda set a dish down firmly. In the public sector, this is called managing optics instead of managing outcomes. I see it in city contracts all the time. Public funds get allocated based on what looks good, not what works. Public expenditure on education has been declining as a share of GDP for 2 decades, Ethan said. This bill, whatever its problems, was trying to correct a structural imbalance. Killing it protects the political status quo. Robert looked up from his plate. The political reality is that student loans are now a public sphere issue. They affect housing markets, birth rates, consumer spending. It stopped being a niche education debate a long time ago. Then why does political representation on the issue still look like a room full of people who paid off their loans in 1987? Chloe said. Marcus pointed at her. That's actually the core political philosophy argument, whether public administration should reflect the population it serves or the expertise required to govern. 2 completely different theories of democracy. Across the political spectrum, Maya said, there's actually more agreement on the problem than on the solution. Which means the blockage is strategic, not ideological. That's a generous read, Lucas said. I'd say the political structure incentivizes gridlock. Political stability for incumbents means not resolving issues that mobilize your base. So the loan crisis stays a crisis because a solved crisis doesn't turn out voters, Chloe said. Welcome to political reform as a concept, Marcus said. Everyone's for it until it threatens their coalition. The public image problem for whoever killed this bill, Lucas said, is that it'll surface in every campaign ad for the next 6 months. Public authority figures blocking student relief is very easy to clip. Politically correct or not, Robert said, with the careful tone of someone choosing words deliberately, this affects public welfare in measurable ways. Housing, family formation, workforce participation. This isn't abstract. It never was abstract, Maya said. It was just easy to keep it in the public domain of young people complaining until the numbers got too big to dismiss. The public institution most damaged by this, Ethan said, isn't Congress. It's the general belief that public policy can actually solve structural problems. Every stalled bill is a data point in a very depressing regression. Linda sat down finally, with her own plate. You know what the public transport system in the city and the student loan system have in common? Everyone looked at her. Everyone agrees they're broken. Nobody agrees whose budget should fix them. And in the meantime, people just keep paying and waiting. She picked up her fork. Now eat. The food at least works. Silence. Then the sound of 6 people eating. Chloe looked at Robert. Your wife is genuinely the smartest person at this table. Robert nodded without hesitation. I know. I married up. Linda smiled into her plate and said nothing. Season 2, Episode 141. Nobody told me it would be this much paperwork. The Harrison Kitchen, Saturday morning. Linda has just come off a brutal week, a surprise inspection at the restaurant, 2 staff resignations, and a complaint filed against one of her managers. She's at the kitchen table with coffee and a stack of HR documentation. Lucas is eating cereal. Chloe is pretending to do homework. Maya stops by and, reading the room instantly, sits down without being asked. Linda turned a page without looking up. The inspector flagged 3 violations. 2 were equipment. One was a professional standard issue. A line cook was using a technique that's fine at home, but not compliant in a licensed kitchen. Can you fix it? Lucas asked. Already fixed. But now I have to document that every member of professional staff has been retrained and signed off. For one person's shortcut. She set the page down. This is professional practice in hospitality. 90% paperwork, 10% actual hospitality. Maya had been reading the complaint letter. Linda left face up on the table. The manager complaint, is this the one you mentioned last week? David. Yes. Linda refilled her coffee. He has the professional qualification on paper. 15 years of professional experience. But his people skills are, she searched for the word, developing. Professional knowledge and people skills are genuinely different competencies, Maya said. A lot of industries treat credentials as proof of the whole package when they're really only proof of one part. Tell that to the professional body that certified him, Linda said. As far as they're concerned, the certificate covers everything. Chloe looked up from her laptop. So he's technically qualified but practically not? He's qualified to do the job. He's not qualified to lead people doing the job. Those are different jobs. Robert appeared in the doorway in his Saturday clothes, which meant a slightly older version of his weekday clothes. What's the situation? HR documentation. I'll make more coffee. Lucas had been thinking. Mom, does your restaurant have any structured professional development for managers? Like ongoing training, not just onboarding. We do quarterly reviews and send people to workshops occasionally. Why? Because in my media program, professional training is built into the curriculum, industry placements, mentorships, portfolio reviews. It's treated as continuous, not one time. He paused. If David's gaps are in leadership and communication, that's trainable. But it requires structured professional support, not just performance reviews. Linda looked at him for a moment. When did you become useful on Saturday mornings? I've been useful this whole time. You just weren't paying attention. Chloe snorted. There are also resources through your industry association, Maya said. Most hospitality professional bodies offer leadership development programs specifically for mid-career managers. That's separate from the certification track. It's soft skills focused. I didn't know that, Linda admitted. Most people don't. The professional body publishes it, but nobody reads the newsletters. Nobody reads any newsletters, Robert said, setting down fresh coffee. I read newsletters, Ethan said from the back door, which he had opened without knocking. He was holding a laptop. Sorry, Lucas said you might need help formatting the retraining documentation. I can build a template. Linda stared at him. How did you even? Lucas texted me. Lucas did not look up from his cereal. I texted him. The professional status of your documentation matters for any future inspections, Ethan said, sitting down and opening his laptop with the calm of someone arriving at a scheduled meeting. If the formatting isn't consistent with industry compliance standards, it undermines the substance even when the substance is correct. He's right, Linda said, sliding the stack toward him. The last inspector specifically noted inconsistent record formatting. I'll have a template in 20 minutes. Maya watched Ethan begin typing with quiet focus. Then she looked at Linda. Can I ask something that might be slightly outside the HR context? Go ahead. What does professional work mean to you at this point, like, beyond the job description? After 20 years in hospitality management. Linda was quiet for a moment. The question had clearly landed differently than a casual one. It means being the person in the room who doesn't panic, she said finally. That's it. Every professional colleague I've respected over the years, that's the through line. Not their professional qualification, not their title. When everything goes sideways, they slow down instead of speeding up. Chloe had stopped pretending to do homework. David panics, Linda said simply. That's the actual problem. Everything else is a symptom. Robert put his hand briefly on her shoulder as he passed. Said nothing. Maya nodded slowly. That's a clinical description of emotional regulation under professional stress. You should be teaching this. I am teaching it, Linda said, pulling the HR stack back toward herself. Apparently very slowly. Season 2, Episode 142, the conversation nobody wanted to have, but everyone needed to. The University Common Room, Wednesday evening. A campus diversity panel discussion ended 40 minutes ago, awkwardly. A guest speaker made a comment about racial differences in academic performance that landed badly, split the audience, and sent half the attendees straight to social media. The group has regrouped here, still processing. Maya set her bag down hard. I want to be precise about what happened in there, because I've already seen 3 different versions of it on Twitter, and none of them are accurate. The speaker conflated correlation with causation, Ethan said immediately. He cited racial differences in test scores without addressing the racial discrimination embedded in how those tests were designed, normed, and administered. That's not a controversial statement. It's methodology. The audience didn't hear methodology, Lucas said. They heard a racial stereotype being laundered through academic language. And in popular media terms, that's what will spread, not the nuance, not the correction. Popular culture has been having this fight for 30 years, Marcus said. Every time someone publishes data on group differences without structural context, the cycle restarts. The radical critique of that framework, that the framework itself encodes bias, never makes it into the headline. Because the radical critique requires more than a tweet to explain, Maya said. And we are in a rapidly changing information environment where depth is a structural disadvantage. Chloe had been quiet, which was unusual. Can I say something that might make people uncomfortable? Always, Lucas said. The speaker was wrong in how he presented it. But the people who walked out before the Q&A also didn't help. Racial equality doesn't get advanced by refusing to be in the room when the argument is bad. It gets advanced by dismantling the argument in the room. That's easy to say from a privileged position, Maya said carefully. For students who've spent their entire academic careers navigating racial discrimination, being asked to educate someone in real time is a form of labor that falls unevenly. I know, Chloe said. I'm not saying they were wrong to leave. I'm saying something was lost when they did. Silence. The physical space of that panel mattered, Lucas said after a moment. Physical presence in a room together, physical proximity to people who see things differently, that's irreplaceable. Popular media gives you the illusion of dialogue. It's not the same thing. The physical world has constraints that the online one doesn't, Ethan agreed. You can't just mute someone sitting 3 feet from you. Although people try, Marcus said. Robert, who Linda had apparently dispatched to collect Lucas for a family dinner and who had been standing in the doorway for longer than anyone realized, cleared his throat. We had a speaker at my company last year. Said something similar, framed badly, caused a walkout. HR sent an email. He paused. The radical transformation in how we talk about racial group differences in professional settings has been rapidly growing, but the infrastructure for those conversations hasn't kept up. Dad. Lucas turned around. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. He stepped in slightly. What I'm saying is, I work in a private sector company where private investment decisions get made partly based on workforce demographics. The gap between what the physical science of human variation actually says and what popular culture thinks it says is enormous. And that gap gets exploited by bad actors constantly. The private sphere of how companies actually make those decisions is mostly invisible, Marcus said. Purchasing power, hiring patterns, promotion rates, the data exists, but it's held by private individual actors with no disclosure requirement. Rapid expansion of DI frameworks in the private sector over the last decade hasn't automatically translated to racial equality outcomes, Maya said. The language changed faster than the structures. Radical differences between stated commitments and actual data, Ethan said flatly. In any other domain, we'd call that a validity problem. We call it that here too, Maya said. We just get accused of being divisive when we do. Robert checked his watch. Dinner's at 7. Your mother made the thing. Which thing? Lucas asked. The good thing. Lucas stood up immediately. Chloe looked at the group. The fact that the good thing ended this conversation says something about popular culture I'm not ready to unpack. Save it for episode 19, Marcus said. Season 2, episode 143, Cleaning House. The Harrison living room, Friday evening, 1 week after the diversity panel fallout. Robert is doing his semi-annual ritual of reorganizing the garage, which means random objects keep appearing in the living room. Linda has returned from a work conference with a pulled muscle and a strong opinion about hotel mattresses. Lucas, Chloe, Maya, and Marcus are present. The conversation starts about Linda's conference and ends, as conversations in this house always do, somewhere no one expected. Linda lowered herself carefully onto the couch, one hand on her lower back. 3 days of keynote speakers and networking dinners, and the only physical symptom I came back with is apparently a lumbar injury from a mattress that cost the hotel $400 a night. Public display of wellness while actively harming guests, Marcus said. Classic hospitality industry. I work in the hospitality industry, Marcus. I know. I'm sorry. Classic other hospitality industry. Robert appeared from the hallway carrying a box of extension cords. The conference, was it worth it? Parts of it. There was a panel on radical change in restaurant staffing models, automation, AI ordering systems, reduced front-of-house headcount. Actually useful. She shifted position carefully. The rest was mostly public display of thought leadership by people who haven't worked a floor shift in 15 years. What kind of radical change are we talking? Lucas asked. Kiosks replacing order takers. AI systems managing reservations and complaints. Some places are experimenting with robotic kitchen assistants. Linda paused. The positive feature everyone kept citing was labor cost reduction. Nobody mentioned what happens to the people whose jobs disappear. That's because labor displacement doesn't have a positive impact on the conference sponsor slide, Marcus said. Exactly. Maya had been listening. There's a political agenda embedded in how that conversation gets framed. When the industry presents automation as inevitable, as radical change that simply happens, it removes human decision-making from the picture. Someone is choosing this. Someone benefits. The professional activity of thought leadership, in any industry, Lucas said, with audible quotation marks, is mostly the public display of inevitability. Make the audience feel like resistance is naive and adoption is sophisticated. That's a radical change in how power justifies itself, Maya said. Used to be its natural order. Now it's technological progress. Same function, different costume. Chloe looked up from her phone. Can someone explain physical properties of anything to me right now? I have a chemistry quiz Monday, and I've retained nothing. Everyone stared at her. What? You're all being very macro. I need to be micro. Ethan, who had arrived sometime in the last 10 minutes and was sitting on the floor with his laptop, said without looking up, physical properties are measurable characteristics of matter, mass, density, boiling point, conductivity. Things you can observe without changing the substance's chemical identity. That was fast. It's a clean definition. The political agenda of chemistry, Chloe said, is that none of it makes intuitive sense. Chemistry doesn't have a political agenda, Ethan said. Everything has a political agenda, Ethan. That's not, he stopped. I'm not having this conversation right now. Robert reappeared with a second box. Linda, I found your conference materials from 2019. Should I keep them? Make adjustments to whatever system you're using and throw them away, Robert. My system works perfectly. Your system is 3 boxes labeled miscellaneous. Organized miscellaneous. Marcus had been thinking. Going back to the automation thing, the positive impact argument only holds if you measure impact narrowly. Revenue per labor hour, yes. But positive feature of human staff that you can't automate is relationship. Regulars don't come back for the kiosk. Linda's been saying that for years, Lucas said. I know. I'm catching up. Linda smiled despite her back. The question I kept wanting to ask at the conference and didn't, because public display of dissent at industry events is career-adjacent suicide, was, who do we think we are if we make adjustments to every inefficiency except the human cost of those adjustments? Silence. Professional activity in any field eventually comes down to that, Maya said quietly. What do you optimize for, and what do you decide isn't worth measuring? Robert set his boxes down and looked at his wife. You should have said it. At a conference sponsored by 3 automation companies? Still. Linda looked at him for a moment. Maybe next year. Chloe put her phone down. For what it's worth, I'd still rather talk to a person than a kiosk. Even a bad person. Especially a bad person, Marcus said. At least it's interesting. That's the positive feature of human unpredictability, Maya said. It's also the problem. Also somehow the whole point. Robert picked up his boxes and headed back to the garage. I'm going to go organize something that doesn't talk back. The extension cords, Linda called after him. The extension cords. S2E144, Group project roulette, position, and agreement. The group project chat was already a war zone. Someone needs to take on the role of team lead, Marcus announced. I nominate myself. I strongly disagree, Ethan said instantly. Last time you led a project, we submitted it 2 hours late because you were finalizing the vibe. That's not fair, I strongly agree with Ethan, Maya cut in. No offense, Marcus, but you tend to take up the role of hype man, not project manager. Fine. Then who? I'll take a role in organizing the timeline, Ethan offered. That's what I'm good at. Lucas raised a hand. I can handle the presentation part. I'm strongly opposed to anyone else doing the pitch, no offense, but I actually enjoy public speaking. State your reasons, Ethan said, half joking. I'll state explicitly, I do my best work under pressure and in front of people. You guys do your best work alone with spreadsheets. Let's use that. Maya nodded slowly. That's actually a fair division. We should take into consideration everyone's actual strengths instead of just winging it like last time. Wow, growth, Marcus said, mock impressed. So it's settled, Maya said. Ethan, timeline. Lucas, presentation. Marcus. I'll be moral support, Marcus said quickly. Perfect, Ethan said. Stay in that lane. Underscore 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 underscore. Bang Tong Hop S2E115. Word Nia Thionga can fan Tichen Han. Take on the role of Dam Nan by Tro Marcus, 2 Disiu Lam Truong Nam. Strongly disagree fan Doi Man Mi Ethan Bac Bo Nai Lap Tucv Kin Niam Siu. Strongly agree Dong Tin Man Mi Maya Ang Ho Quan Diem Qua Ethan. Take up the role of Nan Lei Vi Tro Maya Emo Ta the man that Su Qua Marcus. Take a role in Tam Gia Veo Vi Tro Ethan Nan Nim Viu to Chuk Tien Du. Strongly opposed to Fan Doi Kitch Leet Lucas Kang Din Muon Ju Fan Thiat Trin. State explicitly Noi Ararong, Minbok Lucas Jai Tik Ly Du Mot Catch Dut Coat. Take into consideration Kanak, Zemzet Maya De Zut Fan Song Dua Tren the Man Wa Nuot. S2E145, The Essay That Won't Write Itself, Uniqueness and Usefulness, Part 1. Chloe was back at her laptop, still stuck on the same essay. Every guide says colleges want a specific type of story, something personal, not generic. So don't write a typical example of I overcame a challenge, Maya suggested. Everyone writes that. Cool, so what do I write? You're a unique individual, Robert offered from the kitchen, in full dad wisdom mode. Just be yourself. Dad, that's not advice, that's a fortune cookie. Maya sat down next to her. Okay, real talk. This essay is a unique opportunity. It's the one place in the application where numbers don't matter. You're in a unique position to just talk. There's no universally accepted formula, either, Ethan added, surprisingly gentle. I looked it up. Admissions officers all say different things. Great, so I have unlimited access to failure, Chloe muttered. Or unlimited freedom, Maya corrected. Same thing, better framing. Lucas leaned over her shoulder. This part here has useful information about the park thing Dad's obsessed with. That's real, that's you. That's actually useful material, Chloe admitted, rereading it. It shows something about how I think, not just what I did. See? You had a useful means of writing this the whole time, Maya said. You just needed to stop overthinking it. Chloe finally started typing for real. S2E146, Study Room, 11 p.m. Uniqueness and Usefulness, Part 2. The group was crammed into a library study room, textbooks everywhere. Okay, this website is honestly the most useful source I've found for citations, Ethan said, sharing his screen. Send it, Lucas said immediately. I've been using whatever the first Google result is like an animal. This professor's old notes are also a useful summary of the whole semester, Maya added, pulling up a PDF. Better than the actual textbook, honestly. Citation software is a useful tool too, Ethan said. Stop formatting bibliographies by hand, Lucas. It's 2026. I like doing it by hand. It's meditative. It's incorrect, is what it is. Maya flipped through her notes. This section here has genuinely valuable information about research methods. I'm going to need it for my thesis eventually. Speaking of, Ethan said, the library database has valuable resources most people don't even know exist. Like actual journal archives, not just Google Scholar. Various aspects of this project are honestly overwhelming me, Lucas admitted, rubbing his eyes. The research, the writing, the citations. That's why organization is of vital importance, Ethan said. You can't wing structure the way you wing everything else. Harsh but fair. Deadlines play a vital part in all this too, Maya added. We're 2 days out, so no pressure. A study group serves a vital role here, Lucas said, gesturing around. None of us would survive this alone. Speak for yourself, Ethan said, already typing again. S2E147, the family legend, well known and widely established. Robert was telling the same story again at dinner, the one about fixing a server outage single-handedly in 2019. Dad, we know, Chloe said. It's well documented. You've told it 40 times. It's a well-established fact in this family, Robert said proudly. I saved the company that day. It's also well received every single time, weirdly, Linda added, smirking. He gets more confident with each retelling. I'm well aware it's dramatic, Robert admitted. But it's true. Maya, ever the analyst, leaned in. This is honestly a widely recognized psychology pattern. People's origin stories get exaggerated slightly each retelling. It's not lying, it's memory reconstruction. See, Dad, science says you're lying, Chloe said. Science says no such thing. It's actually widely believed that repetition changes memory accuracy, Maya continued, unbothered. Doesn't mean the core story's false. Just embellished. The core story is widely known in my old office. Thank you, Robert said, mildly offended. It's widely discussed to this day. By who? Ethan asked, deadpan, from across the table. People. It's also widely adopted now as a family bedtime story, Lucas added, grinning. Chloe used to ask for it when she was 6. Chloe went red. That is a widely different situation, and you know it. Is it though? Lucas said. Everyone laughed. Robert, satisfied, went back to his food. Anyway, it's widely accepted in this house that I'm the hero of that story, so. Debatable, Linda said, smiling. S2E148, Lucas's video goes viral, wider context and society. Lucas's class project video, a short doc about campus food waste, had somehow blown up overnight. Guys, it has 40,000 views. That reached a way wider audience than I expected for a school assignment, Ethan said, actually impressed. It's honestly relevant beyond just students, Maya added. It touches on the wider community too, like local restaurants, families, not just campus. Marcus was already calculating something. You could monetize this. This has wider implications for your whole career, not just a grade. Slow down, Lucas said. It's a class video, Marcus, not a startup. Everything's a startup if you frame it right. Chloe scrolled through the comments. People are connecting it to a wider issue too, like food waste policy stuff, not just college kids are messy. That's actually good, Maya said. It means you put it in the right wider context. You didn't just show a problem, you tied it to something bigger. The comments are wild though, Lucas admitted. Half of them think I'm making some big statement to the wider public, and I was just annoyed the dining hall throws out so much food. Doesn't matter what you intended, Ethan said. Once it's out there, the wider society reads it however they want. That's just how internet stuff works. Cool, so I've accidentally become an activist, Lucas said, dazed. Congrats, Maya said. Own it. S2E149, the deepfake debate, media, perception, and third parties. The group was watching a news segment about AI-generated videos when Ethan muttered, this kind of tech being tightly controlled used to be a given. Not anymore. It's honestly virtually impossible to tell real from fake now, Lucas said, unsettled. As a media major, that terrifies me a little. Which is why you always need a third-party verifying sources now, Ethan said. Never trust a single video at face value. Maya leaned forward. It's fascinating from a psych angle, though. A single visual image can shape belief way faster than an entire written article. That's just how the brain works. Right, because visual media feels more real to people, Lucas added, even when it's completely fabricated. It messes with visual perception too, Maya continued. Our brains are wired to trust what we see over what we're told. AI is exploiting that directly. So basically, Chloe said, scrolling on her phone, any visual representation online could be fake now, and we just have to live with that? Pretty much, Ethan said grimly. Cool. Cool. Love that for us, Chloe said. Lucas closed his laptop slowly. I need to redo my entire final project. If I'm teaching media literacy, I can't ignore this. Add it to the list, Maya said. Welcome to modern journalism.